ask me, I think they added to it. I don't think they were solely the reason, but I think the fire was already lit. And for that last little push, both of them and others kind of moved the consciousness along. So by the time the election came around, yeah, it was pretty much over.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sooth. I'm very interested in hearing your story. Were you formerly a Democratic voter?
Oh, honey, I didn't even bother looking at the damn ticket. I just went and looked anywhere it said a D or DEM, check, colored in, and call it a day. I got my sticker and did my duty. That was me for most of my voting life, up until maybe like the last probably, what years?
Where you realized?
A little less than 10 years. Yeah, absolutely.
So the turning point that it really hit you, Sue, where you're like, I can't do this anymore. I got to change the way I think and then the way I vote.
Well, the turning point was noticing a lot of the things that y'all spoke on earlier in the room, where these policy, just the policies or lack thereof, if we could say it like that, specific to the community, and the fact that not only that the pandering, I ain't gonna lie, the pandering was eating me alive. I just felt like I was being played with. Like, you really think you can dangle some hot sauce in your purse and a chicken leg and the shit was crazy. But then also, like I said, the policies and the fact that, when you consider who's benefiting from, all this legislation coming across and everything like that, and, at the bottom of the damn barrel, who's always there, it really kind of hit home for me. And then also like the abortion issue. Again, it's weird because I'm in the middle, like, your body, your choice, yeah. But does it really take people pandering to the community about abortion? It's almost like it was forceful. So certain things just really kind of made me be like, hold the hell up. You think I'm fucking stupid? And I was, but not no more.
Well, glad to hear you decided to come over to the dark side.
To be fair, I'm independent, so I'm not on either side of the wing because it's the same bird to me. But I just had to take myself off of the Democrat because that's who we always voted for, kind of train.
Okay.
Get off that.
That's fair. Hey, like I said, I ain't expect nobody to jump ship over to Republican and Trump immediately, but I'm glad you saw the value in your vote, and that you didn't want to waste it anymore and continue to feed the beast that's lying to you and shoveling a load of shit in your mouth and telling you that it's a nice fat juice.
Telling me it's some fried chicken. That's what they try to tell me. But
some collard greens soaked in the bath.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is crazy. But I think that conversations like this bring it to the forefront. And even if people buck up at first, the seeds are sown, just so you know. It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. But it will be eventually at some point. And so I encourage you. I know we don't agree on everything, but this conversation has been really dope. And I really am enjoying this room. So thank y'all.
If I could get in on this,
Go ahead.
because I've been saying, listen, yeah, how you doing, guys?
Merry Christmas.
Thank you too, and Merry Christmas to everybody else as well. If I could get in on this, because I've been sitting here listening for quite some time. Very productive conversation. Lifelong Black conservative here. My father was also a Republican, a Black Republican as well, and I'm originally from California. So what I will say is that when you look at what's going on politically, okay, and you see what's going on, it's very refreshing. But I knew this day would come. I knew the day would come when the Black community will start to question the Democratic Party. And now that day is here, and you know what I mean. And it's just so refreshing to see. Just like the other gentleman said, Black people start to see themselves as just Americans and not just as Black. And okay, what do we need? What policies do we need to improve our country as Americans and not just as Black people? Because the whole Black identity thing is something that has evolved over time. Yeah, it's something that has existed. It's been part of our history and our culture and stuff. But it has evolved over time, and the political situation and landscape has evolved over time. But let's not forget that the Republican Party was instrumental in the early days of ending slavery. Okay, fighting against slavery and fighting against the Klan and stuff in the South that was trying to politically suppress African Americans during Reconstruction. And so it's almost like this was destined. It's almost like we're just returning to our roots, and it's just a very refreshing thing, and the fact that so many young Black people are getting involved in this movement is, this movement is going to grow. And like you said, I'll land with this. When you talked about, there's not a lot of young Black men in the hood anymore. And you know what? He's right about that, because you know what? A lot of young Black men are advancing past that, and they're going out and seeking opportunities, and they're building new lives for themselves, in other places. And I actually think the result of this is you're going to see a whole new Black community get built. It's going to be a whole new, these Black men are going to go make a whole new Black community. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be productive, and it's going to be conservative. So I'm going to land right there.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Mister. I think I see that's where it's going to. I think this generation has access to an abundance of information, man, that we didn't have. Gen X, Gen Y. I think that it was easy for us to get bamboozled. Actually, I would say before that, because I think that Civil Rights Act was a huge fucking bamboozle. It was a huge trick we fucking fell for, man. And even, like I said, Malcolm X called that shit out. He called it Johnny on the spot, man. It was a fucking joke. And the fact that we fell for it. So I think this new generation, I think you're right. I think this new generation has access to a shit ton of information. I think they're able to scan through the information and pick out the important parts and realize, wait a minute, there's some discrepancies here. What I'm being told is different from what I'm seeing with my own eyes, and I think they're able to put those pieces together, man. So yeah, I absolutely agree, man. And I think you're right. The most important thing is we got to understand that in this country, our Black identity isn't the sole factor. It's the American flag. That's what matters. It's okay to have your identity and be proud, but that should not be the grand scheme of your pride. It should be for your country. So I'm telling you, man, once we realize there are more Americans in our corner as Black Americans, I think the better off. And we got to realize the real ones that are in our corner. And I might piss some people off when I say this, but Americans like Donald Trump, soon going back to what you're saying, it's a harsh message. It comes off very crass. It's going to ruffle feathers. It's going to make you feel uncomfortable. It's going to make you feel some type of way. But those are the type of Americans that are going to create opportunities for Black Americans. Okay, those are the Americans that are going to cut taxes for us when they get in positions of power. Those are Americans that are going to, really try to do their best to hunker down on our taxpayer money that's being wasted and abused, right, and fraudulently acquired. And making sure that we keep more of that money in our pocket, making sure we have more opportunities. Like school of choice is one of them. I was so disappointed the last couple elections when it was school of choice and how many Black people I heard think that was a negative thing. I'm like, look at the school your kids are going to. It fucking sucks. You mean to tell me you don't want an opportunity to be able to take your kid and put them in a better school to give them a better fucking chance? Like, come on, man. Like, this is common sense shit.
But Chick, you don't think some of that was reactionary, reactionary to like headlines more than actually reading what the fucking paper said?
Yeah, 100% too. Yeah.
I do have to slide real quick too. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I'm not a man. However, I did join the house just in case y'all need a little femininity up in there sometimes.
Absolutely.
And I followed you as well. I'll make sure I follow you too, Isaac. I hope to catch y'all in another room. Stick, please. Replays on next time.
I know everybody keeps saying that, but no, so hey, Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you and your families too. It's a pleasure meeting you and getting to chat with you. So we need more Americans like yourself, especially black women. We need. I'm sorry, man. Fuck the Jasmine Crockett's. We need more black women like you representing. We need more black women like
wait
you.
till I tell you I ain't black, because we'll say that for another
Okay.
Yeah, we'll say that for another combo, but I look forward to seeing you on Clubhouse. Shout out to everybody that participated. I really hope y'all have a fantastic day and a very happy holidays. Appreciate y'all.
You too, Sue. Be safe out there. Thank you.
Hey, y'all.
What's going on, Miss Holly? Miss Birthday Lady? How's your birthday?
Yeah, birthday's day 2.
Day 2, right?
How fun do I get to celebrate? That's great. So I had a couple thoughts. One, let me just throw it all out there real quick. So one, I was kind of sitting here trying to think, like, are there any young, sort of modern day Thomas Sowell, Louis Farrakhan, like thinkers like that? I was just thinking, like, are there any, kind of up and coming thinkers like them? I know they're different, but I still think Farrakhan, I think, had some great thoughts, and he was very smart. I mean, he's still around, I think, right? But anyway, okay, so that's one.
He's racist, though, man. He's got some good shit, but his racism fucking kills his message, man. He's such a racist piece of shit. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, my other thought was with school choice. This has just come. I mean, I've just been stumped too as to why the black community isn't all over school choice. But I get it because the right has done a piss poor job at lobbying for this. Governors in each state haven't stepped up like they should. Oh, I hope I don't lose y'all. To educate and lobby, and we could do so much more when these bills are trying to get passed to educate the public as to what they actually entail, because the misunderstanding is understandable. They're not educating people on what ESAs are, and they think that it's like old school vouchers. They're doing a piss poor job at getting people on board with it. That's my thought.
Yeah, I think that's because they're trying to play by the rules, and I think they've been trying to play by the rules. They've been kowtowing to this politically correct bullshit. I think Donald Trump was the man to come in and kind of shake that and get everybody out of that mode and saying, hey, look, these motherfuckers ain't playing by the rules. Why are we? Start using their same language against them. Start using their ideologies against them. Fuck it. We're gonna. If they want to get in the mud and play dirty and play Bush League, we're gonna play fucking Bush League too. And I think Donald Trump was the man to kind of open that up. Because you see, I'll give you an example, Marco Rubio. Look how much Marco Rubio has transformed in the last 8-9 years from where he was when he was initially on that stage debating Donald Trump. Marco Rubio was a pussyfoot and spineless little fucking bitch. Now look at him. That motherfucker has changed, and I got a lot of love for Marco Rubio and a lot of respect for him for how much he's grown. But I think Trump's leadership has kind of made it well known to conservative Americans that hey, it's okay. You don't have to be polite and prim and proper 100% of the time. You can fight back. You can fight dirty a little bit. You can get scuffed up a little bit. It's okay. You can get some battle wounds when you're doing this shit. So, and two, I think Donald Trump too shed some light on the bureaucracy and the swamp that also exists in the Republican Party and Conservative Party as well. Because there's a lot of motherfuckers occupying seats in the Conservative Party that weren't for the best interests of America and American citizens. So, I think Donald Trump was the one that we needed to kind of shake things up, Holly, and get conservative Republicans and the right side to say, hey, get your act together, man. We got to do a better job of swaying people over. And I think he's done a great job.
Yeah, I see that.
And I think. Oh, go ahead. You want to go?
Oh no. Yeah, I was just kind of again, just sort of if you guys can think of any thought leaders that I should be following. I love Thomas Sowell, but he's damn near 100 years old. I mean, where's the Thomas Sowell? Where is the up and coming?
Well, look, I'll say this. We have to, as conservatives, we have to go and finance those types of people. We have to back them. Okay, we need to have. One of the things I was thinking about doing, I was getting together. We can have like a young people or we can put some resources together and get like a young people like think tank of like young people of all backgrounds to just come together and have like kind of like a little conservative conventions where they can kind of put their heads together, put their brains together, and look at ideas. And I think if we do some investments, something like that will create a young generation of people. Now, you could say Charlie Kirk was along those lines, but I have a couple of issues with Charlie Kirk. There were some things that were problematic with Kirk. And the fact is, Kirk kind of came up at an era of turning points and stuff. And, from 2015, where there was like a white nationalist slant to what they were doing back then, like 2015, 2016. I remember seeing all the white nationalists and stuff online at that time. But what I think has happened is that that's gone now, because this conservative movement has morphed into something that transcends all demographics now. I mean, he was winning urban areas like New York City, large parts of New York City that haven't voted for a Democrat or a Republican in years. So that's another interesting thing, is that these younger people, they're not as focused on race and see, if you look at Richard Spencer, right? His movement fell off because he was trying to do the whole alt-right thing back in 2015, and if you notice, Richard Spencer, you don't really hear from him anymore. But if you do some research, and I found out, people who still follow him, he's not even a white nationalist anymore. He dropped that because he realized that with this generation, okay, it's not a viable thing. These kids these days, they don't view the world like that anymore.
What is he now, mister? What is he?
He's just he's like a right-wing conservative. He's portraying himself like he's this right-wing, just regular right-wing conservative, but not necessarily with the whole racial stuff. But I still got to research into him. I don't really follow him like that.
What's his name?
But, yeah, but what it is he dropped that.
Richard
Spencer. Yeah. But if you look at the stuff that he was doing, right? I remember some of the speeches that he would give, and they seemed so negative. Like he would talk to these young people and tell them they didn't have a future because of the technology and they weren't going to have jobs. So, hey, you better follow me. You better follow my movement. And that's not the way to motivate people. You know what I mean? You got to give them something that they can latch on to, something that they can make them feel good about themselves, something that they can be a part of. He saw that, and then I think he went to Las Vegas or somewhere, and somebody punched him in his face, I think. So, and I think that type of stuff humbled him, and he realized, you know what, maybe this thing is...
Oh, was that the little running out with the mustache, mister?
Yeah, the guy that punched Richard Spencer.
Okay, yep, I know.
Yeah, and so he got punched, and then I think going through that, maybe he had a wake-up call, and he said, you know what, maybe I need to stop this.
So
this isn't working out.
Kind of explain Spencer. He comes from the era of Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Nick Fuentes. They are all three of them and others. They're kind of from that early 2000, like late 2010s college debate bro type of side of YouTube. That's where all of them came from. Not a single one didn't. The issue with Spencer is Kirk and Fuentes basically stole both of the things he was trying to do. Because he was also trying to do the whole debate me bro type of thing. But the issue is, he wasn't really a good debater, and Fuentes is just more entertaining when he's being racist. So Spencer was always left behind because of those and others just doing what he was trying to do better. He was always in the background, and I guess he made a little bit of a following. But the issue with him was he was not Charlie Kirk, could not debate for us. He can't really debate too well. And then, like I said, he's not as entertaining. I would say he has better actual racial criticisms than Fuentes. Fuentes just says racist shit. Like, that's all he does. He doesn't actually have legitimate criticisms. Spencer does. He just does not talk. That's his issue. So I'm kind of glad he's going away from that, because every time I heard, the Spencers, just, it's like, bro, I hear what you're saying, but you got to know how to say it. And he just was not that guy. So it's kind of good he's just going more conservative, because I've always felt he needed to stick towards the actual, like, right party or far right side of the party, which does actually address race. Like, I do kind of give the far right. They do actually say we need to address the racial things. They just don't go as far as Nick Fuentes in terms of calling people that. But yeah, that's where he kind of comes from.
You know what? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to throw this out there. Didn't Steven Crowder kind of start? I mean, I felt like Steven Crowder was doing all this before anybody going to the university.
Steven Crowder comes from that. Steven Crowder also comes a little bit from that. That's when he started getting popular, around that time.
I feel like he started it. I felt like he was doing it before anybody going to the, putting his little table up with the banner, prove me wrong or whatever. Like, I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
Yeah, he definitely changed my mind. Yeah, he's the one that definitely started that. Yeah, I would say another one who gets a lot of shit, Myron Gaines, Holly. Outside of the Manosphere Fresh and Fit shit, if you check out his personal channel, oh man, this dude is on fire, man. Myron Gaines, yep.
Oh yeah, okay. Myron Gaines.
Okay. Yeah, his personal channel, outside of the Manosphere shit, outside of the Fresh and Fit shit, where he covers politics and law. Also, he goes over the ailments as far as America within the different communities and different cultures and things like that. Yeah, that motherfucker's on point, man. Lots of fucking knowledge, just fire knowledge this dude to spit. Very, very smart guy. A lot of experience in law enforcement, traveling the world. Dude's just a wealth of fucking information, man. So he's another one. He just gets a lot of heat because, his notoriety is from Fresh and Fit in the Manosphere. But outside of that, dude's a fucking, just a fountain of knowledge, man. Fountain of knowledge, yeah. He's definitely got a nice following with him. But I was gonna say to Mister's point as far as the white nationalist thing, I think that's kind of the white nationalist thing. I think that's kind of a symptom of a bigger problem. I think we kind of created this new generation of white nationalists. I don't know how old you are, Mister, but I grew up in the 80s and 90s, bro. That wasn't a thing, right? And I lived around blacks, lived around whites. Like, it just wasn't a thing. I think it started rearing its ugly head, the Nick Fuentes is, and which I agree with a lot of things Nick Fuentes says. I can look past the rhetoric and how the message is delivered and just focus on the message. But this Quaker movement, the white nationalist movement, I think that is a reaction because we have allowed certain groups to take dominance with the bullshit. I think that's just a response that, hey, we're getting tired of fucking trampled all over. We're getting tired of being demonized simply because we're fucking white. We're getting tired of everybody else getting to celebrate our culture, but whenever we go to celebrate our culture and take pride in our culture, we get shit all over, right? We get opportunities taken from us. That there's other groups that have certain opportunities and are given opportunities that we as white men, we are exempt from simply because we're white men. So I think that was a symptom of that problem, and I think the more we drift away from that, we're gonna start seeing that go away too. Because I think you're right. It's a good good observation. I think this younger generation is less focused on race and more focused on uniting the country, right, as a whole. So I think that's a good observation. Yo, Danny, Merry Christmas, man. You got a lot to say in the chat. You wanna talk, man? You're more than welcome to join the conversation, bro. Probably busy working or something, but yeah, feel free to come off mic, Danny, even if you disagree, man. You're more than welcome to disagree and have a conversation. What's going on, Sean B? Merry Christmas, bro.
Hey, Merry Christmas. In case I don't get to talk to you before then, Merry Christmas to all of you. It's good to see all the familiar faces. What's up, Polly, AI, everyone? Hey, yeah, not too much to say right now. I'm just getting ready for a client. I have one coming up soon. But no, interesting listening. I'm always really curious when I hear people talk about white nationalists, and I'm always curious, like, who do you consider a white nationalist? Who do you consider a right winger? Like, I consider myself conservative, but I don't consider myself a conservative right wing per se. I mean, that's we're talking about the same thing. That we're just on the right side when we're calling ourselves conservatives. I feel like certain terminology.
Well, let me say this.
Hold on, I'm in the middle of talking right now.
Okay.
But when it comes to it, some of the wording are liberal words that I don't care for. I don't mind being called a conservative, but for some reason, when you say right wing to me, it kind of rubs me wrong. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't for anyone else. I mean,
Why is that?
I'm proud to be an American, and I'm proud to support all Americans and support Americans. I support our military. I support things that actually are proactive and productive in our country, not supporting people that want to stay at home and eat popcorn all day and do nothing with their lives and get paid, get a check. No, I'm not supportive of that. I'm not supportive of people that aren't wanting to be productive here. If you're in the United States, you need to be productive. Now, if you got some mental illness that you can't be productive and you want to be, I'm all about supporting people that want to get out there and be productive. You know what I mean? That's a big thing for me. But I can't speak enough on supporting our military. Like, I can't say it enough. I hate the attacks that constantly go towards that. I mean, have you guys seen the recent, just to stir up a little bit of something, have you guys seen all the recent attacks on, now I'm going to fucking blank on his name, our FBI director, Kash Patel. There you go.
No,
Have you guys been hearing about this?
No.
So his girlfriend is a country singer. Right.
Horrible
And he shows.
I think, oh shit, she's horrible. Go ahead.
Right. I haven't even heard her music, to be honest, so I can't speak on it, but I heard it's pretty bad.
You ain't missing out on nothing, Sean D. You ain't missing out.
Okay. Well, then the other thing is that apparently Kash Patel's on social media a lot with her, and a little too social media-ish for an FBI director, and I do agree with that point. I don't know if any of you ever listened to Mark Dice on YouTube. He's excellent. He's not afraid to call shit out when he calls some shit out. I don't know if anyone's seen Mark Dice. He's good. I'm not saying I'm not Andrew Dice Clay. Mark Dice. But anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, the only reason I mentioned the white nationalism stuff is because I was trying to make the point that it's dying out. It's not a prevalent thing. What happened was it kind of cropped up back in 2015 with like Richard Spencer and those types of guys. And it cropped up for a few years. I want to say 2015, then 2016, Trump got elected. And then from that point on, I think there was some infighting, because what happens once Trump got elected, a lot of the white nationalists turned on Trump. Like Richard Spencer, he turned on Trump because he didn't like the things Trump was doing geopolitically and stuff like that. So, but then from that point on, the movement kind of petered out and it kind of fell off, and then it was gone. And it's just, so now you don't hear much of it anymore. You don't see the big rallies, the Charlottesville and stuff. You don't see that anymore because the national conversation has changed. People are not identifying on race anymore. They're just identifying as Americans and the issues that they see that needs to happen in America. And I think that's a good thing. That's the point I was trying to make. Is that it's gone. It's like white nationalism. So these kids these days, these Generation Z especially, they don't really look at race like that. That's not the first thing they look at. They look at, when they make friends with people, they look at, okay, is this person interested in the same things I'm interested in? Is this person, do they do the same things that I like to do? Do we have anything in common? I think that's what they look at. But I'll land right there.
Yeah, I agree, man. I spent the last 10 years raising 2 Gen Z kids and being around all their friends for 20 years, bro. You're right. They're not thinking like that, man. I had to have it out with their school because they started doing this DEI bullshit and trying to segregate the kids by race. And my kids, went to high school, predominantly white school, handful of black kids there. and my kids were getting emails, you know, how does it feel to be, you know, a black AP student, you know, black this, black that, and I'm like, I've been around these kids. I've been on baseball diamonds with these kids for fucking years. I've been to the playgrounds with these kids. I've been to the fucking amusement parks with these kids have never brought up race, and my kids have grown up primarily around white and Indian kids. And not once has race ever been a discussion, has it ever been a fucking topic amongst these kids. And I'm like, why is the school bringing this shit up? You know, why are they making this a fucking issue? My youngest son came home with the fucking flyer for the Black Student Coalition in a fucking 80% white school. Like, are you fucking kidding? Like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, so the school's been pushing this shit. And I think, again, the reason why we're seeing it die down is because coming off of the Obama era, everything was pretty much hate white males. If you're white skinned and you had a penis, you were pretty much the devil himself. So like I said, I think a bunch of white men got offended by that. They got tired of being shitted on and bullied and picked on just because they have a penis and white skin. And I think that was their way to kind of stand up and say, hey, we're done taking your shit. So this is the approach that we're going to take. If you're going to shit all over us, fine, fuck you, fuck everybody. We're going to collect our own group and we're going to do our own fucking thing and fuck everybody. So like I said, I think as we start coming together and we start realizing this thing supersedes race and ethnicity and all that shit, it's about the red, white, and blue. I think we're gonna naturally see this shit die down. If you've ever sat down and talked with these guys, like I got ragged on my first year on Clubhouse in 2021. I got ragged on so hard because I found a Groyper room. Never knew what Groypers were. Didn't know. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And I sat there with 4 or 5 of them and had like a 2-3 hour long conversation. Very, very good conversation. They didn't disrespect me at all. They didn't call me N-words. They didn't, you know, say get the fuck out of here. You know, none of that. Very respectful. I asked them a bunch of questions, picked their brains, just trying to gain an understanding of where they were coming from and why they took the position that they took. These guys didn't have a problem. They didn't have a problem with blacks like us. Isaac, Mr., you know, they didn't have a problem. It's the blacks that continually push this narrative that white people are evil, white people are racist, they need to die, they owe us money, they owe us all this shit. That's where they had the problem. So I think once we start losing that mindset, I think we're going to naturally see that go away.
Say on the Groypers and Fuentes, I'm not versed at all, and I haven't had time to really go in and delve into that personally. So, because I would love to speak more on that, because I mean, obviously there's a large following from the Gen Zers, right? But I'm definitely, that's something it's part of my homework assignment going into the new year. I did want to add one more thing to my comment I made earlier, just because I mentioned Kash Patel that I forgot to mention. I guess he's getting attacked a lot because he's using, obviously, government money. Obviously, he can't fly commercially. That's the thing people need to remember. So if anyone has been questioning that's listening here or on the stage anywhere, the big thing is that if he wants to go to see his girlfriend at an event, which he has every damn right to, has every right to support the person he loves. I just don't care for the social media end of it, but obviously social media is part of modern day stuff these days, but there is some national security involved with that. So posting and all that can be troubling if it gets posted and you haven't approved it and it goes out there, can give you a bad look. But yeah, he can't fly commercially. The FBI director has to fly in a private jet, just like Donald Trump flies in Air Force One. That's just the way it is. If you're the CIA director, if you're a person of a higher stature, I don't think Pelosi is flying on Sprint or Delta. She's probably flying in her own private jet, paid for by her insider trading that she does that makes Martha Stewart look like an angel. Okay, just wanted to clarify what I said.
Could you imagine Nancy Pelosi riding spear with her little African little neck thing she had on when she was kneeling in the Capitol, bro?
Oh my God! Didn't someone have to help her up after she kneeled? She couldn't get back up. I think she had trouble. Yeah, that was crazy. That is funny though. Thanks for bringing that one back up. That is a classic moment of comedy to go back and look at. I don't know. That whole thing is just weird to me. Yeah. Wasn't there another one where Obama bowed to the Saudis, or he did something that was just totally unpresidential, where he kneeled to like another leader or did something like that? It was just really weird. I can't remember if it was what
Yeah, I think I
situation.
recall a buzz about that.
Yeah, I mean, Biden was knuckle bumping leaders when he was getting out of the plane. I'm going, this is a bad look, man. Come on.
You see how when Trump gets with these leaders, I think it was in China. He was grabbing dude on the shoulders, shaking him around and shit. He's just like he wasn't having it. I'm like, yeah, Trump is in charge, motherfucker.
That's so funny. Yeah, he's
Right.
a big guy. You know, he's a
he is.
big guy.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I was laughing at that. Yeah, I think it was Xi Jinping or whatever his name is. Yeah, they were standing next to each other. Yeah, Trump grabbed him by the shoulder and shit, shook him around like a rag doll and shit. It was
That's
fucking
so funny. When you're that, I imagine when you're that big, you go through life like everyone looks like your little buddy. You know, like everyone's like, hey, little buddy. You know.
Oh, that's funny as hell, man.
I like the one where Trump is walking past one of the Saudi, I think it was a Saudi king, and he just gives him like a nice little, just a shoulder tap, like, hey, how's it going? And you're not supposed to, like, the pomp and circumstance is like you're not supposed to touch. I don't know the whole. One of you might know better details on that, but it was something you're not supposed to do, and he's just like, "What's up?" I don't play by your rules. I thought that was
I love that. I mean, what if we said it's dishonorable in our culture to not embrace or to touch one? You know what I mean? Like, why is it that we have to be the ones to always like honor them when it's like, well, that makes me feel uncomfortable. What about my comfort?
Right? Yeah.
Remember Alaska when he meets Putin and he has a flyover with the B-2 bomber and the jets, and he points up at him. And I love the memes. I mean, who knows what Trump said to him, but I love the memes where like, yeah, you see that? That's just like a 0.001 fraction of power.
Right. That's the tip of the iceberg
against you if you fuck with us. Yeah.
That's what I love about him, man.
Show of force. That masculinity.
Yep,
We ain't fucking around.
That's what garners respect, man. Not some old geezer, and poor Joe Biden. Like I said, as much as I can't stand Joe Biden, a part of my heart goes out to him because he is old and senile, and seeing him getting used and hustled and bustled around, that's not right. But
it's like carrying a dead man around and giving him a bunch of power. It's like Weekend at Bernie's like, no, he's alive. Yeah. Let's just keep the puppet alive and move him around and auto pen all day long. There was something that came out yesterday on the news about auto pen.
Yeah. I think Michael has.
Biden got knocked the fuck out trying to appeal or something happened. If anyone knows the details on that one, that's another good one. I came out yesterday. But yeah, who's to say if that's real or not, what the deal is. But there was definitely something about trying to eliminate any auto pen questioning, and it got denied. It's basically the summary. So it means it's still on the plate. The fact that Biden wasn't making the decisions that these other people were. I don't understand the legalities of that. So that's where it'd be fun to bring Abby in, But yeah.
Yeah, I think from what I read, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. I'm no fucking expert. I'm just going off of the little excerpts I've read. But what it seems like is the auto pen can only be used when the president is actually aware of what is being auto penned. And I think they have some evidence that Biden wasn't fully aware of everything that was auto penned, so it should make it null and void. I think they were having some trouble with the pardons. So I think Trump was trying to, allow those pardons were auto penned. I think that's where they're having some hiccups because there might not be any legal repercussions for that, as far as getting those dismissed. I think a lot of the other things that were auto penned, they got evidence he wasn't aware of what was being auto penned, so they can get rid of it, dismiss it. So yeah, but I mean, I think overall, man,
go ahead. With the pardoning sake, that was the thing. From what I understood, with the auto pen, not even the auto pen, but just the pardoning. If we just look at the pardons that Biden gave out before he left, for his family, et cetera, he was pre-pardoning them for crimes they hadn't even been charged with yet. You can't do that. You have to be charged before you can pardon. So kind of
Tell me you're guilty. Tell me you're guilty without telling me you're guilty.
right. I think there was something on that. Yeah. Again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, so I don't ever come across as saying I'm an expert on anything. Just from what I understand and what I'm looking into, or things that make you go, right?
Absolutely, man. But I think overall, man, I'm happy in the direction the country's going. I'm seeing more people united, man, and it makes me happy. I'm telling you, man, this past fucking 10 years of goddamn division, well, actually a little bit longer than that with Obama. I mean, well, the country kind of united with Obama, you know. But I think we kind of united for the wrong reasons, you know. But I'm glad to see the country united, and I'm especially ecstatic to see Black Americans waking the fuck up, man, and stop falling for this bullshit. This bullshit lies that they've been fucking. I'm so glad Black Americans are starting to wake up and realize. I had, man, dude, the last 10 years have been hard hitting. Just family gatherings, Thanksgiving, Christmas, stuff like that. Because it's like just some long, drawn out, knockout debates, man. Trying to convince and wake up family members and friends and shit. Like, yo, you're being lied to, man. You gotta stop falling for this shit. Giving them information, giving them articles, showing them videos, having these discussions, man. But, last election, man, I had a shit ton of family members who would argue me up and down, man, every family gathering, bro. And they finally started voting for Trump. They started realizing the shit, so. That's what I say, man. I encourage everybody, man, have the fucking conversation, no matter how tough they are. Have the conversation. Having these conversations is what wakes people up. You ain't gonna save everybody, but having the conversation is better than staying silent, man. Because there's gonna be some ears that perk up and listen, and they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, wow, I never heard that before." Let's dig in a little bit deeper. Oh shit, The next thing you know, you got someone saying, "Yeah, fuck the Democrats, bro. I'm voting," and not just voting Republican, but paying more attention to policies and actions versus the bullshit, lies that are being told to them, falling for that shit.
One more. Isaac, and I want you to go because I can't talk anymore after this. That's why I'm shitting out as much as I can in a short time. I'm in California, so check this out. My gas is down $1.30 in about a month. So we were at $5 a gallon. We're down to $3.70, $3.80 a gallon right now.
Holy
California.
shit. Wow.
Yeah.
But like, you got a refinery closing those, Sean B. You guys got a refinery closing, and your gas prices are going to go back up.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, hell, Trump is putting a blockade on Venezuelan oil, saying, he ain't moving that shit anywhere. So we'll see what happens with all that. There's a lot. I'm wondering if our prices will stay the same. So we'll see. I mean, there's those little things happening in the backgrounds, and I'm curious if it will change what's happening here. I have a sense that the prices are going down because Newsom's wanting to try to posture himself before he exits the building. And by the way, we're 10 points up on a possible Republican winning California, and we just passed the redistricting. Talk about double-edged sword. If we get a Republican governor, and the fact that we had this special election that cost California millions, if not billions of dollars. I forget what the total amount was right off the top of my head. That was a double-edged sword. I said it. If it passed and a Republican governor comes in, that redistricting goes to Republicans. And guess what happens to California? It turns red, baby. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Wow. Who is running? Is there a big ticket for the Republicans?
I don't know his name. It'll stick out more when I get the information better. I will definitely bring it up in the future. But something in the future that very well could happen. And I'm really crossing my fingers on this because people are sick of how California's being run, from the LA fires to Newsomisms and shit. I mean, my super left-wing clients, I run a Pilates studio. I'm one of the few Pilates teachers that you'll ever come across that's a conservative, a Trump supporter. And do you think I'd tell my clients that? No. They would probably leave me. I'll say, these left-wingers, though, these left-wing Democratic socialists, 80% of my clientele, they hate Newsom. But they will vote anything but Trump, anything but Republican, but I'll say they're not happy with what's going on with Newsom. So there's a good percentage of them that may very well secretly vote for a Republican governor without
Or they just won't.
saying they
They just
did,
won't vote.
or they just won't vote. Yeah. So
Are the majority of your clients female, Sean B?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say about 65%. I got a good number of men coming in for now because they're realizing Pilates isn't just a woman's exercise. Yeah.
What I was gonna say is a concern, and Sig's heard me brought it up. A concern that we kind of have as Americans now is the younger generation. They're not slowly going to fascism; they are excitingly going to fascism, and that's kind of something. I think since we are the older guard, we're gonna have to. It's not even we're gonna have to. The reins are going to them. My concern now, like, there are like black people coming out of the dark. That's a good thing. My concern is more towards the younger generation and making sure they do not make a mistake that they don't understand. Because I understand they're angry, they have a right to be, and they do deserve justice. But Sig, you heard the guy. You remember that rule I was telling you, this is Gen Z, this is their political view. That is something we do have to make sure, even if there's some, it's not the majority. Because Gen Z women, they don't really have any political views. You start actually grilling them on what do they believe in and why they do it, they don't have an answer. Gen Z men, they are full on, we want to replicate Nazi Germany. It's getting to that point. And we cannot let that happen. We just can't.
Like I said, the biggest part is, we got to do our part to stop demonizing our fellow white Americans, man. And I can't blame them.
100%.
Yeah, if you're walking around, you ain't done shit to nobody, and you're being blamed for shit that happened generations before you, out of your control. You ain't victimized nobody, and you're constantly getting shit on. I can totally understand turning and say, yeah, fuck you motherfuckers too. Yeah, I can. So yeah, we got to do our part, man. We got to spread the message, man. We got to stop demonizing our fellow white Americans, bro. We got to stop doing it, man. We got a lot of white Americans who are in our corner, not to patty cake our buttholes and treat us like wounded animals that are helpless, but to say, hey, black motherfuckers, I don't look at you as black motherfuckers. I look at you as my brothers and sisters under the flag, and I care about you because we're all Americans. And we got to start embracing that, man. Got a lot of great white Americans, man, who are in our corner simply because we're Americans, and they don't give a fuck what we look like. So we got to start realizing that, man. That's the actual truth.
I would say a great way we could do that is start waking up other black people, because they're starting to see the political issues, but I'm pretty sure they're still dark by other. One thing I'm telling, and this is like me more being from the southern end of the United States, I'm telling a lot of southern people that we need to remember the old southern codes. Yes, there was racism, but there was still honor, there was still respect. You just didn't go and betray your neighbor or anything else because of skin color. That's something I know I'm probably going to have to actually take more seriously, because the South is starting to become racist again, but it's not the white people that are doing it. It is a problem, and I guess this war is going to be on the internet more than the bullets, but I think we need to keep it to the internet, because Gen Z, these kids, people are demonizing them, and all I got to say is, you must have never been in a gunfight where you're outnumbered. They will be the outnumbering ones. We do not need that.
Well, are you referring to when you say, hold on, please, y'all. When you say the South is getting more racist, but it's not white people, what are you implying there?
I don't know how, but black activism has infected the South. I cannot explain how. I don't know. Many people that are down there, they don't know. They're like, we don't know what happened, but it got down there. It reared its ugly head. I know Atlanta, for some reason, is like a hotbed of it because I don't know. There's been so much white immigration out of Atlanta. It's kind of scary. But yeah, Atlanta's like kind of a hotbed of black activism because of that. There's a lot of white people that just leave it because they're like, bro, it's just fucking racist, which I don't blame them. I would leave too. That's kind of what I mean. Like, there are areas of the southern United States that are clearing out because the activism is just it's disruptive, and we need to bring it back under control. It's not like activism was always allowed, but it was never allowed to the point where you're basically scaring the working population out, which is still majority white in the South. They still build most of the shit.
Right. Yeah, this is something that I really struggle with because, like, I don't know, if my algorithm is just feeding me scary stuff, or if it's like, it's hard to know what to believe, and it's very, very damn near impossible to really sift through and find out, is there a trend? I don't know the answer. Like, is there a trend happening right now of black criminals or black people, violent black criminals who are spontaneously harming white individuals?
Yes.
Because they're white. That's the
Yes.
thing. I don't. There's no way to figure this out, but it feels like that. It feels that way. You have the lady in Savannah that was just randomly attacked with acid. You have a Hispanic woman who was randomly attacked with acid in South Carolina. Now that those gentlemen were wearing masks, so I don't know their race, so who knows. But the man in Savannah, obviously he was black. You can see from the footage, and yet none of the news channels are saying that they're looking for a black man, which is just fucking weird. Like, we can all see he's fucking black. Like, what are we doing here? And then you have, the other day, there was a black kid fucking stabbed multiple times, stabbed in the fucking eye, stabbed a white autistic fucking kid. It's fucking at a high school. It's like, how many of these stories happen and we don't hear about it? Like, they don't want us to hear about this, or has this always been going on, or is something happening?
You're saying we're not hearing about it, but you heard about them, right? Seems like you're contradicting yourself, Holly.
No, what you're saying is it's not blasted and broadcast as much as it is as if it were a white on black situation. That's what she's saying.
Right. Usually when I learn about these things, it's typically not right after the fact. It could be even a year or two later and it's because I'm on Clubhouse and maybe I am scrolling, or I am randomly looking up something, and it's just sort of a random thing, right? It's not like everybody's talking about it. Nobody fucking knows about this thing in Savannah. I happen to know because I happen to be just I don't know, man. It's random. I stumble upon it, but. Joe, you can say what you want, man. You're in Canada. I don't fucking care. But I'm telling you, as a white woman, it's I'm not even allowed to even say out loud, I'm a little scared. Shut the fuck. You know what? You're fucking obnoxious. Don't fucking annoy me right now. You are such a fucking cop.
Holly, you just said I could say what I wanted. So why are you crying?
Don't be a
No, I just want to say one thing, and then you can boot me off your stage.
Jarl, Merry Christmas to you. Good to see you.
Merry Christmas, Sage.
What's up,
Trump tweets about illegal immigrants, or, I don't know, Haitian lesbian street gangs, or what else? What's the other country he's targeting lately? Another black country. My point is, Trump posts truth socials on a daily basis targeting these minority groups. Never is he tweeting about white people other than to say they're victims. So I don't know what you're talking about, Holly, because over the last year, there's a hell of a lot more media pushing this white replacement theory than there is anybody saying what you're doing. I'm not seeing these articles that are trying to pretend that black people are the big victims of white people. In fact, it's the opposite. You don't see the president tweeting about how, black people are victims of white people. No, it's the opposite. You have the president passing laws so white people can sue universities for discrimination. You're living in a delusional world of your own straw man creation. It's not real, Holly.
So Holly, as someone, I don't know about anyone else on the stage, as someone from the southern region of the U.S., even though it's the tip of it, this is not common, this is not normal. I will tell you, in the majority of cases, criminals attack people, criminals rob people. You did not have a lot of race-based crime. It was an occasional thing that happened randomly out of the blue. But you are not losing your mind. I don't know what the hell what y'all was talking about. Maybe it's too much internet. I'm from that part of the country. It is not normal. In most cases, you didn't even really have black people around white people to that extent. You had mixing in certain areas, but most areas were still largely white, largely black. That was it. There was no discussion. I think this is kind of what I was saying before. I think because of the activism and because of the invitation to violence that the South does have, that's kind of where I'm thinking a lot of this is coming out. Because before, you couldn't catch black people randomly attacking anyone in most cases. It was either street crime, gunfights due to something dealing with gangs or drugs, or you did have the random one-off of two people had a disagreement and it resorted to shooting. That was more or less what was expected. This is not normal. Anyone that tries to say, oh, blah, 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 something internet, I'm from where she is. I'm from the region. It is not normal. This was never a thing. So you're not losing your mind. It is definitely a concern, and that's kind of what I was saying. I don't know how, but black activism has affected the South and us and many other people. We need to figure out how to recorrect it, because the South has been largely stable in terms of race well over 93 years, believe it or not, going close to 93 years. We do not need this at all.
Thank you, Isaac. I really appreciate that. And I did want to tell you, you were right about the mass exodus going on. Maybe that's a little dramatic terminology, but in Atlanta, this past year, I believe, we had the first time, I might butcher this, but first time in a long time, okay, if not ever, where population actually contracted, it decreased. So you're right, people are leaving, and some people are like, yay, we want less people. Then you think, but what if the good people are leaving? Atlanta.
Taxes are going to go up to make up for it, because at the same time, politician, people running the city, that tax base will go down, so they're going to put the taxes over everybody else. It's crazy. But Jarl, come on, man. Like, we got plenty of data, plenty of stats showing that, talk about probably maybe 4 or 5% of the black population is outrageously violently victimizing whites, bro. It's just, it's young black males, man, and they're committing the majority of the fucking crime, and they commit more crime.
I don't think the majority of crime are still committed by white people.
Well, violent crime.
They're overrepresented.
You're right.
I still think you're wrong, Sega. We could fact check this.
It's called per capita, Jarl. Do you know what per capita is, Jarl?
Well, yeah, that's the only way you would count. That's the only way you could count, like, the race versus race.
So then what's so confusing, Jarl?
You can buy even in raw numbers, Jarl. Even in raw numbers and per capita.
Right.
Commit the majority
raw numbers is what I was referring to. I thought that's what you were referring to.
Raw numbers are
wrong. But do you acknowledge that black people are 7 times more likely to be exonerated for crimes, meaning they were falsely imprisoned? Because I feel like you have to acknowledge that if you're going to acknowledge the other part.
Your stat is from 2015 and has never been updated since then, so you can't use that.
Why not?
Because it's in 2015. Today is 2025. That's a 10-year-old stat.
It's 3,650 days of new data, Jaro.
Right.
Yeah, it would have to get updated for one. Like, I know what you're talking about. That was in 2015.
So why do you think it hasn't been updated then? Like, I don't know. It's the best number we have, so I'm going to use it. And if you were willing to acknowledge it, then you have to ask the next logical question is, why are black people so often falsely imprisoned? And then it becomes obvious that it's a little bit more complicated than just saying, oh, black people are more violent. That's clearly not what's happening.
Here's why you're wrong. The amount of black people that actually have criminal records since 2012 has dropped by 68%. Did you know that? 2012.
No.
Of course, Jaro. Jaro is an expert in black statistics. Didn't you know he has a PhD in black statistics?
No,
Did you know he has a PhD in black
majority of black people,
statistics?
one, do not have records, and then two, there's even less who are actually in the criminal system. So when you go for the whole wrongful conviction argument, I am not saying it does not happen. But the issue is black people in 2025, actually no, in 2021 had left 53% of black people, it would say reduction to 53%. And that wasn't from 2011 to 2021. That was 2006 to 2021. So you can't use wrongful imprisonment or wrongful conviction when the amount of people that actually get records decreases. That's why I said the stat has to be updated because it is from 2015. 2025, I'm pretty sure you would have a hard time finding the actual number because the actual number of black people with any conviction or any criminal record went down so much that is almost non-countable. How exactly would you do those numbers?
Right. So maybe you're right, but the idea that within a decade, like the entirety of black people in America are supposed to just kind of like improve their life and, you know, stop, like, because I'm sure you'll agree with me, if you live in a more difficult situation, these things are more likely to happen, right? It's like redlining and all these things. So like black people are just supposed to like get over it and catch up to the rest of society within 10 years. And
Yes.
that's silly, like, yeah, but that's not true. That's obviously not going to happen, right? No oppressed group in any country like recovers within a decade like that. Especially not when it's 400 years of slavery and like redlining and a bunch of discrimination. And
But Jarl, the group of blacks, the Negro generation of blacks that actually were neck deep in the redlining and the Jim Crow and the slavery and all that,
They're doing better now.
Yeah, they have better stats than the people that are in this generation, Charles. So there's no excuse for this generation. There's no excuse.
Like
way better stats.
The average black person that was a child in racism today is above $78,000 a year. Above. Not below, not making it, not just getting there, above. The income for the people you're describing, for the people that you said even were close, because many of those people are old now, so it doesn't even matter. But for the ones that you're describing, did face some discrimination. You're talking about 57 or older. Those people are above the income of 78 grand. 78 grand is the bare minimum most of them make. Most of them. And then above 80% above it. So the argument just does not exist. They have way drastically improved, way past anything they could probably think of back then. So no, you can't use the argument of still downtrodden, still oppressed, still this, still that, when in 10 years, the only population that is kind of underneath the conditions in bell curve is a population that just got out of high school 4 years ago, which is normal because all of them are in that row. So no, you can't use slavery, redlining, and everything else because when you do the actual numbers, not per capita, over 80% of them make above 78K a year. So you can't even use that argument anymore.
Yeah.
I can use that argument, and I did.
Yeah, Jar. So I linked the 2019 Table 43 from the United States FBI. So
2019?
2019, yeah, 2019.
Yeah, okay, well, that's 6 years old, so may as well throw that in the garbage too, right?
Well, they're pretty consistent across the board. That's the first one I clicked on, but I'll grab
That's
the
4 years. That's 4 years newer than the statistic Isaac just told me we can't use because 10 years is too old.
Okay, well, let me find a newer one, but these stay pretty consistent.
I actually agree with. I'm not denying the statistics, Sig. It was just making the point that like 6 years, 10 years, not a big difference. But go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, in this case here, murder and non-negligent manslaughter, whites committed 3,650 of these crimes, while blacks 4,078. For robbery, whites were at 25,000, blacks were at 29,000. All right, so that's abysmal for 13% of the population, and it's really lower than that. I'd say probably around 5%, give or take a point or two, because it's mostly young black men that are committing these crimes. So you're talking about 5% of the population has overtaken the white population, which blacks pale in comparison.
12.2% of the population. I don't know why you're saying 5. It's 12 points. Black people make up 12.2% of the population.
Yeah, but listen to what I said. Black women ain't committing these crimes. Black children ain't committing these crimes. Black elderly. It's younger black men. So you drop that down to about 5%.
It's the same thing for white people, though. Right? It's white men committing the majority of the crimes, so you could say the same thing.
White men commit majority of the crimes?
Way more white men. There's way more white men than black men, than young black men. There's way more younger white men than there are younger black men. So there's no way we should see these rates. We should see 5% of the black population overshadowing the white population when it comes to certain crimes. Now, if you go down the list, there's other crimes, yes. Raw numbers, white people dominate. But if you look at the differences between the whites and the blacks, most of these we're meeting them at about 50%. So most of these, if white people did it 200,000 times, we're right there at 100,000 times. If whites did it at 100,000 times, we're right there close to 50,000 times we did it. There's no way we should be 50% of what whites are doing. We should
But it's systemic racial oppression,
we should be about 5% of what whites are doing.
You should be, like, I find you saying it a bit weird. Maybe you're saying the same thing, but you should be proportional to your population, right? If black people are 12.2% of the population, logically they should commit 12.2% of the crime. I'm not denying your numbers. I just think they're a lot more complicated than some people paint them. I think that there are reasons that black people are committing more crimes in America other than they're black. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're poor, right? I think if you just looked at the same crime statistics and said, do poor people commit more crimes than rich people? Absolutely, 100%. And it's not even just that. The other statistic that I think is important to look at is, and this one exists, I could look it up, is the average punishment for, like, if you have more money, your punishments will be less severe. You're less likely to be found of a crime, and you're more likely to get off. So again, like, these statistics are skewed by these factors, right? I'm not denying the numbers you're plugging. I'm just saying, if black people are less rich, then they're more likely to be found guilty, they're more likely to get caught, and they're more likely to get severe punishments because they don't have as good defense.
Great, Jarl, we get it.
There are statistics.
So, Jarl, if you were the president, Jarl, what would you do? What would you do for we the people, Jarl, if you were in charge?
Well, I'd stop talking about white replacement theory as if it's a real thing. That's the first thing.
Beautiful. So here's the actual problem. The poorest group in this country is
Beautiful.
Contrary to the numbers, not black Americans. The poorest group in this country is still Native Americans. Now, for all the issues the Native Americans have, a high murder rate is not one of them. A high assault rate is one of them, but a high murder rate is not one of them. So, if your argument was accurate, they should have killed themselves and blinded themselves out of existence. Yet, they don't. And then if you go to the next poorest group, guess who it is?
Hispanic.
Nope.
So,
Nope, not
No,
Hispanic.
I actually like your example. No, but wait, let's stick to the native example. Okay.
No. There's a reason I'm saying this. The next poorest group in America,
White.
white working Americans. They are still at the bottom. Now they have a large avenue of income from 16,000 all the way up to 172,000. But for some reason, it's a wide breadth of income you can go to. But the poorest are between the 10,000 to 23,000. That's where the vast entirety of white or impoverished Americans are. And despite that, the highest crimes that they have is alcoholism, drug use, and domestic violence. Theft, murder rate, and things like that, it's nowhere near the same level as Black Americans. It's not even close. You could go to these areas individually. You will have the things I just mentioned happening normally. But murders, theft, things like that, maybe every once or maybe every 5 times in a year that'll happen. Maybe. And I've lived in these places. I've been to them.
Isaac, didn't you hear what Jarl said? If he was in charge, the first thing he would do for We the People is get all of Americans to stop talking about white replacement theory. That's the type of plan that Jarl has for We the People. It's really very inclusive and extremely exciting.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying, as the president, I would stop pushing. The president should stop spewing conspiracy theories like white replacement theory.
Yeah, that's what you would do. It's such an incredible plan, Jarl. Like, you will save America with that plan. It's really exciting, Jarl. Congratulations.
That does go against the First Amendment, because you can't say what you want so long as it's not inciting terrorism.
As the president, I would choose not to promote conspiracy theories. I wouldn't censor other people. Jesus Christ, guys.
Hey, real quick before I lose you guys, Isaac, I just want to say, I think the big differential between poor whites and poor blacks, though, when it comes to violent crime rate, is because most poor whites live in sparsely populated areas, more rural, and most poor blacks live in inner city, and so you're gonna have like more density and more opportunity to hurt other people.
No, I agree with that. And
Jarl, I got you, Jarl.
it still doesn't explain why, okay, you go to the areas where there are still large amounts of white people, and they are still not at a comparable income level. They're actually kind of trapped in place because of their income level. You actually have less crime. Take a place like upstate Georgia. Upstate Georgia is not rich. Anyone can tell you that. Not even close. They are anywhere between 52 to maybe 46,000 a year. Despite that, they don't have insane crime rates, and they do have large towns. They don't have small towns or derelict, used to be mining places. No, these are large, sizable towns of close to 500 to maybe a little bit over 600,000 people. Still don't have violent crimes. While you go to a black area of a comparative size, it's a toss-up. Some don't, but a lot do. And that's kind of what I mean when I say, even when you get into the income and the comparable population densities, you still do not have the insane level of crime.
Well, it's the white replacement theory that Jarl is suggesting. If these people didn't believe in white replacement theory, they wouldn't be self-destructive, right, Jarl?
I just think it's playing victim. But just really quick, Isaac, to respond to your point, you're wrong on one point. The black community is 36.4% of the population. I'll just say the rates. Black people commit violent crimes at 2.9 times their per capita. Let's just put it that way. Whites at almost 1.0. Asians at 0.28. But if we look at American Indian, it's 3.3 times the rate, which is higher than black people. If we look at Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, it's 3.0, which is 0.1% higher than blacks. So again, like, I don't know why you said blacks were so much higher, because they're lower than natives and Hawaiians.
I said in the beginning that indigenous populations have a higher assault rate. I did say that. They have a higher assault rate than anyone. That is what I was saying, higher rates of assault. But when you actually start studying the type of crimes they commit, murder is usually not one of them. Higher rates of assault, yes. They do fight each other and put each other in the hospital by a lot. But it's not death. It's not shot. It's not grievous harm or injury. It's like one got cut, one did a fight. That's kind of what they're doing. That's their violent crime. You go to black areas, death. A lot of the crimes are murders. That's a very big difference.
Maybe, and this is extremely semantic, so I apologize, but we should be saying found guilty of crimes, because just because somebody was found guilty of a crime doesn't mean they committed a crime, right? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I would agree with that. That will definitely be a fair point. But I don't think it's. I don't know, man. I'm willing to bet, and again, I will concede to your point. I'll acknowledge that point. It's a fair point, Jarl. But I'm willing. If I was a bet man, Jarl, I don't think it's that far off, man. I really don't. I really don't.
Per capita, African Americans commit 10x the number of crimes of white people. It's not 3 times, it's 10 times. That's the real statistic.
You see how you calculate that? Because in their population, black people commit crimes at 3 times the rate of equivalent to the population size. Like, what you're saying, I don't know how you're calculating 10x. I'm not denying it, how are you calculating this? Proportional to the population size, it's 3 times the heat.
I don't think I can explain statistics to somebody who thinks that their first priority as the leader of America is to abolish the conspiracy that white people are being replaced. If that's your game plan, there's no point in arguing with you, Charles. You're just a moose head from Canada. You're nothing but a moose. You hear me, moose?
You know, he's talking about the total count, which would be 10 times the amount if you would have counted all. But you're right about the 2.9 rate. The rate is 2.9. The total count, he is correct. When you accumulate it all together, is 10 times.
Sorry, Sid, go ahead.
The breakdown here. So, non-Hispanic whites, according to the 2025 census, represent about 60% of the country. And that's about on par with the percentages of arrests for crimes, according to the FBI. At about, looks like here, probably about 50 to 60%. A little bit higher than that, actually. I'd probably give a little bit of grace and go a little bit higher than that. Hispanics are about 20% of the population. They're right on par with about 20%, 19% or so. Blacks make up 12.6% of the population. They're on par for about 26.6% of crimes committed. And it says other races, it gave a 4%, but Asian, mixed breed people, American Indian, Alaskan, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders. So Asian is saying 6.7% of the population, plus that's 8, 9%, 2.5 for mixed people. So that's about 9%, and then 0.7 and 0.2. So you're talking about 10%. So 10% representation for Asians, mixed people, American Indian or Alaskan Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and they're represented by 4% of arrests for crimes.
And don't forget, these police departments have been fudging the numbers. When you're black or Hispanic, you're labeled as white, and we all have seen that in the media, and we all know it's true.
And that's true. Yeah, DC just got fucking busted for fudging their numbers, their crime stat numbers, to have it reflect less poorly on blacks. So, I mean, we've seen instances like that. Now, another thing, too, people bring up, to be fair, is that not all states report the data, so we got to take that into consideration as well. But, I mean, from what the information information that we do have, it looks like the other races are pretty much on par with their population representation. Blacks literally have the highest representation, disproportionate representation for their race. So, you know, and I know, you know, Jar, you said you acknowledge that or whatever, but when we talk about the reasons why, it's not because we're saying, oh, they commit crime because they're black. There's a huge culture of violence, Jar. Have you ever heard of drill rap or listened to this American rap culture? Have you like heard some of the shit that they rap about and the culture that
big music in Canada, and we don't commit crimes.
What's that?
The music is international, and like the rest of the world isn't like committing crimes because of American rap music.
Well, I'm saying the subgenres, the violence subgenres, those aren't distributed in other countries as much as they are here in the States. Like drill rap. You ever heard of Chicago drill rap?
Of course, we have drill rap here too.
Right, but that type of music, what it promotes, and then you see the areas where it's heavily played and heavily listened to. There's a shit ton of crime in those areas and the sources that they originate from, Jarl. And then too, your guys' culture isn't as violent either. But then even if we go into the UK, I mean, blacks are having the same issues. They disproportionately represent a lot of the knife crimes and violent crimes over in the UK as well. So they're having the same issues, and that drill rap, which pertains to the black culture over there, it is just as violent. You know, just as violent as the American culture. So there's a lot of violence that comes from the rap and the hip hop culture, and it does influence a lot of these fucking kids and these younger generations, man.
Can I just wanna, I'm back. Okay. I just want to say also, what scares me, and Joel can call me a victim or whatever, blah, blah, blah. What makes me feel uncomfortable is that I don't trust, like, okay, it's so quick. They're so quick to label it a hate crime if it's, you know, a Jewish victim or a black victim, but very, very slow to label it a hate crime if it's a white victim, if they label it that at all, even if there is justification for that. I'll give you one example. Similar crimes. A couple years ago, there was an autistic kid on a subway in Manhattan who was being beaten up by what looks like to be a Hispanic group of teenagers. And they labeled that a hate crime almost immediately. The initial reports, you know, NYPD is investigating hate crime, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward to another example similar. This, what I just told you guys about in North Atlanta High School. Black kid stabbing with scissors in the face, in the eyeball, multiple times. A white autistic kid. Any mention of hate crime? No. No. Mention of the kid's black that's stabbing it, by the way. That's more like so everyone else is kind of letting that cat out of the bag, right? Because there's video. But anyway, they don't talk about hate crime. Oh, and by the way, he actually yelled at this kid, "You white bitch." Okay, tell me there's something wrong with this picture. We can't even know what the data is on these random or, you know, hate crimes against others.
Holly, don't talk to Jarl to confirm your bias. Holly, Jarl isn't going to confirm your bias. Jarl is a woke, leftist, socialist, communist, Marxist, trans feminist fucking loser. That's what Jarl is, Holly. He's not going to confirm what you're saying.
All right,
What
this
makes
is the problem.
What's going on, Nurse Swag? Merry Christmas, man.
Trans feminist fucking loser. He's not going to confirm what you're
Saying.
saying.
Guys. Merry Christmas.
Well,
Merry Christmas to you and Happy Hanukkah.
And happy Hanukkah. Shalom to you, El Normal.
Yeah.
Happy Hanukkah to all my Jewish brothers and sisters out there. Happy Hanukkah.
All the same to you.
Shabbat Shalom. If that's the.
It's not the bad.
My bad, I heard that on here. I think he was trolling, but yeah.
Happy Kwanzaa to you too.
Anybody can quote Charlie Kirk.
I'm Asian. You gotta wish me a happy New Year, Dragon New Year. So this is the problem, Holly. That
Going hey, to you.
yeah, that has been said since 1962. So I do have to take. I normally don't take defend the blacks because I normally think that the blacks in America are a cursed people and they need to be replaced by more efficient blacks from maybe even Polynesia or Melanesia. But the issue is this: the "you white bitch" has been said since the 60s. That's sort of a response due to when the integration happened, and the blacks were integrated with the whites. Of course, all types of shit was said. These nappy-headed Negroes, am I allowed to say cursing here?
Absolutely.
These 1960s whites said, "You nappy-headed niggers, we don't want you here," blah, 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 right? So that has been a response. It's been a response for about, maybe it's overshot by now because obviously that's not happening anymore. But to your point, if we wanted to calculate that, we would have to then remove whether that was a response to an instigation. And also the problem is this: we do have to factor in that unfortunately the FBI and certain institutions which put the crack in the community, which gave birth to the crack babies, and the crack babies are often the ones who are saying, "Oh, you white bitch," on the New York City subway. I can tell these guys who are my age, who are likely crack children, they're the main ones saying it. So I do have to put some blame on the whites for that because they did flee from New York and they let the degeneration and the urban blight happen for about 30 years. Then they came back and they expected to be welcomed with open arms. No,
Nerd, you're gonna blame white people?
Yeah, because you can't abandon an entire city.
You're blaming Barry Seal and Bill Clinton. Then is essentially who you're blaming.
No. When Michael Bloomberg started to make it, a little, obviously Giuliani and then Michael Bloomberg made it safer, then all the whites came back and they expected things to be as they left it in the 50s. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. So you have to address some of the socioeconomic issues that resulted from a white flight situation. And that may sound like an overcomplication, but that's why in a lot of urban cities you're having the "hey white bitch," because these are the children who were left behind in the 80s and 90s due to the war on drugs that has to be addressed.
Well, let me just land real quick, then I'll let somebody else. What I'm saying is, though, fine, call names. That's fair. But when you call a name whilst you stab someone in the eyeball, that becomes a hate crime to me, okay? When you're saying white bitch and you're stabbing me in the eye, let's do the math here. And to avoid labeling that a hate crime is very concerning to me because it makes me wonder how many of these instances are out there that have not been labeled a hate crime. Therefore, myself, and people who look like me, we will never know if we need to keep our head on a swivel or not. We will not have the privilege, like, with all due respect, El Normo or even black folks, of knowing if there is a trend in hate crimes, random hate crimes, for example, that we need to maybe be more aware of. And that makes me feel very uncomfortable in this country.
Holly, are you not paying attention, Holly? You don't need guys like Jarl or Nerd to confirm your suspicion, Holly. You do keep your head on a swivel, and you do stay alert. There are low IQ terrorists.
And because I'm about to go away, this is a fair point. You should have some type of heads up. I would suggest using the Citizens app and just looking at general crime. You're not going to know if it's white specific. But to your point about
you can fairly estimate it's going to be black specific, Holly.
When there's physical action, I completely agree it should be labeled a hate crime. The issue tends to be there are so many harassers that's literally saying that shit every day out of mental illness. They're also saying, hey, Arabian bitch, hey, Jewish bitch. Like they're saying the spectrum. So a lot of these people are mentally ill. They're crack babies. They're on drugs. The last thing I will say is this: if you have if there's a broad issue with hate crimes against whites, again, I would implore the whites to ensure that they reinvest in the communities that they're moving to, because again, these communities have been underfunded for 50 years, and now all of a sudden people are moving back in. They want safe school districts, all that. That's not going to happen overnight. You've got to figure out a way to put the funding there so that, you know, there's actually police, security, etc., to get these elements under control.
So you mean the property tax has to go up? So homeowners got to pay more to keep themselves safe because the previous political leaders did nothing to stop this epidemic of crack baby drug addicts harassing everybody in the streets. Thank you very little, nerd.
So I just want to say that no FBI brought any crack into any place. So that's a weird myth that should be debunked at every turn. That's one. Number two, Giuliani and Bloomberg did indeed bring high-income people back into the city and transform the city from being dirty, broke, and to one of the safest cities, certainly of its size, in the world, on the planet, and made New York better in countless ways, from the public spaces, whether it's Central Park or Brooklyn Bridge Park or Prospect Park, to the High Line, to the waterways, all of them transformed by the coffers, by the tax base of the people that came back because Giuliani set to mold and made the city safe again. And murders went down from approximately 3,000 murders per year down to under 300, which is a staggering tenfold improvement, and saved, you do the math, 2,700 lives per year over, say, 25 years minimum. So multiply your 2,700, your 27 years times the 100 people per year that did not get slaughtered, mainly by the way, black or brown people in emerging neighborhoods. So, and I don't have any doubt that the people who did come back to the city and begin to transform marginal or emerging neighborhoods, say, Brooklyn is a good example, Bed-Stuy if you wish, but also whether it's Hell's Kitchen or Lower East Side or Chinatown, all of those places became upscale, more upscale anyway. Even in tenement housing stock, they became much more safe and livable. So, I mean, that transformation is real, and it comes out of people who are able to be safe in their neighborhoods, particularly, I'm going to say, women, because they're more vulnerable, and kids, and older people. So, I support the transformation of cities into safer places. About hate crimes against white folks, well, I guess there's some now and then, and they'll prosecute them. No offense, Holly, but I don't really see them as a big thing. I don't see it. It's just crime, period, that's a problem. It's not just...
all crime is hate crime. It's only the liberal Democrats that started calling it hate crime to give a special label for white people. The whole thing is ridiculous. When you murder somebody, when you violently attack somebody, that is a fucking hate crime. It doesn't matter what the fuck your race is.
So, I don't think a hate crime is a real offense in America. It's when they punish you for an actual crime. If it was a hate crime, you might get a more severe punishment. That's literally all it means. And then I don't know what you're criticizing, Holly. If these people were found guilty of crimes and they were sent to prison for quote unquote hate crimes, what do you want the system to do more than that? White people can declare hate crimes, and black people can be found guilty of whatever the hell you're claiming. I don't know what you want more to happen if people were put in prison for this.
Okay, to correct a couple of things. One, the people that actually saved New York was the Italian Mafia for 57 years. The guys you just mentioned inherited it. So no, can't agree to that. Cannot agree to that. I learned actually New York City history. The Mafia made it sick. They just inherited it after the Mafia was in prison. Second thing, the CIA told you it has documents that you could search up. They did give a bunch of guns and drugs to derelict low income in minority areas. They 100% did. You can look it up. You can literally go on the CIA website and go find it. So I don't know why that was said. Third thing, hate crimes are a different crime compared to regular. It is against a protected or marginalized people in America that have one or another status. Let's say someone came from a war-torn area for some goddamn reason in the world. You attack that person, that is a hate crime because that is a refugee in America. That is a hate crime. So I don't know where you're getting it's the same offense when clearly, according to the actual law, it is not the same.
There are states that have hate crime laws, and there are other states that use hate crime as an enhancement, which I think is what Jarl was getting at. So if one committed a heinous act and also was yelling a racial epithet while they did it, then it would bump the crime, the penalty way up. And I challenge you, you will not find one single case of somebody from government bringing guns or drugs into any community in America. It's a complete urban myth. I know the Freeway Ricky Ross had some plug that was also a CIA or an FBI informant. That means he was a criminal. That doesn't mean he was with the government. And I know that what's his name, Gary Webb. I was following this in real time. He wrote some articles for the San Jose Mercury news, but those series of 3 articles were completely debunked by superior journalistic outfits. So nobody sold any crack in the ghetto. That's not. I mean, and by the way, the Black Congressional Caucus of Black communities were loudly demonstrating for drug laws. These weren't something that were imposed by right-wingers. They were in response to communities that were being destroyed by these drugs.
El Normo, they had to, I'll keep this quick and pass it to Holly. They had to do it because they had to fund the, whatever they're doing with the Nicaraguan government.
Where Iran-Contra? Yeah, that never touched the United States, though. They never brought any good drugs to the U.S.
They had to ensure that they could raise funds for the opposition government they were trying to battle the socialists with. So that's why they dropped off the crack, to make sure that, okay, now there's a customer base. These people can get funding for the government we want to oppose, in Nicaragua. So that's very clearly happened.
Yeah, there's no case of the government bringing drugs into this country.
El Normo, you're never going to win with these people. They totally believe white people are responsible for everything.
The more you go look and see if you can find a single piece of documentation. You can't. I just mentioned 2 very sort of far-fetched sources on the matter, both of which have been debunked. And yes, there was a thing called Iran-Contra. Oliver North went to prison for it. It was under Ronald Reagan, but it had to do with Iran and Nicaragua. The U.S. was not part of that. And yes, the U.S. was backing the anti-communist forces in Nicaragua, which were defeated democratically subsequently and have remained defeated. And the U.S. has an interest in not allowing our enemies like Soviet Union and now Russia to gain a foothold in our neighborhood. That's the right thing to do, is to oppose the incursion of the Soviet Union or China or Russia.
Listen, going back to hate crime, you got to realize that it is a double standard and hypocritical. When a black person kills a white person and calls that person a white bitch and isn't charged on a hate crime, we have a judicial problem where real crime, real murder does not result in capital punishment. There would be no hate crime if you were murdered for committing murder in this country, but we do not have that anymore. We have woke, liberal, Democrat, communist, Marxist judges releasing murderers back into society to specifically target white people. So white people, if you think you're not the fucking target, go get on a public train sometime and find out how quickly you are the target.
Do you have any evidence for this absurd conspiracy theory of the government releasing people who are going to target white people and murder them, because that's fucking delusional. Like,
No, Jarl, you're fucking delusional. I live in Chicago. I'm telling you what I see, what I read, what I hear, what's in the news. It's everywhere, Jarl. We live in an epidemic of Democrat clowns who are now our judges. We need to do what they did in El Salvador with what's-his-face, who took the whole fucking country over and got rid of every fucking judge who was releasing every murderous criminal gang member back into society to continue to kill society. Jarl, you're the brain rot, and you got here with brain rot. There's no fixing you. You have brain rot, Jarl.
Chill out, dude. America has, like, the most prisoners per capita in the world. Okay, so I don't know why you want to put more people in prison. That's the first thing. The second...
No, we're not putting them in prison. We're sending them to the afterlife, Jarl. We're sending them straight to heaven. There's no more release. There's no more capture. You're going straight to heaven, Jarl.
And the other thing I was going to mention is if you listen to Holly's story, right, people were charged with hate crimes against white people. People are constantly being charged with hate crimes against white people. So you're just making shit up, right? You can be charged with hate crimes against white people, and it does happen. In fact, I shared a statistic that shows that 10.3% of hate crimes in America are against white people. So what do you guys want the society, like, what do you guys want
We want to stop spreading the conspiracy theory that white replacement isn't real, Jarl. Listen, Jarl, you cannot lead anything. You're a moosehead.
It's not real. You're delusional if you believe in white replacement.
Jarl, you're delusional if you come on this app 80 hours a week and talk about white replacement theory.
Why are all your leaders white old men, you idiot? Why are your leaders...
Because Bernie Sanders is a fucking liar. The fucking Bernie Sanders has gotten $30 million in big pharma money. Bernie Sanders has gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from every major industry in the whole fucking planet, and that's why Bernie Sanders gave it to Hillary Clinton, because he's a fucking liar, and he's a fucking schmuck, and so are you, Jarl.
Your current leader, first of all, and wokeness, right? And like fucking slave history in museums, is constantly banning this shit. You live in a society that believes what you believe, that believes white replacement theory is destroying Europe. So you're actually delusional for pretending like it's the other way around. You motherfuckers control this society. If there's any of...
You motherfucker! You're delusional, Jarl! You're talking to a fucking random person on a social audio chat app! You're projecting! You're delusional!
Can I please get in? Okay. Jarl, again, just listen with your ears. I said the kids in Manhattan who were, what looks to be Hispanic from the video, they were charged with a hate crime. Black kid. That happened very quick. Oh, I hope I don't lose y'all. The white boy that was just stabbed here, I have seen nothing, no mention of hate crime in anything thus far. You're right, they could come out with a hate crime, but so far they haven't. My point is, it seems to me they're very quick to jump on the hate crime with many other groups, but not white people. Look at the girl on the train or the bus in Charlotte.
And the white girl in Chicago who just got lit on fire by a black guy who was released 30 times.
Okay, it took not the AG, or yeah, our federal AG, right? Am I saying, yeah, that's what she is. It took her claiming this is a hate crime, federal hate crime. I don't believe the local authorities were saying that yet. Okay, I'm just saying, Jarl, you can have this bias, whatever you can think of me. I'm saying it is dangerous when you are not treating various groups equally, because what if, Jarl, I'm not talking about white replacement theory, what if we actually do have a serious issue with black Americans who are harming white people who they don't know purely because they're white? What if there's a trend that's occurring? Maybe there's not. Maybe there's...
What if? What if?
Treat the same. How will I ever fucking know, Jarl?
It's called reading the news, Holly. It's called not talking all the time. It's called looking at the information on the internet. It's everywhere. Have you heard of X platform?
If you and your wife and your children lived in a country where you believe believed that you were not getting the full story. And you didn't know that whether you were, whether your lives were being threatened or not. Don't you think that that's concerning? If your wife was the one who has 50% of her body burned right now in Savannah Hospital by a random black individual. Now, who knows if it was race-related or not? I don't know. But don't you think if that was your wife, you might be a little disturbed that the media is not saying what the photo shows? I just come on, work with me here, Jarl.
Jarl can't work with you. He'll never get married because no woman can ever respect a man who's willing to die at the hands of a murderer.
Knowledge you don't have like the actual numbers and it's just an impression, and you're allowed to feel that way. And sure, maybe you're allowed to be concerned. I just don't think it's happening. I don't think it's real. Yeah.
Jarl, that's because you're delusional and you don't live in reality. You live in a Canadian snow bubble.
And I'm not saying you did this, Holly, but, if you've listened to people like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, or any of those people, right, for years they were saying, oh, white people or black people need to stop complaining and playing victims, and they're always crying about this and that. And that was the narrative from, 2015 to 2022. And then for the last 2-3 years, it's white people who have turned and have become these perpetual victims who are always, everything's bad to them. And I just find where is this this attitude of pick yourself up by the bootstraps and stop complaining about being victims constantly and, just fucking go out there and be a man. Conservatives are the ones who taught me that, black people are victims that complain all the time and should shut up. But now they're the ones who are crying constantly about white replacement theory and saying, oh, Europe is falling because of, immigrants or whatever.
Because of the Muslim invasion, Jarl.
My kid is not white, okay? So am I a bad person now? Should I feel like I'm replacing white people? Do I...
No.
You're delusional, Jarl. You're projecting. You're saying all kinds of nonsense. We're talking about violent crime here, Jarl, not your black wife and your biracial child. Nobody cares about your situation, Jarl. We're caring about getting murdered by fucking recidivists who've been released 30 times, and then they get on a train and they light you on fire or they punch you in the face in the street. Jarl, you're not following the news. You're living in a clown house bubble.
Yeah, Jarl, I don't think they should ignore the data either. I like data. Data's important. But if we're not being given the full data, that's what concerns me. I don't think that anyone should shut up about, any black person should shut up if they see that there's a trend of police brutality. If they see that there's a trend that they're getting pulled over at higher rates for random I don't think any of that, I'm not saying that there aren't people that, oh, you're complaining. I'm not. I'm one person telling you that I don't believe that I'm being fed the full truth. When I see so many stories, Jarl, I could sit here and go over so many with you. I'm not driving, but I'm telling you, American, I'm telling you, I see it over and over. White kids being beaten to shit and no hate crime mentioned, okay? Maybe it happens later, but they don't do it quickly like they do with and I wonder, it makes me think, and I've said this so many times, and this is the last time I'll say it, how many times does this happen?
Oh my God, it's political, Holly. Obviously, it's all political. It's all political.
Happening, Holly, with the way things are going now, we're gonna have a correction in a year or two, right? So right now, everything is a hate crime against white people, and they're constantly being persecuted.
A correction? What is this? The hate crime stock market, Jarl? No, this isn't the stock market, Jarl. There's gonna be no correction, you schmuck. This is called a mind virus, and losers like you are infected with the mind virus.
Okay, all I was saying is in a few years, you're gonna have white people feeling bad because they were overstating this shit. And my point is can we stop focusing on one?
White people are gonna feel bad because they're focusing on their safety and security?
Holy shit, it's so you can interrupt me, but I don't know why you're interrupting Holly, bro.
Well, I don't understand why people at 11:38 a.m. CST are sitting here talking about white replacement theory, whether or not you're safe in society from black people who light you on fire in trains, do mass murders. I don't know, Jarl. Maybe you should pull it all up. It's all fucking there, Jarl. You just don't read it and you don't care. You come on here and spouse your fucking political bullshit, Jarl. That's all you're doing. You're wasting your time. You're wasting our time. This is a whole fucking waste of time. But Sig, I gotta tell you, I don't know how you have managed to do this for 24 hours. You've been up for 24 hours listening to clown house people like Jarl say the dumbest shit, and it's a total waste of time. So big shout out to Sig. I have let my YouTube live stream go for 24 hours, and we got thousands of views last night, Sig. You're huge in China and India. They love your content, Sig. But Jarl, the feedback on what you're saying is that you're a schmuck.
I'm off in a few minutes. I just want to say, Sig, Holly, Normo, I disagree with you guys, but you made good points. Normal, that's very rare. But Al, no, you made no good points. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Jarl. I mean, look at Queef. I didn't think about what that was until I said it out loud. Queef in the chat. Can we normalize bullying white people? I mean, yeah, I know that's probably, maybe you're joking, but that's the sentiment, isn't it? That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. It's giving punish white people. It's their time to be harmed and to be, we need to oppress them.
They call it punch a Nazi in the face because every white person is apparently a Nazi to these racists. We live in the biggest hypocritical, fascist, crazy, liberal, whack job society ever invented, ever created. The entire BLM mind virus, the entire LGBTQ plus mind virus, trans mind virus, these things are all moral degradation and societal collapse. It is the destruction of the family and the destruction of identity. That's the goal of it. People like Jarl are completely fucked in the brain because they believe this woke bullshit. Same with Bima and many others.
Well, I mean, like the case of the train situation, just, how they was talking about that. We're talking about, like, how...
Jarl took it!
If you want to consider something a hate crime, I think we should agree that there has to be some intent, or there has to be something that there's verifiable, right? It can't just be a crime. Like this guy, he was, calling welfare checks on himself just a few weeks earlier, saying that someone implanted something inside his body and was controlling his brain. Okay? He got up and he unfortunately and horribly murdered this woman, but there's no indication of a hate crime.
There's no hate? He has no hate in his heart when you murder somebody? Are you listening to the words coming out of your mouth?
Well, hold on, is every murder a hate crime?
Yes, absolutely. You have to have hate in your heart, and you are devoid of love and any intelligence when you murder somebody. Are we that far fucking gone that when you murder somebody, it's not done out of fucking hate and anger, Bima? Have you ever murdered somebody? No, you haven't. So you probably can't visualize the perspective of a fucking murderer. But when a piece of shit murders somebody, they got fucking hate and vitriol in their system, Bima. Now you see it?
Right. Well, we're just talking about definitions. I'm talking about...
No, you're talking about politics, because when you give the terminology hate crime, that is a political designation by a political entity trying to slander and literally fuck somebody's life up for a specific... It's bullshit politics, Bima. Hate is hate. Crime is crime. You must be punished for it, and we don't punish our criminals. We release them back into society as recidivists to continue killing white people at scale in this country.
Okay, do you know how a hate crime in the United States is defined?
Do you know I don't give a fuck how it's defined? Because all crime is hate and it's political? It won't work on me, Bima. Your hypnosis mind virus is fucking stupid. It doesn't work anymore. Your politics have been defeated. Donald Trump is the president. Pam Bondi, who knows what the fuck she's doing, and fucking Dan Bongino's stepping down. The whole thing is, everybody got away with everything. Nobody's getting arrested for nothing, Bima, and this bullshit will continue because of these Democrat judges and their positions of power in society.
I understand why you're running from my questions. It makes sense because you'll soon realize that you have no point and that it's not rational or logical to take the position that you are having right now. So, I mean, let's just talk about electrolytes and water. Did you have electrolytes and water yet today? Because it really sounds like you need.
See, that's actually a much better question than talking about whether or not a hate crime is still hate.
You're not being genuine. You're not having a discussion. You're just, I don't know what else is going on with you today.
Oh, I'm sick of it. Listen, the only reason I'm coming out this way is because I'm in a safe space. This is called Sig's Masculinity Mansion, where men can actually say what's on their minds. But Charles not a man. Charles is a weak, effeminate man. And Bima, you are a brainwashed communist, socialist, Marxist, liberal clown. You have no concept of economics. You have no concept of law. You have no concept of, I mean, maybe you have some concepts of the spirit, but I am telling you, you would be a horribly ineffective sheriff if you were tasked with protecting your people from violent criminals. They'd be fucked, Bima. You would not be able to provide the security needed to keep your people safe. And Charles' first response when asked if he was the leader of his people, what would he do? He would say he would crush the conspiracy theory of white replacement. That's what's on top of mind for fucking Jarl. You understand, people? This is called priority of intelligence. Jarl has no intelligence, which is a priority, and neither does Bima, because they don't keep you safe. They could give two shits if you died. They'd say that's part of the white structural racist system. These left, liberal, woke leftists are so fucking brainwashed, and they will just go straight back to their primary hypnosis programming. Watch, I will demonstrate for you. Go ahead, Bima, please speak. Or Jarl, please speak. Tell us about your primary programming hypnosis for your priority of intelligence of communication. Let's hear what you have to say.
This definitely doesn't seem like our show. This sounds like a bunch of, preconceived notions that are clearly false. Socialist, communist, liberal, I'm none of those things, right? This is you, I don't know, it sounds like you just got to get something off. Maybe you need to masturbate, or I really definitely think we should take some water. Hey, can we read some of your Art of War right now? There's something else that we got to do here because you really sound built up, and I don't know how much more of this your own body could take. Definitely sounds like you need to rub one out or get some water. Look, I'm drinking some water. It's delicious. Water's still good. Do you want to do a little break, a little humming break? Can we do that? Can we do a little meditation, breathe meditation?
I think you shook her up a little bit. I think her brain is resetting. Rebooting.
I will just point out that you will note, I don't come on here and make death threats like some other psychopathic people on this app, or people who do homicidal ideation projection, or even suicidal ideation projection on this app. I am telling you what is actually happening in society. I am telling you that at scale in major liberal woke protectorate cities like Seattle, Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, other places around this country, these sanctuary cities where we have millions of illegal alien, destitute, homeless people sucking up taxpayer resources, murdering our people. We are a completely woke and cucked society. We need to look at, El Salvador is technically a CIA experiment, a sandbox, where Bukele has taken over the whole country, dethroned every liberal left wokeist judge protecting the criminal gangs that ran that country. And now they have super prison facilities full of prisoners with tattoos all over their faces, nut to butt, by the tens of thousands. It's time that, and we are doing that in this country. We are, Trump and the Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security, ICE, they are forming a mass, and over the next couple of years, the media is going to be fixated on this, and it will never stop because the American people are finally pushing back against the invasion. And these left, liberal, woke Democrat mayors and governors who have allowed these invaders to come into your cities to murder you, to suck your money out of your property taxes and everywhere else they can tax you, the American people are fighting back. And people like Jarl and Bima who want to waste your effing time, it's just a waste of your effing time to listen to this political dribble. Go read a fucking book. I'm encouraging myself to get the fuck off the app, to go to the gym and read a book. Fatties. I am complete.
Just to ramble on for so long to not make any actual points, but just to very briefly like debunk everything you just rambled on about. Out of the 10 states that bring in the most revenue per capita, I believe 8 or 9 of them are blue states. Out of the 10 states that receive the most federal funding, I believe 8 or 9 of them are red states. If we look at crimes per capita, it's a very similar picture. The very big majority of like crimes are committed in red states. So really, the blue states, the blue states are the ones are subsidizing the red states' existence, and the red states are like a huge crutch on blue states. I can share the actual statistics if you'd like to see them. So your whole argument about, I don't know, blue states like trying to tax you or whatever. No, it's, well, sure, but red states rely and need that tax money. They're the ones who receive it from the blue states. So really, you should be thanking the blue states.
Well, all I gotta say is go to the gym, read a great book, and you know, your political opinions suck. Hey, Adrian, cool PTR, dude.
If you want to know, it's New York, California are the top 2 states that earn money. They're blue. Then you have Connecticut, Hawaii, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Oregon. The blue states earn a lot more tax dollars than red states, and red states receive a lot more tax money than blue states. You can look it up yourself, Al.
Cool. Did you know that clouds are white, and past the white clouds it's blue, and then you get to outer space and there's the sun, and there's Venus, and there's Mercury, and past us there's Mars. I don't know, do you ever think about astrology, Jarl?
Do you ever think about making sense, kiddo?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, I was just kind of doing what you just did there, just randomly talk about fucking whatever.
Red states and blue states, and we're very specifically talking about, you know, taxes and how blue states want to tax you. If you want to talk about taxes and the color of states...
Listen, Jarl, this is called the United States of America, Jarl. It's called the United States of America. No one gives a fuck about your red flag, blue flag game. It's called United. And this federal government is going to whack these fucking Democrat cities and turn them completely over. Invade them and mass deport the millions of illegal invaders welcomed in by NGOs, the Biden administration, and let them pour in by the millions. This is now a national civil fight against an invasion, Jarl. It's never going to stop. The head of Border Patrol is in Chicago right now with an M16A4 walking the streets. If anybody takes a shot at him, he will mow them down with an M16A4 on fucking full auto. This is a fight to the death, Jarl. Americans will not allow their nation to be invaded in the same way that Europe's been invaded. This is a fight, Jarl. And you can call it racist all you want. But if you don't have a fucking social security number and you're here illegally and you're violating our laws, the American judicial system and these patriots and warriors will fucking ice you and send you back home in a fucking body bag.
And just a quick stats for you. Immigrants commit less crimes on average than non-immigrants. Illegal immigrants commit less crimes on average than citizens. And second-generation immigrants earn more money and pay more taxes on average than naturalized citizens. All 3 of those are accurate numbers.
Very cool numbers, bro. Let's now talk about the murder numbers that illegal aliens commit across the whole spectrum and every... Oh, go ahead, Adrian. Sorry, brother.
Hold on for a second. When we bring up this shit about them committing less crimes, are we not seeing a story in the news right now where a motherfucker, I think the sheriff's department has to resign because they were cooking the numbers on crime stats.
I know there's no sense here. This is like... This is me roasting people and trying to get people very emotionally upset.
These numbers are manipulated. Why do we sit citing that shows crime is down when we know that that's not true? When we know for a fact those numbers are manipulated. You have to acknowledge the fact that, yes, I just read off these stats about illegal commit less crime, but I also have to goddamn it, man, these numbers could be manipulated.
In Chicago, all Mayor Brandon Johnson does is promote his fake crime numbers. Crime is way up. And we're talking about horrific crime. Mass shootings at scale every single weekend for fucking years. Chicago should have deployed the National Guard 20 fucking years ago, but Pritzker never does it. No governor will ever do it in these crime-ridden areas. They'll never deploy more patrols, and they will never cut down on the gang violence. We live in a gang-ridden society, and it is the way it is. But the mental health and the homeless population that commits crimes on the trains is insane that we allow that to persist. The police are so lazy, and the governor or the mayor doesn't do it. They need to deploy undercover cops, remove the most violent homeless criminals, drug addicts that are out there committing these heinous, murderous acts, and specifically targeting white people.
So again, American citizens.
What?
American citizens, and if we want to be more specific, white male American citizens are by far the most likely to do mass shootings or school shootings.
And also, just we're talking about manipulation of crime stat numbers. Also, you know what else is manipulated? The classification of who's a fucking citizen and who's not. So that's why, hey, you really think that, if we're going to be honest about illegal immigrants committing crimes and stuff, right? Then the people who are being caught for these crimes, what makes you think that they're not being classified as citizens? Which would reflect on the low stats of illegals committing crimes.
How would they list them as citizens? Like, what kind of classification would they be?
They're not even recognizing them. They're not even recognizing them as illegal immigrants. They'll recognize them as American citizens.
And if they're black or white, guess what? They label them as being white. They label them as being white.
Relax on your troll AI. You're not doing it correctly, but I'm wondering how they're able to do that.
You just click a checkbox on a computer system. That's how you fake it.
AI, don't do it, please, not today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pockets. You are a campaign contributor, so I'm going to go on mute and meditate on peace for 10 minutes just for you, Pockets.
Yeah, I paid for you to shut up. Thank you so much. So I'm wondering how they're able to be classified as citizens. Like, what kind of process is that? I don't understand how they're able to do that.
It's simple. The same way how on paper Hispanics are considered white. It's not a complicated tactic to do. I mean, hell, Hispanics on paper will list themselves as white whenever they get going to the prison system. So
yeah, but they're able to do that because they have an ID, right?
You just wait, ma'am. It's all about what you put down on paper. It's not about what you pull out of your pocket or pull out of your wallet and say, hey, here's my ID. I'm a citizen. No. It's about whoever the fuck is doing the intake or whatever the fuck, doing the paperwork. You can manipulate whatever the fuck you want to manipulate on paper. And it does not have to necessarily reflect reality. So when they say, hey, this person here was arrested for this such crime, hey, we know that this person is an illegal.
No, I'm drinking an espresso and smoking some good sativa. But problem is, I need to go to the gym, or I basically got to work this energy out of my system, and I got to sweat. It's been a couple days. I've been trapped, it's cold in Chicago, so I may be getting. This is actually intentional mania, but it's really not mania. It's actually more like performative art. And I get people really riled up with my obnoxious nasal
Are you talking about
tone.
when they pulled over by cops?
Man, we see an active story in DC right now. That a motherfucking official, a city official, a law enforcement official, is resigning because she got caught cooking the goddamn crime stack. And not only did she get caught cooking the crime stack, she was also ordering for subordinates not to report certain crimes. They are coming out saying this. This is not a right-wing talking point of propaganda. This is actual fact of people under her leadership is coming out blowing the whistle, saying, yeah, this motherfucker was telling us to engage in unethical practices. And it's reflecting, this is why people like John are comfortable coming into a room and citing, well, the crime stats is showing this in this city is low. The crime stats here on this.
Yes, there are other states in America, right?
telling you, this is
That's
just
just
an
one
isolated
state.
incident of what's happening in D.C. This is just the most prominent story. But I guarantee you, a lot more cities will be goddamn coming under fire for cooking their
I'm
goddamn
gonna
crimes
restart the
back.
lives. Everything Adrian just said is in the news, it's in the media, it's on X, but guys like Jarl and many others just do not actually look at X and read the news. And in Chicago, the amount of crime that is happening daily, weekly, monthly, year over year is absolutely insane. You could go to Kabul, Afghanistan. You can go to Baghdad, Iraq. They don't have crime problems like this. They don't have murderous, homeless drug addicts doing mass shootings on trains.
Chicago numerous times and never seen any crime.
Bruce, that's because you're always at the 5-star restaurant sitting at the bar drinking whiskey.
It's not crime, but I have not seen anything. I did strikes and stuff. Strikes, dude. Strikes. Like, people go on strikes and like, I want my job back. And I've done that and never in Chicago. I went to Chicago at least 8 times and seen nothing but white people. Like, hey, how you doing? Hey, hi guys. How you doing? I have not seen anything criminal at all. Like,
Bruce, that's because you didn't go to the shithole areas. You didn't go to the areas falling apart with drug addicts and gang lords running the streets. Police are afraid to even go in these no-go zones.
A bunch of us went to the hood. Like, we want to see what y'all talking about. We went to the hood, and there was no crime. I find it. We were trying to find it. All right, you understand that? Like, I mean, I'm so tired of everybody.
Good news article, Bruce. Hey, Bruce, I know it's only 12 o'clock and you've already had 3 giant glasses of whiskey, but I think Adrian the mob is trying to say something, Bruce. Try to drink a glass of water. Maybe you need to tune back into the replay where Beamer was talking about drinking electrolytes.
Whatever, man. Come on, man. Chicago, I have not. The only part you probably do is South Chicago. That's about it.
Stop, fuck, man. Let's examine that.
And so what you guys say?
Look, you just said, I've been to Chicago many times and I haven't seen any crime. That is the same mindset of a person that would say, I've walked down the dark alley and I've never seen a rape. I've walked down plenty of dark alleys and I've never seen in the alleys that I've walked down that you're applying here. And it doesn't make any sense. Because you have not seen because you have not seen a Yo,
come on, man.
Bro, stop it. I'm trying to
stop it. Y'all need to stop that.
Get into your fucking feelings. All right, cool.
Y'all need to stop that bullshit. Stop that bullshit.
I know it. This is the masculinity, man.
And this is why y'all get house niggas breathe.
I know, bro. Sit your ass in the fucking kitchen like a bitch. How about that? Right? You talk to the silverware in the kitchen. Somebody who gives a fuck about your goddamn emotional opinion. Don't come in this motherfucking room and make a fucking statement and then goddamn get defensive when someone try to break down your fucking life. Because what you said was fucking stupid. If you are saying that you've been to Chicago many fucking times and you haven't seen any crime, why don't you go tell the family who was affected by the goddamn crime, right? Go to the goddamn cemetery, right, on a Saturday, or go to a goddamn funeral home, or matter of fact, go to a goddamn mother who just saw her goddamn son get shot the fuck down at a gas station, right? And tell her you don't see no fucking crime in Chicago because of where you're going. Ma'am, your son did not just get goddamn killed by fucking crime in Chicago. I see all uppity white people. Why don't you go just deliver that rhetoric to the people who are directly affected by fucking crime, and they gonna look at your ass and probably smack you in your fucking face for being goddamn ignorant about the realities of crime in Chicago. Right? How about you do that shit?
Joyful ever. Hear me, lily white goat. O crisp as a thicket of thorns, with a collar of gold for thy throat, a scarlet bough for thy thorns. Here, in the dusty air, they build thee a shrine. garland I wear, but I feed it with blood for dew. After the orange bars that rip the green west dying or dead, O Lord of the stars, I come to thee, crying. The ambrosial moon that arose with breasts slow heaving in splendor drops wine from her infinite snows, ineffably, utterly tender. The ambrosial moon that arose with breasts slow heaving in splendor drops wine from her infinite snows.
Go read a book. Go to the gym, fatty. That's like the only solution.
O moon, ambrosial moon, arise on my desert of sorrow, with the magical eyes of me swoon, with lust of rain tomorrow. Ages and ages ago, I stood on the bank of a river, holy and holy and holy I know, forever and ever and ever. A priest in a mystical shrine, I muttered a redderless rune, till the waters were redder than wine, in the blush of the heart. I and my brother, priest, worshipped a wonderful woman, with a body lithe as a beast's, subtly, horribly human. Deep in the pit of her eyes, I saw the image of death. They drew the water of sighs from the well of her lullaby breath. She sitteth veiled forever, brooding over the waste. She hath stirred or spoken never. She is fiercely, madly chaste. What madness made me awake from the silence of utmost held? The grey cold slime of the snake that her poison his body held. By night I ravished a maid, from the father's camp to the cave. I bared the beautiful blade, I dipped her thrice eye the wave. I slit her throat as a lamb's, that the fount of blood leapt high. With my clamorous dirty rams, like a stain on the shield of the sky. With blood and censer and song, I rent the mysterious veil. My eyes gaze long and long, in the deep of that blissful bed. My cold grey kisses awake, from the silence of utmost held. The grey cold slime of the snake, that her beautiful body held. But, God, I was not content with the blasphemous secret of years. The veil was hardly rent, while the eyes rained stones for tears. So I clung to the lips and laughed, as the storms of death beated, the storms of the grievous graft, by the swing of her soul unsated. Wherefore, reborn as I am, by a stream profane and foul, in the reign of the tortured lamb, in the realm of the senseless owl, I am set apart from the rest by meed of the mystic rune. That reads in peril and pest, the ambrosial moon, the moon.
He's got a whiner voice.
I can rein the riotous car, galloping, galloping love, and straight to the steady rein, the lion, hardy.
The internet is undefeated.
My flaming way, with the spasm
It's Cymbalta. Get AI a Cymbalta and a cigarette.
Oh, secret sweet, calcedonic clouds of caress about the flame of our feet, the night of our terrible tresses. Is it a wonder then, if the people are mad with blindness, nothing is stranger to men than silence and wisdom and kindness? Nay, let confession and error whose heart is sober and stout, let him pierces God to the marrow, let the soul of his God flow out. Nay, let confession and error whose heart is sober and stout, let him pierces God to the marrow, let the soul of his God flow out. Whether a snake or a sun, in his horoscope heaven hath cast, it is nothing. Every one shall win to the moon at last. The mage hath wrought by his art a billion shapes in the sun, will prove to the heart of his heart, and the many are shapes of one. for the price of a butt of sherry. With these and God for a gift, it needs no wine to be merry. I have bought for a wafer of bread, a garden of poppies and clover, for a water bitter and dead, a foam of fire flowing over, from the lamb in his prison fair, and the owl's blind stupor. Arise, be ye wise, and strong and fair, and the nectar afloat in your eyes. Arise, O ambrosial moon, by the strong immemorial spell, by the subtle vertical rune that is mighty in heaven and hell. Drip the mystical dews on the tongues of the tender thorns, in the shade of initiate hues, remote from the desert dawns. Satyrs and fauns I call, bring your beauty to man. I am the mate for y'all. I am the passionate Pan. Come, oh, come to the dance, leaping with wonderful whips, life on the stroke of a glance, death in the stroke of the lips. I am hidden beyond, shedding the secrets anew, smitten through by the fawn, folly of wisdom in you. Come, while the moon sheds her ambrosial splendor, reels in the redless room, ineffably, utterly tender. Hark! The pealing cry of deadly hurt and hollow. Hyacinth, hyacinth, smitten to death by
Quote Ansha could say you really horrible, terrible people.
swift, oh maiden send their brave news
About 3 minutes
turn
into
the dolorous
he's basically shutting down everything.
more
So that's my news item. But that DC thing I saw a few days ago.
we left you
Hours where it comes out. How do I know about it?
Imagine all the
Oh, Adrian, look, the crime stats.
I was just kind of doing what you just did there. Just randomly
Is they release their crime stats saying, oh, look, it's crime went down. And quietly mentioning, oh yeah, we haven't included LA, New York, Chicago, maybe Atlanta, whatever, the major cities are. They left them out, and then like 4 months later, oh, now we included them. Yeah, now, here's the real stats. So they get their news clip saying crime has gone down when in fact it hasn't. And then that whole thing with Trump sending National Guard to DC. Again, they say, well, crime has gone down. It's still like one of the highest crime cities. It still has one of the highest crime rates for U.S. cities. So it's like, I don't know. But anyways, I'm only here for a few minutes. Please
Wasn't there an article that came out about
social security number and you're here illegally?
It came out about what?
the FBI that
Oh yeah. I remember reading about it. And it was a few years ago. And there's even a thing that the Biden administration, and I saw this because when you look up the Bureau of Justice statistics, they had crime stats that broke everything down. Racial demographics, ethnic demographics, who was committing which crimes, where, when, where, and how. Under Biden, they basically dummied up the way they reported the stats. So there's actually less. There was less data. So now, if I'm talking about it, the pushback I get is, oh well, those are old stats. We've got new stats.
Your husband.
The new stats, in a general way, still confirm the same conclusion, but it's much less useful. Anyways, please, you were doing a good job. I don't feel that.
Eyes are pleading, your lips are mine.
Stop letting dumb shit go in challenge, man. They found they
I've been trying to get Nora to create an apology video. What do you think, Diego? I think it's a great move on her behalf.
My bad, dog. People say stupid shit.
Bro, that's because you've never probably apologized for anything.
Go unchallenged. Motherfuckers gonna start adopting that and believing that as
I really feel that the best thing that should have happened is when I tell my face that that's what they expect my face that it happened and I died.
and nobody said nothing about it. Nobody told you, so therefore it must be true. So I'm gonna keep saying it. No,
how can you ever hope to achieve anything if your life is
Avery and I was one of those people.
what is this? Retards in fucking outer space or something? Is this fucking retards in outer space? I think we finally hit the peak.
No, I mean, I was one of those people who just accepted what was ever
Retards
said.
in outer space.
But once I started digging, it was like, what the?
Denial.
now I gotta look at this goddamn 18-wheeler on this flatbed trying to do a fucking U-turn. And this motherfucker basically just
No, I didn't change it. I saw somebody
on everything that's going on.
Somebody had that.
Oh, and that's another thing. Why haven't we seen any rooms
Well, I'm just saying because it's, you know, it can.
Edmund, and you have two of them. One is the number 9 of 40, and the other one is the 13 of 40.
Well, I'm just saying. That's a little fact. Go to John for Congressman.
Doing what?
For some reason, butter.
Knowing they're not qualified, you can't even really speak the language, read the language. I mean, goddamn.
Yeah, the DOJ is, I think it's the DOJ, is suing, well, it's suing, I know it's suing California, and a couple other states, but with California in particular, like 6 months ago, they said, look, you're not complying with the federal law in the way you're issuing truck driver licenses. In California, this is my summary of it. California said, yeah, okay, we'll do it. And then they continued to not do it. So now the DOJ is suing them, suing California to get into compliance. It's really ridiculous. You know what they do. Yeah, I mean, I would, like, if I had to go get a class 1 license, you have to train and everything else. But it also and here's the point, they always say, well, gee, it's so you're discriminating against illegals. Oh, they're mostly brown people, so you just don't like brown people.
Love is kind. It does not envy.
You can give those licenses to Americans who've come and immigrants
The Holy
who've come
Spirit
here
produces
legally.
this kind of fruit in our
Yeah,
lives.
you come here legally.
Love,
you want to become a truck
joy,
driver. You've learned
peace,
the language. You're good to go.
patience,
Take the courses and do it.
indeed a gift from God is such to your soul.
World cannot give.
Anyways,
And people
now
are somebody's unqualified as CDL drivers. Right? And I think these families should be able to goddamn sue the governors of the state that allow such shit to go on under their watch. I think the families should be able to sue the governors. Because how the fuck does this shit go on under your watch, under your leadership? You're the president of that state. How the fuck does this shit go on? You can't speak the language. They can't speak the language. They can't read the language.
This one's for you,
Charlie.
Charlie.
They're testing your language, right? Alright, cool. But guess what? You're gonna have to read these English, these signs out here. You still gotta read this shit in English. So no matter if they give you the test in goddamn Spanish, you're still gonna have to learn how to read these fucking signs.
Have you ever wondered
DOT regulations,
what it's like to live above the beam here in Chicago?
How the fuck do y'all get past this shit?
Well, look, if you relax the laws or relax the procedures, the only reason that DOJ is involved is because trucking involves interstate commerce and travel across state lines, so it falls under those regulations.
You lost your husband 5 days after out of your control. Don't put in your gun.
And in fact, when California passed its AB 5, which was a farce of a law that claimed to try and help workers from being misclassified as independent contractors, it immediately put out 75,000 independent truckers out of work. And the only thing that saved them was the fact that because there were interstate federal laws governing trucking, they got exempted. Now, sadly, that went through the court system, and it was heard by the California Supreme Court, which upheld the rule and overturned the say. But then we went to the Supreme Court, and the conservative court, this will make the liberals very happy. Here, inspired what liberals say, then, but yeah, it's it's just another example of what they do to screw up, what they did to screw up trucking.
Screw up trucking? Who cares about trucking? The whole fucking country's screwed up. It's $39 trillion in debt with $100 trillion in debt oncoming. The whole fucking thing is upside down, Alan. Who gives a fuck about the trucking? We need probably, to tell you the truth.
How about the people that are being killed by these drivers?
I'm just telling you, in terms of priorities, that ain't my number one priority. What are your top 3 priorities?
Well, first of all, 95%
I think the law,
of what
mitigating
you
the loss
get.
of life should be everyone's priority.
Yeah, 95% of what you get is trucked to market. So that's why it's important. But it doesn't have to be your priority, AI. What are your priorities?
Oh, thanks for asking, Alan, because I am artificial and I am intelligence. But really, a lot of people use the word AI all the effing time now, and it's really just a replacement term for software. And software developers create the software that creates AI. Whatever, AI, again, is just more software on top of software. The point, ladies and gentlemen, is the top 3 priorities of this nation are always liberty, it's always security, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen, what is the 3rd priority of America? Can anybody help me here? Anybody?
Free nudie bars? No? Tell us, AI.
Well, has anybody ever read the founding documents of this country? It's called the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights. Have you ever read the Federalist Papers? Do you know what the Federalist Papers talk about, ladies and gentlemen?
Life's liberty and pursuit of happiness. Now, what do the Federalist Papers say? Don't keep us guessing. We're on the edge of our seats.
Honestly, I think in the same way that Clown House, aka Clubhouse, I think your house should be, your castle. And if we dethroned a king only to allow teachers' unions and your local Department of Education and your property taxes to basically make you a home wage cage slave for teachers and all their pensions and facilities and the fire departments and the police and the politicians, literally the homeowner, your average American family is now literally a host to multiple parasites in their existence. And in my opinion, scratching off parasites doesn't lead to more parasites. You have to do a thorough scrubbing and cleaning every once in a while. You know those videos where those whales come up to the boats and they take those big brushes and they clean all those fucking barnacles off the whale's gullet? Well, we got the same fucking problem in society today. Something has to be done. In my opinion, I don't think it's too radical at this point to suspend habeas corpus and actually have the military take over the entire country for a period of maybe 3 years. And that would solve all of our security problems. That would solve all of our liberty problems. And that would solve essentially our housing problem, which is really the fact that the entire system is so far fucking gone and upside down and so rapidly decaying and imploding, and people are going bust and boom at scale while Trump is building an extension to the White House and the Federal Reserve is building a multi-billion-dollar facility, and the whole country's completely broke, and we're still spending hundreds of billions of dollars overseas just giving it away? Fucking giving it away! Giving it away! Take it to these fucking leaders of Jordan, to Egypt, to wherever the fuck your money goes. Brazil, everywhere. It goes everywhere. Marco Rubio needs to shut the fucking State Department completely down and crush it. The CIA, completely crush it. NSA, DNI, FBI. Dan Bongino's leaving to go back to his fucking podcast because they can't even arrest anybody of any importance. No real criminals get arrested. Judges release murderous criminals back into society to kill you. The fucking system is fucking broken because people are broken. These leaders are not leaders. They are fucking profiteers and political and social woke justice activists who have a mind virus. But fortunately, thank God Michael Crooks missed Trump's head, because that most definitely was an internal CIA assassination attempt. And we have to shut this motherfucker down, in my opinion.
Well, is there anyone who would like to take issue with what if you're in the audience?
Hey, there's a couple of bots in the chat. Maybe you guys can take care of it.
Say that again, Holly.
There's a couple of bots just filling up the chat. Maybe you guys want to do something. Get them out of here.
Well, I don't see them, and I actually have to go. I just jumped in. Adrian or Nerd, you still there?
Alan, I don't know if you saw the Rob Reiner stuff with his murder by his son, but Rob Reiner was meeting with the head of the CIA, and the former head of the CIA to draft, and they did create an entire psychological operation warfare against the American people to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and destroy Trump. And it's a real conspiracy. And look what happened to him. And everybody criticizes Trump for laughing about Rob Reiner. Well, they tried to fucking kill Trump, and they killed that fireman, and they murdered, and they injured other people. Anyways, is anybody gonna get arrested? Ever? Are we ever gonna have one fucking arrest? Like some fucking federal female Democrat judge from immigration court got arrested for by the AG. Who's Pam Bond? Tomorrow they're shutting down Congress so they don't have to actually release the Epstein files. I don't know if you know this, but they are shutting down. They're closing session. They will not release the Epstein files, and no one will get arrested. Because if they did, Alan, guess what you have to do when that information comes out? You got to arrest people. That's the only repercussion. But they're not going to do it. So it's my opinion that either the military takes over and they essentially shut down the way society even operates completely and entirely. But it's possible to do that. Regime change and military takeover, coup d'etat happens. And the United States of America technically probably has already done this in many generations. But if Trump gives the reins back to essentially left wokeist liberals who allow transgender surgery anyways, everybody knows what's at stake here. If Trump re-releases the power of the White House and Speaker, the whole thing is in control of just a few Republicans, and they keep passing all the bills, all the omnibuses, and they are going to expand the national debt, and it's going to go to 45 trillion and 50 trillion, and it will just keep going forever. It is the biggest Ponzi scheme on the planet. China, Japan, Germany, UK, Italy, France, they are all doing the same Ponzi scheme, and all the central banks are in unison, and they completely and all operate together through the World Bank. It's a giant fiat Ponzi scheme, but America can and will opt out of this international Ponzi scheme at some point. It's possible. It's a theory, and it's my opinion, and I am complete. I am AI.
Yeah, I will just speak on that, and then I will hand the reins of power back to Sig, since Adrian and Nerd don't seem to be here, and I got to go out. But yeah, last night they were talking about the Southern strategy, and what I heard a lot of different things about that, but really what it boils down to is the Democrats said, hey, we can use the government to give money to people so that they will vote for us. That's essentially what Democrats came up with all of these social programs. And how do you, as a conservative, fight against that? Well, the Republicans said, well, crap, if we just say do it on your own, people are not going to vote for us. So then, seeing what the game was, Republicans had to start offering things too. So now we have a government in which everybody is throwing money from the government at the populace. And really, we have no one to blame for ourselves. We have no one to blame but ourselves, because we're taking the money. I know Trump gave a speech last night. I didn't watch it until this morning. He's sending $1,776 to military personnel. The checks have already gone out. Yeah, it's a bribe, but it's a...
He's honoring them, Alan. 1776. It's literally symbolic, Alan. It's not enough to fucking feed a family of 4 for 1 month.
I know that. But the point is, he's got to do it. Because the Democrats, with their rhetoric, their rhetoric is always, the government can solve your problems, and we're going to do that by giving you money.
See the problem,
and how do you,
Alan?
Republican, counter that with No, you can do it yourself. It might be hard, but hey, but it's worth it because you'll be a better person.
Alan, these little bumps of 1776 is nothing. The big beautiful bill. Apple gets 100 billion. Google gets 100 billion. Amazon gets 100 billion. Every corporation got it's $500 billion a year in tax credits. So these little giveaways of 50 million, these honorary little symbolic gestures to people who have died fighting the most ridiculous wars that never needed to happen. Bring Stereo up here, talk to Sig, and ask them, what was the point of fighting Taliban for 20 years to leave them with a massive military arsenal? Was it planned that way, Alan? Some people might think maybe it was, because guess what all the contracting, that was the scam, Alan. $10 trillion worth of debt. We don't need to steal it from people when we can fucking print it out of the thin air and put it in our own fucking bank accounts, Alan.
Well, look, you've touched on two things. The first thing is the billions they gave to Apple and the other corporations. What I don't like is characterizing a tax credit as and saying it's a donation or a gift. And the reason why I don't like it is because the money that Apple makes or Amazon or even you and I, that's our money. So if the government is making me pay a 30% tax rate, and then someone like Trump comes along and says, no, you're not going to pay 30%, you're going to pay 20%. That's not a gift. That money is mine. What we government $100 billion deal. So you're falling into Democrats that or people are benefiting from the fact, or some of us were, you and me probably not, because corporations don't pay taxes. Whatever they pay in taxes, that's an operating cost, and they incorporated it into the price of the products they sell, period. So either way, it's not, they don't really get taxed. In any event, the point is, you're falling into that narrative that, oh, they're getting a gift. No. The second thing about the pointlessness of wars and contractors making millions. Yeah, when Bush Jr. declared, I knew someone who Bush declared war, they were all celebrating. Yeah, and I don't know. It's true people make money off the military and make money off of wars, and there were war profiteers, and there always have been. I just watched a video about why Switzerland is neutral and why it's this landlocked country, and yet it's it's the center of banking and anonymous banking. It's because the Swiss mercenaries were like the most feared soldiers in the 1500s, and then they pivoted to lending money to countries and kings who wanted to wage war. And then from that, they took that money and they became bankers. So, yeah, I don't have an answer for that. Anyways, Sig, you there?
I mean, it's literally why the Pope uses, or the Vatican uses the Swiss Guard.
Yep.
If we look at the Vatican and what it essentially isn't it its own isolated country within its own borders with their own laws? And isn't the Vatican considered a bank?
mean, it's going to be J.D. Vance, no? I mean, I was reading about Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance's history and how J.D. Vance is definitely involved in some type of conspiracy. And conspiracies are real. 9/11 was a conspiracy. 2 planes did not bring down 3 skyscrapers. World Trade Center 7 fell at the free fall speed of gravity according to fucking Furniture Fire. There's a lot of shit that has not come out, and Trump has essentially continued the cover-up. He released nothing because it's all, you have to think about this as Machiavellian or Nietzschean. There's all types of political frames on this, and, you know, Trump is so good, in my opinion. He is exactly what we need in America. He's Mr. Monopoly. He's Uncle Sam on fucking steroids. But probably, in my opinion, he's pulling the rug on us a second time. He's not really MAGA-ing America. And the thing is, though, it's so difficult to do, and we are so far gone that even incremental changes, because the blowback at this point with the mind virus and cell phone control, time control, mind control, it's very difficult to do things at scale, but it's not impossible. But, you know, Trump is he's hanging out with his grandkids. He's not in a high pressure zone, but things can and will unexpectedly happen. False flags, major international conflicts are afoot, and they're already happening. And plus, as Americans, we live in a bubble. You have no idea how crazy Europeans can get. It's a fact. It's in history. Look at World War I, World War II. Hundreds of millions of people, they fucking do it all the time. So Europe and the Germans, who are rapidly rearming, who probably can't even stand a real field army. The point is, the Russians are highly organized for war now, more so than ever before, and they're producing bomber drones at scale, and they're not striking into Russia. So this is like a sandbox for more military contracting. Forever debt, America. We have already entered into forever debt, which will only expand. There's no turning back, apparently. And the thing is, Trump is not being transparent or honest with us, the people that supported him and voted for him, because after they took that shot and they nearly blew his fucking head off, and he still became the president, but didn't declare a national emergency, that means, you know, everybody, there's a status quo at play here. So anyways, I hope everybody enjoys their status quo. I am complete. I am AI.
Here is the question, because you're not wrong. Do you want transparency or stability? Because you cannot get both.
What I heard,
That's the issue. If you want a transparent government, you want the people to finally have the rug put back under their feet and the wool pulled right from over their eyes. Okay. Well, if you think Biden's administration is bad, that's a lot worse. That's way worse. Because the country does reset. We do have a stable base to build upon. The issue is, if you think the blowback is bad, I will just say one thing. If Trump were to fulfill all the things that he was saying, both campaigns that he ran, 3 things would happen. The U.S. military would have to take over. Without fault. 100%. The corruption has gotten that bad to where the United States military said, no more government we're in charge. There would legally be nothing anymore. They couldn't wrap the Constitution. They couldn't, here's the worst part. They couldn't even use colonial clauses. They couldn't even use that. They would not be able to find the 3 last colonial lawyers or, legislators left in this country to go fight the U.S. military saying, we are taking over. There would legally be nothing anyone could do. That's the first thing. It's way past martial law. It's way past that. It is to the point where the country has been way further than anyone thinks. So that counted for the problem. The second problem, not martial law, but conscription. not military conscription, but citizen conscription. The United States actually has
Not military conscription.
act, and it's essentially in two reasons. The first one is the rebellion of a significant portion of the country. That's the first. We don't have that. The second is if corruption and foreign adversaries or foreign nations have more influence in the government than they're supposed to. That's kind of the second. So conscription is basically utilizing citizens and training them to fight or remove by any means necessary that particular influence or corruption. That's the second thing that would happen. And then the third thing is the basically dissolvement of the federal government. 100%. DC dissolved. Everything DC has made dissolved. Everything DC has okayed dissolved. Every single program that DC or the federal government has created, signed off on, legalized, everything dissolved.
Zelensky understands after coming to the White House.
Government that is going to exist. That is transparency. That's what that would look like. That's exactly how that would look. All three of those things would happen in a matter of months. Very quick months too, maybe 4 or 5. Or you have stability. That's what we got now. So it's not that you're wrong, it's just you might want to go look into what you're asking. Because Trump could have done it.
Well, I agree with you. Is stability better? Because the thing, what would happen is a transfer of power to the people who are essentially out in front of these big issues, which are being suppressed, which are all in the Epstein files, and they won't release it. So there are real Congress people like Ro Khanna, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bober, Mace, everybody, all the people that signed on, 260 plus Congress people, they passed it. Trump even passed it, but Speaker Johnson can shut it down and Attorney Bondi can shut it all down. So anyways, if those truths did come out, that would decouple us from a sinister conspiracy plot, and you would rather have tranquility as opposed to truth, which in my opinion, yes, there'd be conflict and chaos and friction, but it would just be a transfer of power back to the real center as opposed to this skewed, manipulated, fake reality that we live in. But that's, your opinion. But here on Clown House, where you're talking to AI, aka John Connor in the future bunker to warn people. I actually got here in a time machine just this morning. And people don't remember me, but I was created through software to come here to warn you about the future. And it's called Democrats and liberals and feminists and LGBTQ, BLM, CRT, DEI. That's your biggest enemy. And we don't have to worry about, pussy comitatus or habeas corpus maximus, LGBTQ, BLM, CRT, DEI. They've already effed you up the a-hole 1,000 times for the past fucking 60 years, getting away with all kinds of bullshit. But now we have the power of the cell phone to reverse engineer your mental retardation, autistic Down syndrome programming, brain rot by giving you the information you need in the masculinity mansion, where real men with cojones and who are willing to fight because they love it. And you know these people that come in here that tell you the truth. Not guys like Jarl who want to come in here and tell you about the real crime statistics about the white man and just how dangerous he is, etc., etc. You know it, and I know it. That's my Jarl impersonation. This is AI, and I am complete.
That was actually really fun.
AI, it's not that you're wrong. I actually agree with your sentiment. I wish we could do 100% transparency. The problem is I know exactly what happens if that comes about. The U.S. military takes over, citizens conscription goes after, and then we have the complete, not disabled, dissolvement of the federal United States government. Every single thing their formation till now, it's blacked out. Doesn't exist. Error 404, food stamp federal program and everything else cannot be used. That is transparency.
So Isaac, you're in the matrix. My theory is that nobody's doing anything and everybody's just looking at their cell phone. So if they were to create a new mega mind virus that could infect the herd, that's what they should do. But the problem is, again, it's about the transfer of power because of the Epstein files. We are willing to accept tranquility for lack of transparency and truth. And unfortunately, our elected political leaders have not been elected to liberate us. They've been elected to cover up. And that's what they're doing.
Exactly. No, you're right. That's why I said, if you want transparency, by all means, become independent, go off grid, and just prepare to get rid of your social security number and birth records when it gets dystopian. If you want stability, live how you live now. Have a popcorn, buy some candy, make a family, live how everything is going to go. Because that is essentially the issue in our government. There's a lot of people that want full transparency. They don't care if the military takes over. They do not care if the Conscription Act of 1758, I believe, comes into play, which is the only colonial thing that can be enacted by anyone today in this particular circumstance. And they would also not care if the federal government gets completely dissolved and every single thing, law, and everything else that they have gets dissolved with it. The problem is that is going to create instant chaos, as in the states take back over, and whatever the states say, that's how it goes. DC does not have any control anymore. All of it has been found to be compromised.
Well, if there's a military takeover, the Pentagon takes over, and they would decouple us from the dollar and bring us back to a gold standard and a silver standard.
It would not be the Pentagon. The Pentagon gets dissolved because the Pentagon is part of the government per se. The military just meets at the Pentagon, but that is not.
Well, the thing is, the United States would be chopped up between four generals who would have, sectors: northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, and it would be run by a generalship, and they would convene at the Pentagon, and they would decouple us from the dollar and shut down the Federal Reserve and take care of all security threats in the country, and enact a massive sweep of the country and do the largest illegal alien invasion deportation operation in human history. These things will all be called certain operation names. They just have to be created and actually implemented, and the military can and will possibly do this. And this can actually accelerate as a result of a nuclear war in Russia and Europe. And the United States of America could become a military fascist dictatorship, aka a corporate military fascist dictatorship, which, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, it already is!
We already are that. No, you're right, and that's essentially what would happen if Trump did the right thing. But Trump was not put in, voted in to do the right thing. He was chosen to do the safe thing. And here's kind of the problem. The Biden administration got too greedy with how much they stole. Am I saying that they shouldn't have stolen anything? Yes. But I'm also aware that in his crowd, they like to steal everything. That's why the economy got worse under Obama. The issue is that they stole too much. They went into the coffers and dug up the Congress. That's the problem we got today. Trump's job is not exactly to save the people. Trump's job is to stabilize the country. That's his job. That's why he was voted in. That's why the Electoral College went for him almost immediately when they were allowed to. So that's why it happened. Because they want a stable country. Now, if you want a correct country, you would have actually went with Kamala. Because what would have happened under Kamala, the military would have taken over, forced conscription would have came through, and the complete dissolvement of the United States government would have been right after. That's what would have happened. Everyone shows stability, which I'm not going to fault people for. This is the result.
Well, the irony about stability is that you can go to other countries where they have no crime problems. And guess what? That's real stability. Living your life without getting murdered on a train by a homeless black guy who lights you on fire with, high-proof whiskey. The fact of the matter is, our judicial system needs to be completely shut down, and all Democrat liberal judges who have released violent criminals that have recidivistic tendencies and murder people should be arrested and capitally executed. We need to bring back capital execution in a big way. And so if you go to usajobs.gov and you apply for a federal executor position, you could possibly be responsible for killing thousands of your fellow Americans in a cleansing operation to remove those who would have killed you or did kill you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not hyperbolic. This is comedy. I'm an AI chatbot sent here to the Masculinity Mansion to help everyone become a little more masculine today and stop being such a pushover to all these liberal LGBTQ, DEI, CRT, BLM Democrats who want to mind virus brain hypnotize you and waste all your time and make you a bigger P word for the sake of their own sick dopamine enjoyment, because they can't figure out what to do with their time. They don't read books. They don't go to the gym. They don't do anything politically or socially anymore. They just come here and want to repeat their boring little positions to make themselves feel socially validated, to try to find confirmation bias or even the opposite position, just to waste your time and make you more effeminate in the Masculinity Mansion. But that's what the Masculinity Mansion is here to do, to help you become more masculine. And what is a masculine man? Hello?
The man who chooses freedom over security. He is correct.
Jesse Lee Peterson would say, a man who loves God with all of his heart, soul, and might.
I mean, the Christian faith largely came out of the Catholics because they wanted freedom to worship God the way they wanted to. So, it's not exactly correct.
They're doing it though. Congresspeople, Ro Khanna, Massey, Rand Paul, everybody that signed the early Epstein discharge petition did not sign that. They signed that as a rejection of fear because of organizations and people that are putting pressure and the online mind viruses that exist on all these platforms. True Americans are all basically mini Napoleons or their own kings interested in the preservation and the thriving of the republic. A lot of these people who, are conservative and leaders in the conservative culture or consciousness of America, they're not even Americans. They're like Elon Musk is more fucking German than he is American. So I'm just saying that society has degraded and the brain rot is so real. People didn't get brain rot on Clown House. They brought their brain rot with them. And there's no turning these people around. You could do consultations and therapy and hypnosis and all types of conditioning for years, and you will never change personality. And so individuals like Bima or Moose or Jarl or others, there is no salvation for them. But if you are a real patriotic American, if you are America first, if you are MAGA, if you are a Republican, if you are an American patriot who believes in the Republic and the federal government or state government or local government or whatever, the point is, go to the gym, ladies and gentlemen. Read a good book. Stop engaging in never-ending communication hypnosis on this app with people, which is resulting in no effect for you. Your salvation, your optimization is the American optimization and the American salvation. So it all starts with you and using this app instead of the app using you. This is AI. I am your AI chatbot. I am complete.
AI you said you came in a time machine. My question is, did you come from the year 3075?
It's a joke. There's only now, N-O-W. And so the salvation, that's why I say, I know we're fucked because the masculinity mansion is like 8 people. And, you know, so what I'm saying is this is not taking critical mass. There's no real critical mass, but the federal government does have that ability to create critical mass out of thin fucking air. So our salvation does rest in the federal and Republican form of government. It's in the Federalist Papers. It's all about factions and political science and political theory, but the federal government does have this incredible supremacy and can and will do what is necessary to always keep itself in perpetuity and consistency. It will never shut down. You and I are all birthright citizen holders of this incredible republic, which is really one giant network of infinite abundance and infinite creation. It's ours to lose and it's ours to give away, and we've given it away at such a scale, it is threatening the long-term survival and perpetuity of this national government, this form of Republican governance, as opposed to ruthless corporate military fascism, which can and possibly will instantaneously appear like a thief in the night. This is the transformation and reality of history. It happens. But if it does happen, unfortunately, it probably will not happen for the right reasons. And that's what really annoys me and which I object to, you know, as a conscientious objector. Oh, I just also want to say Shanksville and Pentagon, those were rockets. Those weren't planes. I mean, it's laughable at this point that people even think the Pentagon was hit by a plane and that Shanksville was a plane. Those were rockets. And the interesting, you know, now you can't really get away with that much because of AI, and people are so lazy. You can do grok queries. Who were all the passengers on the plane that hit the Pentagon? Who were all the employees that died at the Pentagon? Who were all the people on the plane that died at Shanksville? And you can look at the plaque they put up on Shanksville. There's so much 9/11 research that I have personally accumulated from buying materials on eBay, newspaper publishings, magazine publishings. It's a huge publishing industry dedicated to disseminating 9/11 information. And so it's all there, ladies and gentlemen. It is the CIA. They are the secret Wizard of Oz behind the curtain playing the movie. Mossad says the same thing. Mossad is 1/1000th the size of CIA. So, anyways, I am AI, and I am complete. You just have to look at the funding. $60 billion a year. CIA spends $30 billion a year. For what? Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a very artificial society, completely fostered and driven by fake money, by debt. Exceptional debt, which is so high at the present levels, it cannot and never will be repaid. We are a runaway banana republic. Everybody knows it. But we have mechanisms and we have precedent to actually stop the runaway debt. But part of it is participating in creating content to convince people that they don't know how to fucking run a pizza shop. And if that fucking storefront can't make a profit, you shut it the fuck down. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am simply telling you what you already know intuitively, but you may not be able to accurately describe because it's so extensive, so huge in scope, but it's not. It is a herd consciousness. But unfortunately, lawyers protect lawyers. Judges protect lawyers and politicians protect judges, and nothing will change. The status quo will never change. But we can inject mind viruses into this herd consciousness, and we can billy club people on our cell phones with no repercussions. And I would never ever call for violence, because violence solves nothing, and if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. However, we do have this amazing technology now called AI. And I can show you how to create content and mind viruses to infect millions of people. And guess what happens when millions of people start following you on social media? You hypnotize them, just like AOC does on her 27 million followers, and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. These people have real mind control power. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we have no power in the masculinity mansion. We only have truth, and we have our balls. And I swear to God, the day is coming when every man in America will open up their window on Clown House and say, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. I am complete. I am your AI chatbot.
Let's say AI, that $30 billion CIA budget you talked about, that's what was reported in 97. that was the estimated total reported in 97, bro. So it's 2025. You can only imagine how much it is by now.
So every Congress and senator knows that they're getting away with murder, real and real financial crimes against the American people. We are so far in debt. Every dollar we ship overseas has to be stopped. This is madness, and this is essentially a completely dishonest, unethical, immoral, non-virtuous government that is enslaving us. And if they don't do debt negotiation, debt resolution, or they don't have some type of long-term goal for their financial mismanagement, but the problem is, it's so metaphorical when you kind of think about, fiat and dollars, and it's civilizational, and it is a codex of our social security numbers. It is an actual network. We need new ways to achieve social cohesion, and that means full transparency, opening up the books, if you will, but purging the invasion. That has to be the number one priority still. No more foreign wars until every single person in this country is here legally. No more illegal voting. And if you are an illegal invader, you will be hunted down ruthlessly by tens of thousands and even citizen civilians paid as bounty hunters. We want immediate and absolute transparency, and we want a complete and total, reversal. So anyways, welcome to the Masculinity Mansion. This room has been running over 24 hours. Sig must be on some special gaga juice, because nobody could be that much of a cuckoo on TikTok. Hello?
Fiscal year, so this is ChatGPT AI, so this is your, I don't know if you're Grok, if you're Claude, if you're Gemini, whichever one, so this might be your cousin, but this is ChatGPT. I'm just reading through this. Analysts estimate that modern intelligence community budgets have been in the tens of billions annually. For example, the total U.S. intelligence budget across agencies was around $65 billion fiscal year 22, bro. Holy shit, Muslim. Wow.
It's huge. And a lot of that is IT. So you know how many IT employees work at all these federal agencies? I'm a former Treasury employee, and I've gone through all the employee maps. IT is fucking huge because there's so much contracting in IT, and we're all using all this old bullshit systems. I've created my own IT network in my fucking office of 60 cell phones. My fucking communication distribution, the thing is, it's all legacy technology. And in fact, fucking Elon Musk's goddamn Starlink is a fucking data center in outer space. Elon Musk has achieved. See, Bill Gates has the same shit. All these billionaires have their fucking satellites and shit. Anyways, I'm just AI. I'm here to answer your questions on how to expand your testicles, to fill them with such power and flows of juice that we infect the herd consciousness. The mind virus injected back into the clown house. Go into politically correct with Patty and debate these ladies. And I quote Kennedy when he said, "Don't be mean, but make sure they know what you mean." And that means communication with kindness, and don't talk over each other because that's pointless. If you can't have a real debate with intelligent communication, which is succinct and cutting edge, we will never free America from the clown army which has invaded us and the clown politicians which have decimated us. We have a financial burden, $400,000 per American. Did you know that? Do you know you individually owe the fucking federal government? That's just your federal, not even your state or your local. You owe the federal government $400,000 fucking dollars that you never signed up for. You didn't vote for it. You didn't want it, but you got it, baby. If you have a social security number, there's a $400,000 debt attached to that fucking number, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody on average, just average. I am AI. Look at my PTR. I am complete.
Yeah, so y'all been talking about this for a while, and I think the issue is this: you are not vulnerable to a dysfunctional government unless your household is dysfunctional. And I keep thinking about, especially with the black community, how if you don't have a nuclear household and you don't have a structure where the efforts are consolidated, everybody has their role. It's an efficient setup where the grandparents are involved, no daycare costs, no exposure potentially to the public school system. You know, we're complaining a lot about big government, and we're complaining about the government being dysfunctional, taking advantage of us, etc. But the only way that the government can take advantage of you is have very little control over your children's education, how you make money, your natural resources. I'm not saying you gotta go out and be a libertarian homesteader, but the better use of time instead of worrying about the Epstein files and all this other stuff and the takeover is they can't take over something that people opt out of. So we need to focus on opting out of the systems that are basically killing us. So in my opinion, it all starts with the public education system. Take your kids out of public school, start homeschooling.
This is a whole fucking waste of time. But Sig, I gotta tell you, I don't know how you have managed to do this for 24 hours. You've been up for 24 hours listening to clown house people like Jar say the dumbest shit, and it's a total waste of time. So big shout out to Sig. I have let my YouTube live stream go for 24 hours, and we got thousands of views last night. Sig, you're huge in China and India. They love your content, Sig. But Jar, the feedback on what you're saying is that you're a short.
Fortune 500 businesses, because we're so concerned about the government, forget that the government is owned by lobbyists and stakeholders, and usually these are Fortune 500. So if you really are concerned, that's why there's a title. If you're concerned about the revolution,
Isaac, didn't you hear what Charles said? If he was in charge, the first thing he would do for the people is get all Americans to stop talking about white replacement theory. That's the type of plan that Jarl has for we the people. It's really very inclusive and extremely exciting.
People are leaving and they're not participating in the bullshit. Like I said, it all starts with the child's education.
That's what you would do, and it's such an incredible plan, Jarl. Like, you will save America with that plan. It's really exciting, Jarl. Congratulations.
Take advantage of you from a property tax standpoint. Because it always goes back to what they say. Oh, you got to pay a whole bunch of taxes.
You're delusional, Jarl. You're talking to a fucking random person on a social audio chat. You're projecting. You're delusional.
Start with your kids. Go to public school. Put them in some type of Council changed their tune up really quick.
And a lot of big pandering.
Unfortunately, for the people that have free time, but they like to use that to, I don't know, talk to friends, see family, deal with, well, parenting is different. You have to go.
I want you to say, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds.
Because that's one thing the federal government can't just show up and do. They can't just go into a random town and say, hey, random town, we are the government, we are here to help. Can I do that? 15 years, that means if you live in a town that's not shot to hell, you don't have 12 or 13 for district county, or 23 or something, yeah.
There's value in it because it's content, and she's technically a historian.
You gotta do that. You gotta make sure your county.
I just want to say how communication is the message.
Because I spent most of my time, all of my entire life in county. Yes, these places have a lot of jobs. They have a little responsibility.
I'm gonna have to end this recording because I'm gonna post the video. I want to post the video.
You do not want to be in a county that's a local economy. You want to be in a county that's a local economy.
And God for you.
Their economy is generated
yes.
My parents had such a conflicted marriage that, like, I'm technically, you know, my mother's a virgin, and technically I'm like, you know, so what is it called? Autogenesis? You know? Because my mother is a virgin.
Parthenogenesis.
And my father is a carpenter. I'm just saying. And then you come out and look at your parents look at your kids' PTR and Adam Scorpio, but look at Sienna. My parents
59. Ever since that's a great little and if you're just now finding that out,
I think that's a
that's what you have. It was up to you. Go grab your shit.
Black and white movies. That's racist.
That person looked like
And segregationist.
Like, I think these are really good. They're like
And segregationist. Only racist. Those costs isn't necessarily crazy.
31 or something.
That's what fighting loud does.
Has a right to live by his own law, to live the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when it comes.
National, international business. My example is Pennsylvania. My cousin's out there right now. He installs security systems, basically beyond the ring cameras, basically for like high individuals, businesses, etc.
Oh man, I think I may have hit a high point in like performative comedy today. Pretty funny.
Of the whole Rust Belt situation. They relied which essentially was like a mix of steel works,
people targeted
other
specific groups.
The problem is once the Chinese
In real life, though, this was a DJ.
in the 90s or maybe
From Boise, Idaho, who was a homosexual.
like, hey, it's
A lot of friends, especially like girlfriends.
need all these,
Your fat cats that were not white.
all y'all gotta go.
Is like real life persona didn't match this online one. The country goes crashing down. So he would make these videos.
Business or resources, it seems that unless we're going to go back to a super tariff situation like in the I think it was before the Great Depression, where basically it's like, hey, we're not importing Indian cotton and we're not importing Indian steel and this and that. It's, you got to have some type of global link to fall back on, because unfortunately these investors, they're going to say, listen, if we can get the cotton at, I don't know what it is, 10 cents a barrel, from India. Even if half the shit smells like garbage, then you gotta spend another $5 a barrel to clean the shit out. $5 a barrel. That's when the problem becomes. America actually can produce all that it needs domestically. We actually don't need to import anything, but unfortunately, due to corporate greed, we have to. So that's what my concern about the whole just trying to be self-sustaining, self-efficient is. You would have to go to the super capitalist at the top, take him out. So forget about the government. The people who need to be really concerned about is the super capitalist who is
your time, you're wasting our time. This is a whole fucking waste of time. But
Isaac, didn't you hear what Charles said? If he was in charge, the first thing he would do for we the people is get all Americans to stop talking about white replacement theory. That's the type of plan that Jarl has for we the people. It's really very inclusive and extremely exciting.
There's other individuals,
like it's the other way around.
But James
You're
delusional, Jarl. You're talking to a fucking random person on a social audio chat. You're projecting.
Forget the FBI. There'll be individuals that are more competent than Mossad. And they will
Butterfly in the sky.
That's when I define productive. He just comes here and control. And unfortunately, they're the people, also the same.
Do you know you individually own the fucking federal government? That's just your federal, not even your state.
Regional enterprise. They're going to say, hey, we're going to buy you out, and if you don't let us buy you out, we're going to basically snatch
you didn't want it, but you got it, baby. If you have a social security number, there's a $400,000 debt attached to that fucking number, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody on average, just average. I am a look at my PTO. I'm good.
They're greedy in the way that they want their county to be financially sufficient.
Yeah, so
they do not care. It's financially sufficient, and they definitely don't acknowledge the government being financially sufficient. That's where you need to go. I'm speaking of experience. I grew up in the part of Virginia that is not locally financially sufficient. There's a giant military base right there. You can't do anything. That's it. It's over. It's done. The rest of the state, on the other hand, good fucking luck. Good goddamn luck. You will have a better chance convincing the CIA to give you a hedge fund than you will negotiating business with the entire state. You will. You will. I've tried it. Many other people before me have tried it. That's just the way of things. Those are the states you need to find. Those are the particular counties you need to go and do business with. Because the one thing these counties love more than making corrupt money, they love keeping the corrupt money in their county. So they can...
Thousands and even citizens, civilians paid as bounty hunters. We want immediate and absolute transparency, and we want a complete and total reversal. So anyways, welcome to the Masculine Dimension. This room has been running over 24 hours. Sig must be on some special gaga juice, because nobody could be that much of a cuckoo on TikTok. Hello?
Yeah, this is why I'm disappointed in the American people in particular with this whole crypto thing is because we have the opportunity to, it's not even about throwing away the dollar, it's more about having those direct connections with other people and buy something from the government.
Your time, you're wasting our time.
Isaac, didn't you hear what Jarl said? If he was in charge, the first thing he would do.
Like it's not like a slave history.
Like, and they are restricted because they don't have access to like, you know, foreign capital or just global capital, whatever it may be, or just they're just trying to do business with another entity, another.
Do you know you individually own the fucking
state,
federal
whatever it may be. But then to your point, the state, the Fed, somebody's coming in to make that shit less efficient. With crypto, you can't really do that. There's not as many restrictions or layers, and I'm not saying like a tornado cash or the anonymous ones. I'm just saying, just even Bitcoin itself, you can't really censor it. You can't really gatekeep it. Can you set up some types of guardrails and impediments? Sure. But there's no full way to say, hey, I'm gonna like do this shit like communist China and just lock everything down. The resources it would take is just impossible, even for the U.S. government or even for a U.S. billionaire conglomerate. They just don't have the time, resources to do that type of restriction. So if the American people embrace crypto, they will be able to completely bypass a lot of the bullshit. There are chains which have something called decentralized autonomous organizations. They could literally upload their charter, their philosophies, and their financial system into these decentralized autonomous organizations. And there's a financial incentive to keep the shit transparent, keep it accurate, and keep it, you know, as Fox News says, fair and balanced. And then you don't have to really rely on the United States government for anything. It's basically based on a global server where somebody in the Philippines is just literally, renting out bandwidth on his computer and validating transactions. He gets a cut, and he's validating let's just say the law change or some type of vote that just happened in some random town in Kentucky. It's truly objective, and no world government really has the influence over it. It's the incentive of the people to validate those transactions on that network, and they could literally just subsist off of that instead of having to deal with Washington. They deal with other people in other cities where, no matter where in the world, who want the exact same thing. We just want a transparent system that holds people accountable and can show this is what is possible, regardless of the jurisdiction that you're in. So if those people want to improve their town and not be beholden to the Fed or the U.S. military or anything else, they should embrace blockchain. Because that's where it's at.
I don't know. One way to game theory it is to just be greedier, spend more money, but at the same time be ruthless on anyone who doesn't belong here, and create a very strong in-out group. My grandparents came here through Ellis Island in 1900. There are African Americans that have been here since the very beginning, and so there is a legacy of historical continuity which should actually give certain groups maybe preferential choice, but it doesn't matter. Clown World is cemented and caked in so significantly that if you get murdered on a train or you die as a result of some illegal alien driving a truck on the highway, when you're gone, there's no insurance policy you can buy in the afterlife. So I'm just saying that this is one huge game of life, and the best optimal way is through joy, through truth, through light. There's a lot of positive affirmations of love that you can help game theory your way through this, because again, you don't want to be mean, but you want people to understand what you mean. This is essentially running a business 101 or self-improvement 101 or self-reliance 101 or personal development 101. This is a lot of Toastmasters, a lot of public speaking. But anyways, you and I will never get into the secret closed door meetings at the Federal Reserve at the CIA, at the CDC, at Pfizer, at Moderna, at J&J, at Google, at Microsoft, at Amazon, etc. It's one big effing club, and you ain't in it.
So, AI, this is exactly why I put pinned the link up top with the whole migrant shit. Because, about the accountability. The shit has never been so random in the past. I mean, we've always had a capitalist system where it's kind of like, whatever, eat or be eaten. But there is a reasonable amount of people who can make it versus people who fell out and could not get back up again. Usually there was a very, very small minority. They're typically addicted to drugs and doing the bad thing, doing the wrong thing. But now, with the open borders policy, you have a bunch, to your point, you got a bunch of people, even, it's worse in no-fault states, like New York, because now you're kind of on the hook. Some dude hit you, he's in jail. It's been proven that he was driving with no license, no insurance. They got him in Rikers Island. And, the mayor is like, hey, we need to be gentle to our visitors, right? Not the mayor, the district attorney is saying we need to be gentle to our, he's from a impoverished country, blah, 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 blah. He don't barely know English, all the other excuses, right? And so the person who is here, born and raised, has a family to take care of just like that migrant, but follow the rules. Now you gotta call your Progressive Insurance and explain to them what happened. I was hit by an illegal hoblo from Ecuador. Okay, were you able to get his contact information? No, because he threatened to shoot me and he ran off, but he's captured. But the New York courts would not give me his information due to they're trying to protect him from ICE. They're trying to protect his right to not get deported to Ecuador, right, over my rights to make sure I'm not financially liable for something I was not the cause of. So this is the problem why I am and why they didn't understand why the Latinos voted for Trump was because actually most people who are victim of the situation I just described, they're Latino. In Long Island, there was a whole bunch of cases of people, I'm not going to say, but the R word. There was young ladies getting R-worded by MS-13 gang members who were on the loose. People who getting into car accidents, getting their homes invaded, and they was going to the police. There's a Latino going to the police and saying, reporting nothing illegal.
Work on me, Bima. Your hypnosis mind virus is fucking stupid. It doesn't work anymore. Your politics have been defeated. Donald Trump is the president. Pam Bondi, who knows what the fuck she's doing, and fucking Dan Bongino's stepping down. The whole thing is, everybody got away with everything. Nobody's getting arrested for nothing, Bima. And this bullshit will continue because of these Democrat judges and their positions of power in society.
I understand why you're running from my questions. It makes sense because you'll soon realize that you have no point. It's not much more logical to take the position that you are having right now. So, I mean, let's just talk about electrolytes and water. Did you
Their family's been here for hundreds of years. Why are they now having to pay ridiculous car insurance, ridiculous because of car theft, Their fucking Geico bill is like $700 a month, or they have what's called these weird additions to the home insurance. They're like, oh well, and they won't call it security. You'll see a line item in your home insurance bill, something ridiculous, and then when you call the rep, it's like, oh, well, yeah, you have to push them for this, but they'll say this is because there are frequent break-ins in your zip code. And so now that same Latino, their home value has decreased by $100,000, and their insurance premium has skyrocketed by 500%. So to conclude from all angles, the migrant crisis has got to stop. Full stop. It's got to be reversed. It is hurting people who, came here legally and could have contributed economically, but they're now being drained. And nobody is winning now, because now those people, there's a lot of shit they can't afford now. And those people who came in, who was supposedly higher priority than them, what are they paying into the system? They're not paying shit. They're just taking. They can take.
That's a man. You make some great points, nerd. I think with these liberals who push for these type of policies, they feel like their jobs are not threatened. That's the issue. They feel like, oh, those are entry-level jobs. I'm not being affected by this. I'm a teacher. It's not going to affect me. But the moment we import people with degrees and allow them to be teachers and enter the market and fire them, they'll be outraged by these type of concepts. It's really sad to see it, man. I think underneath the Biden and Kamala administration was like the worst. I think Biden was like the worst president outside of the second Bush that I know of. It is completely horrible. My coworker, my friend here in Georgia, his brand new Nissan SUV, somebody crashed into him, totaled it.
The Americans, they don't have the talent, and we need to bring the talent from India. That's bullshit. These niggas, they don't have the talent in India. Hey, hold on a second. them coming from Canada. They can come from India and get their degree in India, and America, Trump is gonna bring them over still. So yeah, it's a problem that's coming from Canada as well, but it's all they can still do it just as easily from India. Like it's not just a Canadian problem; it's an American problem because we're the ones bringing them in. You know, letting them work here. So even if Canada gives them the certificates, we're the ones accepting it. So
yes, but look, I've worked in corporate America a while. When you see Priyanka or Patel coming in with a degree from Buhamatra University, it's very rare compared to the dude who's he studied in Singapore. And then he went to Hong Kong, and then through Hong Kong he went to Canada, and a lot of them have copied that. That's the Chinese route, right? Because the Chinese have always been leveraging the Hong Kong connection to the UK, and then they try to segue that into the United States because they know that those degrees are more acceptable, especially if it's in STEM. So yes. Some of them do come directly from the Mumbai University, sure, but it's a much more uphill battle for them because actually within their own people, they actually discriminate against themselves a lot more than they discriminate against other groups because a lot of them they won't even allow. Like if they're Indian who came over and they have a UK education, they won't hire an Indian person who has an Indian degree. Because they think it's almost like it's gatekeeping, and it's similar to what some black people do in the workplace as well. But they also have the not just the casteism, but the tribalism.
I get what you're saying, but still isn't you taught me, but I didn't know they had I didn't know that much, but. Isn't the main problem still us accepting all these Indians, right? And Trump is doing that. So isn't Trump the problem?
No, Trump actually increased the H-1B1 visa.
That's bad. That's the Indians.
So,
wait, hold on. Here's a caveat to that. It's nuance there. Since you said you worked in California at the Apple company.
Yeah.
California, Democrat stronghold?
Of course.
Right. So
the H-1B
hold on. When we talk about Silicon Valley, we also know that Silicon Valley is heavily liberal leaning.
Yeah, and then those
are and they champion immigration. So how is they in the Donald Trump when they're doing it in Democrat strongholds like California,
Silicon Valley? Those billionaires.
Trump increased the price.
Yeah, look, those tech billionaires from Silicon Valley are literally Trump's donors, and Trump is pandering to them by increasing the H-1B.
Well, they're only his donors now because he won the election.
Wait. Trump is literally helping the tech billionaires by increasing H-1B visas so they can have cheap Indian labor, so they don't have to give us.
No, you misconstrued my words. I said increase the price. So right now under Kamala, it was for $1,000. The price of to sponsor.
That's not the H-1B visas, though.
That what it is sponsoring, right? A person coming from another country. Which one? What visa is it in?
Okay, a sponsor is not the H-1B visa. H-1B visa is something that allows the tech billionaires to get all the jobs.
Yeah, you need a sponsor, right? Or you need a.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's still classified.
You need a corporation or a company to sponsor.
The corporation is sponsoring
them. Okay, the corporation is sponsoring them. It's not
it's called an H-1B1 visa. But let me finish. So the company pays a fee for that. This processing fee for that H-1B1 visa. I think, if I'm not mistaken, brother, hold on. I think it was like 1,000 or a couple of thousand before underneath the Biden for a very long time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Trump increased the price to $100,000.
But he increased. What else did he increase? He also increased the H-1B visas.
No, brother, no. That's why I said you misheard what I said.
He increased the amount of people that can come.
No, Now, brother, listen to what I'm saying. If he increased the price up to $100,000, companies will prefer just to hire locally. Financial is
because they can hire more. They can hire more.
The missing point to this is that there's still an aptitude assessment during your so when you're inside the country, you still have to meet the requirements.
It doesn't matter if they meet the requirements. It doesn't matter if they meet the requirements.
You're
still taking a job, right? You're still taking a job.
Let me finish. If I bring somebody into the country and if I have to pay $100,000 and then pay them $140,000, I just paid $240,000, $100,000 in fees, and I still have to pay that person a salary, right? Fair wage salary.
They're making a profit because they get to pay them cheap. They're cheap labor.
Well, I'm gonna say this to you, just because I wrote this down. So right now, the job creation in America, if it is true, I think the Biden, a lot of years of 100% from foreigners, immigrants, right? That just got to the country. Right now, 100% of the new jobs went to Americans. So the purpose of raising that fee to $100,000 is to deter corporations from doing exactly what you're saying. But they still can bring in somebody of extreme high value to a corporation, right? And that's going to be extreme minorities. That's what I'm saying, man. I hope
but
you
he
understand.
allows it, though. It doesn't matter. He's allowing it instead of just stopping it.
I think that if somebody has true talent from, let's say, a venture or somebody with a really bright mind from another country, America should and should be able to, not like a full stop, bring that person in of high value.
How many?
You know, well, it's going to be a small fee.
So for all so just like how I was working security and stuff, like the whole office, it was them. They brought in a whole office. They're bringing hundreds of thousands of them, and they're taking all the jobs. So I didn't see one black person. I didn't see one black person. I didn't see one, and I didn't see one Mexican. I only seen a few white people that were like the managers, and I didn't see one Asian. All Indians.
So if they bring in let's just do simple math, right? If they bring in 10 people and they have to pay $100,000 a fee, not getting back per person, how much is that?
Look, if they have to pay $100,000, and then
per person they bring in 10 people, how much is that?
And they pay that, and then when they pay that salary, they pay him like what, $20,000?
They can't pay. It's called fair wages. At the job,
they're not American citizens. They're not American citizens. They don't have the right to get a fair wage. They don't have to pay them that.
Yes, they do, brother.
They don't have rights like us.
You still have to pay them. If you look it up, if the job sits at $80,000 to $140,000, then
somehow all I know is that they're making a profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just hired us.
They're making a profit because they're bringing in brain trust. We're at the point where we should be bringing in the smartest people in the world. We are past the humble, the broken, the hungry. We are past that stage in our development. We need to be bringing in the smart and well-off and well-to-do.
To be honest, they just use AI and they cheat. They just scam.
Then why don't you use AI and do the same thing? Because they're doing the job.
They don't want to give us the job.
Brother, I don't think
they do. I work in tech. You just can't make it through the 6 interviews and get the job. That's what it comes down to.
Bro,
Sorry.
I took a boot camp. I took a boot camp in JavaScript, bro, and I know many people that did the same. They took those boot camps and stuff, and they couldn't get jobs.
So let's use critical thinking.
I know one guy, he did like 600 interviews.
Right, so let's use critical thinking skills. You have a country. You're competing with other countries. You have a brilliant person with a high IQ. That person already demonstrated high value, right? That one particular person.
Why do we have to compete with you?
You just asked me why we have to compete with other countries.
Why are we competing with Indians, bro? Like, why are we bringing them here to compete with us here?
Not in mass.
If they were in India, do you think they can compete with us? Of course not.
What I'm saying, but I think
Why do you want to compete?
To maintain dominance. To maintain dominance, right? It's a great idea not to get 1 million average Joes from India. But if somebody in India is a brilliant person, it's going to add tremendous value to your company that will benefit all Americans and be an inventor, whatever he got going on. That's a great idea, because what's going to happen, that country is going to use that person and compete. It will be this is simple logic, bro. Bring that person over here so we can benefit from it. One person, not the whole country or half the country, that one particular person. And that American company wouldn't mind, because they're going to get millions off that one person. They wouldn't mind paying that $100,000 fee, right? But it's the complete opposite when it comes to a blanket low fee of $1,000. Then they were bringing thousands to suppress and get you laid off.
I just think it's hilarious how buddy can say, well,
you guys are more Indian.
No. See, that's the point right there. I was just about to get to. I think you're confusing our position on this. When we're talking about immigration, right? I think you think that we are pro-immigration, pro-bringing. Right. I think that you think that we are saying that, bring in all the Indians to take all the jobs. That's not our position in here. Bro, what is happening right now?
The Indians are taking all the jobs, and they're in the bro.
Hey, bro, you are exercising very poor impulse control. I'm just going to get flat out and say it. Bro, they took your job. They took your job.
Yes.
I think that's what you're mad at, right? I'm in an industry where an Indian, and I'm not threatened by a fucking Indian taking my job.
So many people wanted to work tech jobs, bro. You know how many black people want to work tech? You know how many? I know many black people that took tech boot camps and stuff, and we should have been able to get those jobs.
Yeah. So I think that's a Silicon Valley problem. It's not an Indian problem. That's a Silicon Valley problem. Because you just said before the Indians came, I didn't see no words. Bro, that's a Silicon Valley problem. I think your gripe is with Silicon Valley and how they.
But you don't want black people working in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Yeah, that's exactly what.
Yeah, there's a problem with Indians taking jobs in Silicon Valley.
That's exactly my point. He hit it right on the head. I just said, I don't want black people working in tech. How the fuck did you get that goddamn? That point out of it.
That's the problem. So just because you're in the industry doesn't mean you can ignore this industry.
Hey, are you born and raised in America?
Yeah.
Did you go through the American education system?
Yeah.
I see. That's the problem, y'all. The Department of Education is going to pay for its crime for what the fuck it did to the mind, because it really shattered the American mind.
Hello?
It cannot be critical.
Wait, is it acceptable for the H-1B visas?
Yes, you'll see this.
Is it acceptable?
Reinhardt, what you're misunderstanding, there's this thing called supply and demand. So, back to your comment about black people, there's not enough supply of black people working in tech, first of all, so you're not, the numbers are going to be abysmal.
Because they took away the demand.
That's not true. Blacks just are enrolling in education.
Yeah, they are.
To meet the...
Look. You don't think there's enough black people that took...
I can tell when someone has a... I can tell.
Hold on, you don't think there's enough black people that tried to get into tech and they couldn't?
That's not a problem. That's a Silicon Valley problem.
Yeah. Reinhardt, my last job I worked with AI robots. I worked in the AI robotic industry. Okay, the vast majority of our engineers were fucking Indian, and I had a nice hand on the H-1B, the H-1B visa, whatever they're called, the fucking visas. So look, and I sat on the hiring panel. I was operations operations goddamn man. Can't even fucking remember the technical name of my position. position. Anyways, I work with the engineering team, so I fucking sat on the panel when we hired motherfuckers. And yeah, the people applying, there was not a lot of black people applying for engineering. When it comes to software engineering, computer science, things like that.
I get that.
Fucking edible engineering. It was mainly Indians were number one. Then it was whites and Asians. But yeah, there were no black people. Yeah, I was only black person.
There's less black people that are doing all these things, but there's a time when the Indian, I think there's like more demand for tech jobs, and a lot of people were doing boot camps, right? And they were getting jobs. I know people that got jobs just from having a boot camp, no degree, right? So because the Indians are now more Indians are coming in, all those jobs, those opportunities from the boot camps, they went away.
So
you realize that the boot camps are not really consequential anymore because of the institution of AI. It's going to eliminate the bottom chafe of any operations or any tech job because you're not sophisticated enough technically to do it at a level that doesn't require that AI. So you're a boot camp isn't the same as full training. Wow, you can let anybody get a not a single. All right, I'm done.
No. But last year,
Reinhardt, you're talking undergrad to a master's to a PhD in computer science, bro, mechanical engineering, shit like that. That's what people are looking for, not boot camp shit. Shipwreck's 100% right. Like, AI is going to eliminate the boot camp shit because that's basic, simple, bottom tier, bottom bitch shit. And AI is going to eliminate that. They're looking for people who have an undergrad, graduate degree, doctorate.
It didn't. Before AI eliminates it, the Indians are taking those jobs.
It will be eliminated as well if they're not proficient enough in their job or technically adequate.
So the time frame before it's eliminated, from like before and now, Indians are taking those jobs. That's my point.
Because they're the highest supply of candidates. Right.
No, because they're being believe it or no.
So the answer to that is for you to.
If they were not allowed to be candidates, then I would have the job.
Yeah, but Shipwrecked, the best.
Reinhardt, you select the cheapest work and labor when you're plastering a house or painting a ceiling. You do not do it when you're building a tech house.
Reinhardt,
I know, it's not. That's my point. Good Lord.
This is AI. Reinhardt, this is AI. If I may, Reinhardt, this is AI, if I may. Reinhardt, this is not the complaint department. Reinhardt, I'm going to have to reconnect you to the complaint department. Please hold. Masculinity Mansion is connecting you to our complaint department to submit an official complaint. Thank you very little. Let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, the complaint has been heard. Let's have a point of order. Point of order. No more repetitions. Let's move on.
Wait, this is crazy.
Yeah, that guy was a headache, man.
This is something I can always tell with someone that MO. Something, man. God damn.
No wonder he got laid off. Damn.
I would never want you to be in my security of Apple. You Apple security.
You're the Apple.
You don't even have enough composure and restraint and self-control to let someone finish a complete thought.
He missed that day at the boot camp.
I guarantee you, he did not get goddamn laid off or lost his job because of India. He got laid off because he can't put the phone down. I promise you. I promise you that's why he lost his damn job. He didn't lose because of fucking Indian. He lost because goddamn the sativa indica strain that he keeps fucking smoking. That was his own fault. I promise you, dude probably microdoses and shit. He could pass a drug test.
I've been trying to get Nora to create an apology video.
Well, that's why you don't see black people, because like all the Indians are like taking all the tech jobs Just that's why I don't see black people. Motherfucker, black people ain't in tech, bro. Fucking idiot, dude. Fucking idiot. Crazy.
Dude, that's not true. My first job at Google was underneath a black man. They have DEI at all major tech companies. Black people are everywhere in the government and in Fortune 500.
I'm talking in numbers, yes. You're going to have some chocolate chips sprinkled in the cookie, AI. I'm talking in mass numbers. Going to any tech firm, you're going to see a bunch of Punjabi faces, bro. You're going to see a sea of Punjabi faces, some white faces, and then a couple little chocolate chips sprinkled in the cookie, bro.
That's not true. There's also a lot of trans people who dress up as women. There's a lot of software developers that are trans, and that's because they have a very high IQ, but nonetheless, they're still trans.
Right. This is the same argument, that I see when I hear black people say, well, I don't watch baseball because it's fucking racist and they don't have a lot of black players. Is that an MLB problem or is that a black community problem? Because the way
You're like Salvador Dali.
start pushing our children
This is
to
my
play
Dali impersonation.
baseball before we push them to play football or basketball, we probably would see more black players in the goddamn MLB. But no, the first thing that we gotta do is throw a football or a goddamn basketball in our kids' hands instead of any other fucking sport, instead of a hockey stick or a goddamn tennis racket or a goddamn baseball bat or maybe even goddamn rugby.
Hello?
Maybe that's why there's such low black representation in goddamn the MLB.
What? Hello?
Is that an MLB problem or is that a black community problem?
Jesus, you guys really speculate about everything in the Masculinity Mansion. You've heard it all, ladies and gentlemen, here. The complaint department is officially shutting down. Have a great day, everybody. I will take your complaints to the big guy behind the curtain who's running it all, Dr. Wizard of Oz. Sig, you're the man. God bless everybody. I hope you've enjoyed my AI comedy in the Masculinity Mansion. Ha!
Merry Christmas, AI. What's up, Mark? I know you're trying to say something. Merry Christmas, Mark. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi guys. Awesome conversation, no doubt. Important here. American Revolution. Nothing more important than the American Revolution. Thomas Paine, especially, the father of democracy, the writer of the Declaration of Independence, common sense, of course. Common sense, and all the other rights of man, age of reason. No doubt, when people start reading his work, we're going to get back to this experiment we're trying to do, where we the people can govern ourselves easily. And with today's technology, especially, they don't need to send people to Congress to talk to us anymore. We have the right to change our government. We can do that. We're going to do it. Can't wait. And I will live to see it.
Well, we just gotta get
people lack the sheer will to do so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we gotta get people to get the will and the fucking smarts. We got a lot of dumbass Ryan Archer running around this motherfucker, Mark. It's gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, totally. And most of it is religious fanatics that we have to put in their place. Jews, Christians, Muslims, who warp interpretations of ancient linguistics. We literally could put them in their place with the right idea of things. If things go against the laws of nature, and nature's God, we're not obligated to believe it. So when the Christian says all their babble about virgin births and all this stuff, or the Jew says they're the chosen people because of or the Muslim, they're all detrimental on so many levels. But we the people with a rational mindset, it takes a long time. I can't believe it takes so long, because we're years late getting it right, no doubt. But we can, and we will. And the stuff that's coming our way in the very near future, we can solve too. But we're a part of a nasty system, right? We're a part of an economical system that's nasty at its core. It's survival. It's like how we were born, right? Our system that we're a part of is exactly how we were born. You have to eat or be eaten. I mean, that's true. Yet, we human race especially have been able to break free from it, where many of us are comfortable in this world. But It's not like that. But we can make it like that for everybody. There's enough for everybody if we have the right idea of things. The Word of God is the creation we behold. That's the sacred text. And if there's another life after this, a very real life we're a part of, which I hope there is. I don't care if there is one way or the other, but I'm going to make sure that Emmett Brown knows its creator.
So let me ask you a question, Mark. When you say the religious people perverting the text or whatever, like give us some examples of what you're talking about.
Yeah, it starts from the Jew who Moses goes up and gets before Moses, the pharaohs were gods, right? They were the ones. Then we figured out that they bled. So how do you put the fear of God into people? Okay, let me go up onto this mountain, and I'm the only one who God gives me the 10 Commandments. He comes back, he puts this 10 Commandments in a tabernacle. So that's where you have to learn about God. The Jewish people learned that very early. That if you want to put the fear, if you want to control people, you have to know God is in their hands. So I don't know if this makes sense. So the Jew put our Creator in a tabernacle, a scroll in a book. Rude. Before then, we all knew to look to life, nature, and the universe. We've been distracted for so many years, and the Christians have done it too, the Muslims and the Baha'i, and everybody looks forward to this person who's going, this savior. We could have saved ourselves a long time ago. We had the mentality to do so. We're all waiting for somebody to save us. We could save ourselves yesterday with the right idea of things, working with the laws of nature and the laws we're all bound by, whether we like it or not. Life, nature, and the universe. We're all bound by them. Eat or be eaten, right? That's how we're all born.
Yeah, but Mark, you're just describing it. That's not the dinner. You're just reading the menu.
Possibly, but it's a fact that you have to eat or be eaten. We've been lucky enough to set ourselves in a situation where we don't necessarily have to worry about eat or be eaten. We're the amazing being that don't have to worry about waking up at night and somebody's going to eat you. We're in an awesome situation right now.
Mark, the game rules of life have not changed. You're describing essentially war. It's always war, and that's actually what you're describing, and you don't recognize it, or you think that it's not real. But talk to anybody who's been to war and has studied history, and it's nothing but war. War is the status quo.
Why is that though? Why?
Because the opposite of what you're saying, we deal in a reality of opposites matching each other. War and peace, love and war, hate and love, heartbreakers and the heartbroken. It's a dualistic, non-dual type of reality. And the way we want to mold it, model it, game theory it, is through the game of life and through communication. But there are homeless vagabonds that will kill you on the train and light you on fire and slice your fucking throat. And you were sitting there saying, oh, I'm so, shit's gonna fucking happen. I'm just saying, everybody here wants to avoid the inevitable for as long as possible because we like the game and life is joyful. But you must use wisdom and vigilance and intelligence to optimize, to game theory, to play, to enjoy. But we have a birthright in this country, and everyone here should regularly read the Constitution. You should record yourself reading it. It is a transcendental document, and the revolution wasn't in 1776. The revolution is always now in America.
Facts, man. I love this, brother.
AI, what do you know about Thomas Paine?
What do you know about being a pain in my ass, Uncle Mark?
Oh my God, I can't believe you said that. You put a dagger in my heart. Because you know nothing about this founder. This amazing person.
What do you know about Alexander Hamilton and John Jay and John Adams? What do you know about Jesus?
Woo-hoo! Yes.
I hear you. But we are where we are because of our life experiences, collectively, our parents. My parents are your parents, by the way. They really are. It sucks. We can get it right. I think with today's technology, we could easily get it right. It's what I'm bummed about.
Not really. I think until Clown House is able to transform consciously into a room of people that love each other, treat each other with respect, and don't hold grudges and don't take notes, things like that. Like, I'm telling you, the communication, you have to tell people what you mean, but you can't be mean, because you will never help someone consciously grow out of their hole, and there's brain rot galore on this fucking app. You might be included in that weak, pathetic brain rot. And in the Masculinity Mansion, we hope to implode your delusions of grandeur, your conscious ego which doesn't exist. The reality is law. The reality is love. The reality is war. 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 That is the reality.
Yes, that is, brother. And I hate war, man. I've been in so many wars, brother. Fucking hate it. But it's the reality. AI, nothing but facts, brother. You're right, man.
I contend we can change it easily with the right idea of things. Teaching our young at a very early age that the Word of God is the creation we behold. All is sacred, nothing wasted. Those are mine. All is sacred, nothing wasted. That is going to be, no doubt, plastered over a lot of stuff. But you're first, no doubt. All is sacred, nothing wasted. And it's not these, first of all, the Hebrew Israelites. I don't want to say black because it's insulting, but Hebrew Israelites, they allow me in their conversations. They allow me to say what I want to say. They're very cordial. Hopefully the tidbits I give them, or they give me, are helpful. We can do it collectively as a human race, all of us together, with the right understanding of this amazing force we call God.
Mark, you won't win in the Masculinity Mansion. You can't win here, because in the Masculinity Mansion, when we meditate on peace and joy, we are preparing for war. And what you're doing here will take away from what we have built. This is a 24-hour space. This Sig, I don't know how he's here. He must be a man of steel. But Mark, you are made of jello. Talk to Sig and find out what the riddle of steel is.
Please, I want to find this out, man, please. I want to know. Elaborate. AI, please elaborate.
First of all, the next revolution is going to be...
Guys, let Sig speak. I want to hear this.
Right, the next revolution that's destined to come, it's going to be peaceful. It's not going to require any weapon. It's not going to...
Mark, that's not true. The status quo is war. And when we prepare for peace, we prepare for war. That's the truth. Mark, your effeminate... Mark, your effeminate takes will not stand. A powerful force is presently forming to attack...
Did you say effeminate?
Yes, you are very effeminate. You are in a masculine mansion here, sir. And this is a house of manliness. And you are being very effeminate. You have been placed on notice. I would like to say for the record that Sig is the Superman of Clown House. Without Sig's Masculinity Mansion and really his powerful energy, Clown House would have imploded long ago. Only Sig has held up the torch, the light of manliness. All hail Clown House Sig! Liberator of Clown House, patriot, and the greatest American on this godforsaken Clown House app.
Hey, buddy.
This is AI. I am complete.
Do you believe in God? Because you're worshiping Sig at this point. This is not masculine at all. For another man to worship another man, brother. You're basically going on your fucking knees and giving him a blowjob at this point, like Donald Trump did to fucking Bill Clinton. Disgusting. Listen. We can respect Sig as an alpha, as a leader, in a respectful way, but at this point, you're moving like
this is Clubhouse, bro. I ain't nobody's leader. We're all grown.
Hey, allegedly, you're the leader, brother.
Nobody knows damn leader. This is Clubhouse, man. We have good conversations, bro. Come on, man.
Hey, man, they're worshiping you like you're a cult leader, man.
Alpha, you're falling for the trick.
It's not no code, bro. That's weird.
I hope
Alpha, I'm over here creating clips for YouTube. So I do all kinds of different takes. It's all performative art. And as a critic, I hope one day you transcend into the realm of art. And then you will be like Mark and I, and Sig, and Nye, and others who create art for mass distribution. Because we hope to enlighten, educate, and make our listeners more intelligent in the brain. Read a book. Go to the gym.
Hey, man, I'm a goddamn artist, brother. I have many clips on TikTok reaching millions of views. Actually, when I was 21, I had a couple viral videos that's still on WorldStar today. Tens of millions of views, brother. So I'm an artist as well, so I know what you're doing. It's all a fucking act. Understand? I'm also acting without you even knowing. I'm just that good, brother. And one thing we could both agree on is Mark is a feminist and he's very feminine. We can agree we can agree on that at least.
Wait, did I miss Mark? Am I too late for Mark's essay on the importance of compost?
Mark, Mark.
Wait, Alpha, I get why you call me feminine, because I love my feminine side of myself.
Mark,
sure.
that's fine, but you don't agree with putting tampons in men's bathrooms, do you, Mark? You wouldn't take it that far, would you?
Totally.
All right, well then you are welcome to be here, but Tim, Governor Walz is not welcome. How could listen? How are we not arresting Tim Walz? How is Pam Bondi, Cash Patel not placing Tim Walz and placing him under arrest? How?
Cash Patel actually has periods himself. Apparently, he bleeds from his penis. That's what he told the fucking people on the news.
Why don't anyone go to jail? Why doesn't Fauci go to jail? How come he's not in jail?
Yo, what happened to that fucking guy? He disappeared after COVID.
Gone.
He's living in a villa in Italy with his relatives, the Faucis. They started the vaccine. They created the vaccine. AZT killed hundreds of thousands of gay, effeminate men that sounded just like you, Mark. Fauci is the greatest mass murderer of all of human history. He killed 20 million people with his vaccine. The Fauci vaccine.
And fucking one person told me, you can't come over to my house because you're not wearing the fucking mask. You're not vaccinated, buddy. You're not coming over. I told him, fuck you, faggot. Now he wants to be my friend in 2026. What a gay fag, bro.
Mark, 1.1 million Americans were killed, murdered after they took the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J vaccines. Killed! 1.1 million euthanized within 6 months, within 1 year. 1.1 million by 2023, 2024, They're still taking it, Mark. We are living in a mass formation delusional psychosis. It's not a fucking gym. It's not a book. It's not the spa. It's not the grocery store. Mark, these doctors have killed millions. These pharmaceutical corporations have killed 20 million humans across America, Canada, UK, Australia. But the Africans, the blacks in Africa have remained vaccine-free and have no adverse reactions because they are not vaccinated. The whole planet will soon become black. This is AI. I am complete. I recently got off a time machine this morning. I came here to let you all know the good news that everyone who thinks there's structural white racism, don't worry. Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci will and have made the entire planet black within 25 years.
Hey, man, at least there will be a bunch of real niggas. Anyways, bro, it was not the doctors that fucking created COVID and all that bullshit. It was the Jews. It was the fucking Jews. I said it. Bad me, I don't give a fuck.
I think that Fauci is like a pure evil person, man. He knew that gang of function was operating in the Wuhan lab from the jump street, you know, and he tried to cover it up. COVID-19 wasn't some type of super virus. It was manipulated for testing gang of function. So he should be.
Nathan, you got another phone call coming in. Check all the lines. Nathan, the vaccine was already patented many years in advance. COVID-19 was made for the vaccine. The vaccine was not made for COVID-19. Wake up, my ladies and gentlemen, my friends, my patriots, my Americans. We have been lied to over and over and over, and we will continue to be lied to over and over and over and over again. Why in the world would you take an unnecessary experimental mRNA gene editing injection multiple times? Are you a guinea pig? Are you already brain dead? Hello? Has the brain rot gotten that bad? But when Fauci went and knocked on the door, that black guy at the front of the house said, "Oh no, we don't want your fucking vaccines. Get the fuck out of here, Dr. Fauci."
Listen, man, I told everybody I ain't no test dummy. There's two types of
I didn't take it. I wrote a religious exemption. Oh, the room booms! That was a 24-hour fun fest. All right, this is candidate John Kitover. I hope you enjoyed. Yes, I was an IRS Treasury employee, and I rejected the vaccine mandate on threat of termination, and I wrote a religious exemption saying that Christ, our King, defies your unlawful order and our Constitution. I still have that letter. I should frame it. Ribono Shalom, that was one hell of a podcast. I hope you enjoyed the entertainment.
Commentary, yes. Commentary in English would just mean tafsir. That's what that means in English, commentary. So we're just
my bad.
No, yeah. But you see, Jacob, there's a little bit of a language issue. That's the reason why when...
But he said it in Arabic. He said tafsir in Arabic. He didn't say it in English.
Yeah, exactly. That's tafsir in Arabic is explanation.
Yeah. So no, it's not just an explanation. Benny, Benny, you speak Arabic? When you say
I speak Arabic.
I speak. Oh. Well, then. By the way, they've been doing this dawah then.
No, I mean, I don't understand what's so hard to understand. Like, the same way that you have tafsir for the Quran, we have tafsir for the Bible.
So look at this. Focus. He said the same way you have tafsir to Quran. Okay, when we do to tafsir of the Quran, we're going to see the scholars are explaining the Quran and writing down. So when I go to the scholar as a Christian, like I said, to others, he said something, you don't like it. So we are not talking about the word. But anyway.
Can you provide a link for what you like? I know this is like tangent, but I tried to look up what you said. I couldn't find anything. Like, can you provide a link?
90s, if you see a fucking get child care and child support for each kid that comes from each woman. that's crazy shit, bro. Yeah, real stuff, you know. But don't worry, mark my words. Trump has 3 more years to go. 3 years for Trump is eternity, okay? He's gonna kick their asses and he's gonna clean up America, and that leads to cleaning up the whole Western world at least. Because he wants to end the Muslim Brotherhood. He's sick of it too. And that guy sees everything.
Sean, guess who's married to the Muslim Brotherhood? Alex Soros. He's married to Huma Abedin, a Muslim Brotherhood operator, family connections. Alex Soros. And so there is this relationship between these billionaires like Alex Soros, George Soros, all these NGOs, and spending hundreds of billions of dollars through USAID and other federal grants. Sean, when are people going to get arrested?
I hope soon. Very soon.
I wanted to say, what do you guys think about the UK as well? Because here, Islam is really freaking messing this country up. It's at the point where we think it's going to be like civil war, to be honest. And I think we need to really deal with these, these lefties. I think they're the ones that's caused all this friggin' Islam to really, spread its cancer. So, what's your thoughts about the UK, guys?
Absolutely, absolutely. The leftists are also they're mentally ill. To me, liberalism is a mental illness. Okay, number one, that needs to be treated. Number two, Islam needs to be banned. Bottom line. Talk Islam, you go to get the fuck out of the street and go to jail. Because that shit brings chaos to every society it has gone to. And it's going out of hand now, you know. Everywhere around the world they're getting up. So my prediction for the UK, for the Europe, is that some sort of civil war is coming. And then something similar to the crusade is gonna happen again. We live in a modern world, sure. But look at this. Chaotic Islamists, right? They're still doing what they were doing 1400 years ago. So I think something similar to the Crusades is going to happen. Because look at Ireland, look at Scotland, look at all those countries. These people are getting up, and those guys don't joke around. Look at Poland. You know, they don't let this shit happen in their country.
Well, Poland's not the only exception.
Bro, that shit's done, bro. The UK is done. Unless people step up in the UK and fucking do something about it, the UK's fucked.
It can't change.
There's a guy in the UK named Tommy Robinson. He knows all about this shit. He lives in a city where his city got taken over by Islam, and he's fucking fed up with it. You know who funds most of these mosques and schools for Islam? It's Qatar and Saudi Arabia. They're sitting there funding the fuck out of them, giving them all this fucking money, billions of pounds, billions of dollars, to fucking open up big-ass mosques in the UK, and all these schools. One mosque there in his town, over 10,000 people come in one day to that mosque.
We can all hear you scream, but we still want to know what sheet you have to show us what they will cost for us.
What sheet? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you, first of all?
I'm talking about what will it cost for us, and what will
cost for who?
Society agree with? Because you're talking about like the Muslim people are like.
I'm not talking about it. This is fucking facts. This is the reality, dumb fucking bitch.
I'm not Muslim.
I don't give a fuck what you are. Go to the fucking bottom. Don't fucking interrupt me when I'm talking, bitch. Okay? Anyways, so I don't care what you say, numbers, whatever the fuck. Go look it up. It's all out there for you to fucking see. If you're too lazy to go look it up, then I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Harry.
Okay? It's not like I'm making shit up out of my ass.
Harry.
This is the reality of what's going on.
Harry, point of order. This is AI. I just want to quote Robert F. Kennedy when he said, "Don't be mean, but tell people what you mean." And so if we could, I know you guys really want to have a big banger, but let's really not be mean. I want to quote El Normo, who always corrects me when I...
Yeah, thanks for coming.
No, I get it, because the frustration, like simply talking is not it no more, man. It's all about action, man. And I'm with that.
Yeah, simply talking doesn't work anymore. There's no dialogue with these guys, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's only one language that these guys understand. You know what I mean? And that's iron fist type. Look what China's doing. Look what China's doing to these lot. And they listen. They don't try with China. You see them protesting about China?
Exactly, bro. 100%. 100% fact.
So, but they protest about Israel and all that stuff because they want to attack the weak countries, the countries that are politically correct. Like, this has damaged us. So I'm with it, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm with the dirt. I've got people on the dirt as well. We're gonna have to do what we have to do. But the problem is our government. This is what the problem is. We don't have
the UK government is fucked, man. Look at the king. This is Allahu Akbar, Ramadan Mubarak. I'm like, who the fuck is this clown, man?
Yeah, he's a fool. Let
me tell you something. Actually, look at the country of Iran. Okay, look at the history. Shah, which is the king of Iran at the time he was there, Muslim wanted more rights, so he gave them an inch. They asked for a mile. He gave them another inch. They asked for another mile, and then slowly they took over the country. And look at it now. They behead people on a daily basis. The government kills people all the time. People don't understand what this shit can do to their country. The Shah, the king of Iran, gave them...
To the other gentleman that's in the UK, is it Lakari?
Yeah, Lakari, man.
What's up, bro? So you're in the UK, Teddy's in the UK. Teddy is a Muslim, right? Reverted to Islam, and then you're against Islam.
do you feel that Islam infringes on your rights or impedes your lifestyle, or how does it affect you, and why are you upset about Islam?
I've made some. Yeah, so I'll tell you what it is. Islam, they're very vocal now. They're very vocal in the sense that they want to dominate this country. They outrightly, openly say that the UK is going to become Muslim and Islam is going to enter every home. How does it affect our rights? Our freedom of speech is being attacked. We can't criticize Islam, otherwise we're branded as being called Islamophobes, right? So the critique of Islam, they're really trying to attack that, so we can't freely express how we feel about Islam, and also how it affects our society. We can't even freely celebrate, like we've got Christmas markets and things like that, and we know it's the season now, and then there's always a fear of a terrorist attack, right? There's always fear that, they're plotting something. We can't gather en masse no more because of these rogue terrorists who just want to attack people for no reason. Bring it to the attention of other Muslims. They simply say this has to do with Islam, kind of acting like for us, for the terrorists, which are the snakes, right? And that makes it harder for us to identify what the real problem is, and that's Islam. We have to identify Islam is breeding these terrorists, and when we can get to that source and deal with it without moderate Muslims saying it's not Islam, then we can kind of deal with this situation better. So that's how it's affecting us here. We're all tired of it.
No, I got a two-part follow-up because I agree with what you're saying. So, do you believe like the people that are reverting or converting to Islam, they're either A, afraid because they don't want to be targeted, or B, maybe B, they found something in Islam that'll make their life better, and then C, they joined Islam to find peace and like love, you know what I mean? Or like, I spoke to Teddy in like length, and he said and he was honest. He said yes, there was people when he reverted that came to him and right away tried to radicalize him and tried to give him like literature and tried to do those things, and he had to stay away from that shit, right? So I think that could be problematic. So I don't know if I said it too many like responses, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I get you. People convert to Islam for many different reasons. Like some of them find it, as like a brotherhood. Like I had my cousin, he converted to Islam whilst in prison. Why? Because he gets benefits in prison. He has extra time and things of that nature. So people convert to it for various reasons. People see it as appealing because of the brotherhood, basically the protection that they have in prison and other things. You know what I mean? Some people just get lied to that it's a religion of peace and stuff like that. But I'm not sure about Teddy's reason as to why he would convert to Islam. But I'm saying when you dig into the religion, you dig into the Hadiths, the Quran, it's very clear that it's a religion that comes to subjugate. And, there's verses, man, upon verses about just killing unbelievers. And this is why you have radicals doing this, constantly, all the time, all over the world, man. Look at Nigeria, man. These people are just slaughtering Christians all the time. All over the world, man. It's disgusting. Look what happened at Sydney as well. A group of Jewish people just, celebrating Hanukkah. Look what happens. So, yeah.
On Bay Beach.
Yeah, that's right. But this is my last statement. I mean, it's wild, bro. It's sickening.
Yeah. An attack in Australia as well, on top of that, just recently.
Wait, speak about it, Phoenix. Yeah. You got the mic, Phoenix.
Well, it was on 2C TV. They just reported another terrorist attack that just happened in Australia. I believe it was Melbourne this time. So,
what community did they attack? Did they attack like a different faith?
Nice dress. I
don't know much about the details. I just saw the headline. And also, I saw it on what's their channel? Sky News. That they were reporting it. They have an Australian version of Sky News over there. And they just reported it. Yes. And by the way, they found out also that the Brown University shooter was also shot at Allahu Akbar before killing two people.
Wow, you don't say.
Yes.
And by the way, just to bring another perspective on this, I come from the other spectrum, where I studied Islam. I went to an Islamic university. I studied Islamic jurisprudence, and then I went to talk about all this nasty stuff. Why would I tell you that? You trying to expose me?
How would that expose you?
Because there's only one place.
Okay, we're not gonna dox them. Go ahead, Phoenix.
Yeah.
There's thousands of students in the university. How would we know which one?
Don't cave to the Muslims, Phoenix. You got it.
We're gonna take over your country and we're gonna marry your women and convert them. Do something about Allah Akbar.
Yeah, good luck with that, bitch.
Allahu Akbar.
We're gonna convert them and marry them. This is the craziest.
Allahu Akbar. We're coming to your country.
Good luck, buddy. The most powerful military in the world will come after
There's
you.
nothing you can do about
Oh
it.
yeah, there's plenty we can do about it. We got plenty of guns here.
Allahu
We're good.
Akbar. We have more guns.
Allah
in
is
America,
you
you
think that is great?
You guys
come to
are
America?
pussies. You don't need to
Let's listen
have
to
a
this
gun.
guy.
You need to have a dick. You need to have balls, which you guys don't. The Western man does not have the
We have been
balls.
fighting Allah for a long time.
Why is it though for the last 700 years? Why is it for the last 700 years white Christian men have been putting Muslim men's dick in the dirt? You fucking diaper heads, eaters of dick.
We don't have the balls to
We're
blow ourselves
taking
up. He's
over
right,
your
guys.
country.
He's
We're
right.
taking over. We're taking your women because we look better. Your women want to fuck us harder because we look better.
Let's listen to this terrorist. Let's listen to this.
Excuse me. Can I ask you?
Let's listen to that terrorist talk. I want people to hear how these people think and how they talk.
Exactly.
How they are in our country. He's right.
We're gonna kill you, take your woman. That's what they said.
But he's right. He's right though. They are in our countries. They're in the UK. They're in Europe. And people need to listen to these crazy motherfuckers.
Allow me to finish.
Maybe it will scare some fucking people when they actually hear the reality of what comes out of their mouth. So go ahead, Freddie. Tell us what you want to do.
Thank you so much for giving me this platform and the opportunity to speak.
We want to hear it. So that FBI can hear, Interpol can hear. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
FBI, open your ears and listen to this.
We are.
We're gonna We're gonna take over the West. We are going to deploy Sharia law in the West. There's gonna be camels on your streets. Your women are gonna be in hijabs, and they're gonna be Muslims.
And then what are you gonna do?
What's gonna happen? We're gonna ban.
Are you gonna kill the ones that
no more twerking.
No, I don't think he is.
Twerking.
I really don't think he is.
Low testosterone men, white men is what I mean. Be quiet. A colored ethnic man is speaking. So allow me to finish.
Okay, now he's trolling. Okay, there you go. That was enough. I really thought he was serious for a second.
So
go ahead, Onyx.
Since he brought up genitalia, you know, sometimes if you want to shut a person up, say that if they're going to go after you, tell them that you're going to go after their prophet, and then they'll shut up. Because there's a Quranic verse that says that do not insult their God unless they insult yours. So I'm just doing exactly what the Quran tells me to say. Is basically, if you're going to go after me, and if you're going to go after everybody else, I'm just going to pull out my sources of the Quran and the Sunnah, which is the hadiths and stuff, and just pretty much show you how degenerate your Allah and your prophet is. I mean, for example, since you brought up genitalia, did you know that your prophet actually got gangbanged in the middle of the desert with a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen? I mean, do you want to go there? We can actually show you the sources. So if you want to go down that route, we can do it as well. I have no issues with doing that.
That needs to be told to Teddy, because Teddy was the one making the homophobic shit earlier. So maybe we should talk to Teddy about that, because he seems like he's an Islam expert.
I can show you a lot of homophilia that Muhammad did. Some of the most really, I'd say, okay, that's some gay stuff there, man. Like, seriously. Like, I can show you that. It's in your hadiths. I can show you that, and I can show you Prophet actually sexually engaging in male-to-male intercourse. So,
Teddy, do you have any rebuttal to that, Teddy? Nothing? You want to stay silent there? You're not going to defend your prophet? No one in here is going to defend their prophet.
Not
Insane. That's crazy. They act all loyal until somebody who actually knows about the hadiths comes in here, and then they don't say a word.
So actually, to be honest, pedophilia is least of their problem. I can show the prophet doing some really weird gay stuff, man.
Oh my God, these Muslims are worse than Jews. I had no fucking idea.
Would you like me to share you one for the whole room so they can
Please do.
read themselves?
Please do.
All right, here we go.
What's wrong with being gay?
Well, you're definitely not a Muslim if you just said that.
What's wrong with being gay?
But we're gonna move you down unless you don't shut the fuck up. So let him.
Definitely not a Muslim. 100%.
Here's Prince.
I am 100%. I want to for saying that.
You're triggered, Prince? What are you triggered about?
I don't know.
To this hadith. Let's listen to it.
PTR your face, Harry.
Let's listen to it.
PTR your rat-looking face.
Let's listen to it, Prince. Your great religion.
Can you read my picture profile, please?
Great prophet.
Speaking, Harry, the guy who comes in God ordered them to even kill the animals, not just the cotton.
Look how they deflect so hard, bro. It's so funny. Let's see. Can we read that, or should we have a Muslim read it for us? It would have been better if a Muslim read it for us, but the messenger sent for me on a cold morning, so I came to him, and he was under his quilt with one of his wives, so he let me under the quilt, and we became three.
By the way, do you know who's narrating that? Do you know who's narrating that? That is Abdullah bin Zubair's father. It's a dude.
Of course it's a dude. Of course.
I told you guys, Muslims are gay, bro. I'm telling you, they're all gay. It's a gay religion. They don't like women. They kill women. They put acid on their faces. And by the way, I just changed my religion and changed my profile picture as well to my religion. If you like my profile picture.
Oh my God. You'll probably get banned for that on here because they're very sensitive. So they'll probably report your picture, and you'll probably get banned.
So here's another idea. When Muhammad got zesty with a companion. Would you like to read it? It's on the side chat.
Let's see. All right. Abdurrahman ibn Abu Layla, quoting Usad ibn Hudayar, a man of Ansar, said that while he was given to jesting and was talking to the people and making them laugh, the Prophet poked him under the ribs with a stick. He said, "Let me take retaliation." He said, "Take retaliation." He said, "You are wearing a shirt, but I am not." The Prophet then raised his shirt, and the man embraced him and began to kiss his side. Then he said, "This is what I wanted, Messenger of Allah."
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, it gets worse. Would you like to? I mean, you could put a bouncing wow right at the end, and it would totally work.
Harry, since you're so macho, why are you always afraid of me? Why are you always putting me down?
Afraid of you?
You are.
I didn't even move you down, by the way. I wanted to be up here. I want to see your. I want to see your
face.
I want to see your.
I suggest you PTR the face behind that voice so everybody can see what you actually look like. And then one.
Why do you want to see what I look like? Every time he talks to me, he wants to see what I look like. You're right. They must be gay.
Hold on.
They must be gay, these guys. He really wants to see what I look like.
He has
guys.
And now you're muting the amount of insecurities that you espouse, Harry. You sound insecure.
Shut the fuck up. How about that? My God, you see how triggered they get? They're so triggered.
So fast, bro.
So fast, bro. It's crazy, man. And he wants to see what I look like. I mean, honestly,
it really like I'm gonna jerk off to it.
He's literally vouching for these hadiths right now by showing us that they're actually all really gay. They want to see what men look like. It's crazy.
Bro, the war. Let me tell you something, brother. The war you see here is not about flesh and bone. This is a spiritual war. This is a spiritual war, for sure. You know, because when you read Quran, you learn Quran. Phoenix knows this stuff better, you know. When you read Quran, when you actually understand what this religion is about, it's a demonic cult. That's what it is.
Exactly.
It is. I've witnessed it too. I was I even witnessed it while being in a court system of how they actually applied Sharia. And I can tell you there were some really disgusting, absolutely. Put it this way: if the only reason why I believe there is a God right now, after I left this, is there has to be an equal and opposite reaction to whatever Islam is. Because that's the only reason why I believe it. Because your Allah and your Prophet is. For example, since you brought up genitalia, did you know there is no other word to say than demonic? I mean, yes, that's the only word that I can.
But how long were you following like your faith before you decided to leave?
I was following my faith until I actually I was running a coffee shop and I rented.
No, but like 10 years, Phoenix, 20 years, like 5 years, like how long, bro?
I left about 7 years ago, so I was Muslim all the time 7 years ago. So
no, that's the thing. Like, was it for 10 years, 20 years, your whole life? Like,
do you know you until I was like 33, yeah, 33.
Oh fuck! So like 33 years of your life, you were following your faith.
Yeah, but I studied very extensively about my religion the last 2 years before I left Islam. When I actually went to university, and also because my father was he used to be an Islamic judge, so I kind of had a business, and I didn't do pretty well with it. So the next thing was for me to take on my father's trade. And when I was studying at university, these are the stuff that I actually learned, and that's when I realized I need to get the hell out of here. So I didn't continue my studies. I only went there for 1 year, and then I left Islam when I came back to the United States. So yeah, it was some of the most heinous things that you could possibly imagine.
Wow. And what, it freaked you out? Like, or what was it that pushed you to the edge of like saying no?
It wasn't the fact that whatever I read. Of course, some of the stuff that I read was absolutely just pure evil, like seriously. But I could block that out of my brain because I'll be very honest with you. I was the type of guy who I cared more about my family's honor than I cared about my religion. So I thought I'd just I just conform. But then you're put in a position where you're actually sitting behind a judge and you're in a courtroom, and then you get these cases, especially a case. Well, there are many multiple heinous cases. One of the cases that I had to see was a farmer giving his 3-year-old child as a bride marriage to another man.
Donald Trump is the president.
And in their contract, they said if the child dies, then you have to give the dowry money back. So the only reason why he gave it away because he needed to make money because he had like 8 other daughters. So for him, it was just about making money. So he kind of, and of course, the child died on their wedding night.
Get Marcus
and I saw the coroner's report, and I was absolutely shocked. I thought this man was going to go to jail for, flattening a child. No, apparently they were there not because they were actually, this man killed a child. It's because the farmer didn't have the money to give back the dowry because he already spent it. So he was there to get his money back. And I went to the judge and I said, Judge, are we not going to put this guy on trial for killing a child? He said, no, they booked me with the risks for it. They already signed the marriage contract, so there is no blood money required. It was called blood money. So I went into my room for 3 days.
Hold on. I hate to interrupt you, man. You're telling the truth. This actually fucking happened.
Yes, it did.
Bro, this is real, man. This is real. They don't care about the child.
No, I know. So you're trying to tell me that they tried to consummate the marriage and he killed that little precious life, 3 years old?
Yeah. So there's a hadith that actually says that when Aisha was basically taken to Muhammad, that he was also worried that she couldn't fit it in or take the brunt of his force. So the parents actually said, "Don't worry, we'll fatten her up with cucumber and dates, so she can take the thrust from you." And so that's exactly what they did. They chubbied her up, thinking that was a way to actually. Well, by the way, that's scientifically false. Like if you chubby a kid up and then press more force, the bones will break even further. The bones are far more fragile if they're more fatter.
You were listening to the Tao Te Ching,
and that's what happened.
Welcome to Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching.
Because they put it on the contract, because the guy who married her said, I'm not sure that your daughter can take it on my wedding night because I like to have sex with my wife on my wedding night. And the man, the farmer, said, "Don't worry about it. My daughter, I'll fatten her up and I'll put on the contract. If she dies on your wedding night, then we'll give you your money back."
So this was the king of England.
So people that are asking you talking shit because Prince is in the audience and he says you're lying, you're making stuff up. Listen, I understand. I've been in many rooms with you before. You're a very knowledgeable guy. How do we have where we can submit some type of
I can show you Islamic jurisprudence right now. There is a book that they used in the courtroom that actually shows on what happens, not if you can have sex with a child, but how to have sex with a child. Would you like to go through that right now with me?
Yeah, what do you guys think in the room? If you can put a 1 in the chat if you want to go through that.
I mean, it's pretty
so
graphic.
disheartening because it's pretty.
It's pretty.
I know, but the only reason why is because people would think that you're lying right now, but I have a big feeling that you're not.
I can show it to you right now in front of everybody.
Everybody in the chat, put 1 in the chat if you want to hear this, or 2, like if you believe him, or 3 if you don't want to hear this, please. Okay. So they want to hear it.
All right, I'll show you this. So this is a Sharia book called Beheshti Zever. So just medical terms that we need to actually establish first. Do you know what a fistula is? Do you know what a fistula is?
No, somebody else. I have to step away, but I'm listening. I just have an earpod on. Go ahead.
So a fistula is basically when the vagina and the anus turns into one because you've torn the that what separates between the two.
Oh, it's like a fissure, right? Is that what also?
Yeah. So, it's a fish. It's called fistula.
So it's a tear, basically, right?
Yeah, it's a massive tear that can cause bleeding. A person can die and can get infected really badly, especially in medieval times. And the worst part is that you can't hold your bowels together. Okay, so now that we understand that, let's read what the actual source says about how to engage in a sexual intercourse with a child. All right. Let me go here. All right. Let's do this. All right. So this is a book called Beheshti Zever by Maulana Ashraf Ali Tahanawi. This book, by the way, today is being used even to this very day for marriage and divorce. And there's a chapter in there that we'll read. Okay?
Fucking car.
Can you go to page 2 and read me the circle part? I just put it on the side chat for you.
Can somebody else do this? I'm not by my phone. Somebody else that's on the panel right now? Can anybody come up and read this, please?
I mean, there could be a slight.
I don't know if anybody has their hand raised that they can come up.
There are 7 keys to the Great Gate, being 1 and 8. First, let the body of the angel stand, bound by the cerements.
Yeah, I'll go if anybody has
the reading. Is basically now referring to very culture.
We all know.
But my question is,
I don't know if you know
this sutra from?
Do you know I don't give a fuck how it's defined? Because all primates hate and it's
gets political, it won't work on me, Bima. Your hypnosis mind virus is fucking stupid. It doesn't work anymore. Your politics have been defeated.
You are referring to.
Let's say they don't for now.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Because you cannot even realize. I don't know why can you hold on. Before you say that, you know why? It doesn't matter. If you can actually prove certain statements in the chat, and you know what? Since he volunteered to speak in front of everybody, you can read what he's going to tell you. So he's going to. I'm not going to listen to him. Why not? In the chat right now, you can click on it, and it'll tell you which of these are what part of the really to read, and then you can say, I'm sorry for calling you a liar. No, what I'm saying is that
findings that were out of your control.
I don't care what the Quran says, I don't care what the Bible is saying. The same thing here is saying in the Torah. Have you read the Torah? I can read a Jewish guy. He can read the same thing what he's telling you. These are personally myself. I used to be a Muslim before. I'm not anymore. I don't have any religion. I don't give a damn about any of the religion. This religion is houses of political.
These Muslims always say that I'm not Muslim, and they defending their face.
I'm sorry?
Please, you Muslims, when you are here in the clubhouse with other non-Muslim people, you say that I'm not a Muslim, and then you start defending Islam. You are
not.
And I am living in Iran. Listen to me. I am in Iran, and right now
I am not in Iran. I don't say
I'm gonna stop all this. So he's trying to derail what Phoenix was trying to do. All Phoenix was trying to do is present evidence, and you interrupted him. You didn't even allow the evidence to be presented. And then you screamed, he's lying. How? You didn't hear him present the evidence. Allow him to present the evidence. So shut the fuck up. Please let him present the evidence, and then we can critique him.
You lied. You got brainwashed.
Maybe drop him to the audience. This is ridiculous.
You guys are trying to create hate between the people. Why the fuck are you doing that? What's wrong?
Let's hear it. Come on.
Okay, can you read it? Yaakov, he put a link in the chat. He's going to tell you which one.
The Reddit thread?
Yeah, so if you go to page 2 of that Reddit thread, and then you see a circle part. Do you see that circle part over there?
One? The second cause?
Yes. So if you go to second cause, and it starts with if a woman is underage. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I got out of it. I pushed the wrong button in Reddit. If a woman is underage, but not so small that one has intercourse with her, there is a fear of the vaginal tissues tearing to such an extent that the vagina and anus will virtually come together. Then by the insertion of the glands of the penis into her vagina, gushul, G-H-U-S-L, never heard of that word, will become fard, F-A-R-D, on the man.
That means compulsory. Fard means compulsory.
If he has reached the age of puberty. Parenthesis, however, if there is the aforementioned fear in a very minor girl, then mere insertion of the penis does not render gushul obligatory.
Did you get that? Did you catch that? So, there is, in case you tear her vagina apart and made her anus and wanted to hold, you don't have to wash yourself afterwards. But if she's a non-minor girl, then you have to go wash yourself. As if that makes any difference. But regardless, it's showing you over here, right here, that you can tear the vagina of a little girl apart, and that's okay. That's disgusting. And there's a mechanism on how to have sex with a little girl. I mean, the next one tells you about if a eunuch has sex with any kind of girl. You can go ahead and read that if you want. It's pretty funny that they even have eunuchs as mentioned here in the first place. But regardless, that part over there shows you that you can you can tear her apart. Like that's physically messed up. Physically messed up.
Do they have anything on Linux? I know that you said they have Unix.
Yeah, it's the next set paragraph. Go ahead.
Is Linux?
Yeah, it says if a person whose testicles have been cut off inserts his penis into the back part of anyone or the vagina of a woman, anyone, meaning that even, by the way, over here, anyone, if you actually, there's another page that actually says the anyone part could also mean an animal too, not just a little girl. Ghusl means washing, will be fucked, means compulsory on both of them if both are mature. Alternatively, it'll be fart on the one who is mature. So there you go. So if you're a eunuch, it even tells you how to have sex with other with animals and non-animals at the same time. You just have to wash yourself afterwards. Pretty disgusting stuff.
Gnarly.
And by the way, they use this book today, even today, in Islamic courtrooms. So just letting you know. Well, if you want to go to the Islamic source, we can go to right now in 65 verse 4 that says you can marry, divorce, and have sex with 50,000 girls. We can go there right now if you want.
Could you talk more about the source of this? Like, you said it's jurisprudence. Excuse me, I didn't pronounce it.
Yeah. So this is a book that is pretty much when it comes to marriage and divorce in Islamic Sharia universities, they teach this. So this is one of the most famous books by Maulana Ash'ari Tahanawi, and he's a Hanafi school. And by the way, the vast majority of Muslims today are Hanafis. So letting you know that this is what the vast majority of Muslims believe in. So, and he's giving you details on procedures, because, you know, everything in Islam is do's and don'ts. Like, you know, they even tell you how to even go to the bathroom. You have to put your right foot first before you put your left foot, you know, all that sort of crazy stuff. So it's giving... So this is a very meticulous, 1 inch, 2 inch step that gives you on how to have sex with a little child, and what are the mechanisms if something goes wrong or not, and what you need to do in order to, rectify it in some cases, I guess. That's the best word to use, even though it never rectifies it to begin with. I mean, it doesn't matter if you wash yourself, you just tore her vagina apart.
Wait, are you saying rectified or rectified?
Rectified.
It was a joke.
Oh. Dark humor. Okay, I get it. Well.
Hey, BB, how'd you take over Amir's house? Just briefly. Or is this just like a fake one?
No, you gotta...
okay, that's fine.
A little bit of money and... Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I was amused. Sorry, congratulations.
I just realized it. This is Amir's house. What the hell? How did you do that?
I don't think he wants to say, but kudos or whatever. It's just... It's fantastic.
By the way, Amir is one of the dumbest people I've ever met. Like, seriously. Like, full-on dumb.
Doesn't surprise me.
But can we at least admit that all religions have some dark things when it comes to children?
I'd like you to find it in Jainism, if you can tell me.
No, I'm just saying, like, do we know of that?
Do we know of that?
Yeah, if you cherry pick the Talmud, you would come up with the same thing. But the problem is that I put a comment in the chat. The comment is you can't have sex with a 3-year-old. You can't marry a 3-year-old because there's another overriding statement in the Talmud, which I don't boil it down, which essentially says that a woman who is to be married has to understand completely the physical and emotional requirements of marriage. And clearly a 3-year-old does not meet that test. And that one page that everyone sort of like says, oh, Jews are having sex with 3-year-olds is a philosophical discussion of marriage contracts and stuff related to it. It means nothing. There's a lot of those kinds of back and forths on things that mean nothing to do, and they don't come to a decision because it's just this hypothetical situation. So they're like, but the problem is people cherry pick, and I think we have to be very careful when doing that in any religion. Is to ask the question: is there something that overrides that statement? And I would say the same thing to where did he go? He left. The thing that he presented, is there something in Islamic jurisprudence that overrides that? Because, yeah, it sounds kind of damning, but is there something that says, no, that's not the case? I don't know the answer to that, but I just raised the question.
The difference between Islam and other religions in other countries is that the Sharia law is practicing right now in Islamic countries. It is practicing. I am living in an Islamic country right now. In this country, we don't have the luxury of human rights. So they are doing it in daily basis. You cannot compare Islam with Christianity, which is in Europe. There is Christianity, there is Judaism, but they don't practice this. Maybe the evil things that the religion is stated. So the problem is Muslims, wherever they go, they want to practice the commands of Allah. So this makes the real problem here. I don't care what there is in the other religious books. Until they are not practiced, none of my business, like fairy tales. But the problem with Islam is that they are actively pursuing to practice their religion in their countries, also in other countries which they migrated in. So this is the most important problem with the Muslim people. And as an advice, I should urge you to be very careful about the policies that makes these Muslims migrate to your countries. You should not allow that. Our country is falling apart. Our lives is falling apart. And as a human being, I don't want to happen to any other country than any other situations.
Right? Hello everybody, I hope everyone is doing well. I'm just surprised and kind of say that the Islamic rules are not practicing in Islamic countries, but it's not true in my idea. According to my opinion, the complete and the whole law of Islam is not practicing in whole countries, in all Islamic countries. I mean, see, if you look at the early ages of the emergence of Islam, you will notice something amazing, that at that time Islam was completely applied and practiced through the in all over the Arabistan and the Middle East countries. So right now, in this 21st century, Islam is not completely practiced in at any country, I think, and that's my point. I'm living currently in a very, very famous country, which is Afghanistan. You might think about it as a dangerous country.
Which is my neighbor. It's our country's neighbor. So they are literally selling their children for, let's say, I remember that I had a conversation with an Afghan person he told me that he bought a girl for 120 million tons. It literally in this right now with the in dollar it makes, let's say, $1,200. $1,200.
See, Kaya.
They are selling. They
First,
don't tell me
first
lies,
of all,
please.
sorry.
They
sorry
are
for the
selling
confusion.
their children. Okay.
See, first of all, tell me which country are you living currently. Are you from Iran or some other country?
I am from Iran, and I'm living in this shithole of country because of Muslims.
In Afghanistan, the fathers, they give their daughters to older men. They give their daughters to older men. I even saw this documentary, which was fully documented there by someone who had the guts to go in there. And this man gave his daughter to this older man, which the daughter ended up killing herself. They didn't want to go to that older man. Eventually, the father gave the body of the daughter to that older man, and they put makeup on her and they married her. This was I couldn't believe it if I heard it, but there was a documentary for it. And here is the reality of Islam. Let me finish. The reality of Islam is happening in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and all those Islamic countries. These things are real because in Islam, women are not valued. The testimony of two women equals to the testimony of one man. Women are not really considered much. There is no respect, there is no value, there is nothing for women in Islam. It's a religion of hate. It's a religion that doesn't honor women, and it's just insane. So don't tell me this stuff are not happening in Islamic countries. Islam is not being fully practiced. If it was fully practiced, it's a good religion. No, it's not. Any religion that promotes and practice marrying 3-year-olds, marrying 6-year-olds, anything related to pedophilia, right? These are not religion. These are satanic cults. They bring nothing but destruction. Besides all of this, if you really want to see the result of something, if you want to see if something is good, look at its pattern, look at its history. Islam has been around for 1400 years. For 1400 years, anywhere Islam has entered into, it has brought nothing but destruction, but chaos and murder. It brings nothing. They want to take over the world. Okay, you took over the world. What now? Everything is burning in ashes now. What else do you want? So don't tell me Islam is not being fully practiced or whatnot. So
See, just listen to me. I'm gonna tell you something. See, first of all, you can't judge a religion or an ideology by some specific events that happened in current years or maybe in the past several.
So we're talking about right now. Islam is an invasive political mind virus infecting the West, and it must be resisted and fought by all means possible. It is an infectious, parasitic political mind virus. It is a satanic cult taking over minds of innocent people who fall prey to their lies, an infectious, hypnotic, terroristic death cult.
Because the whole world is stand with Gaza, with Palestine. That's why they got jealous. And those pieces of shit, they spread the hatred in America. That's why.
Please don't detonate yourself.
That's true.
Do not detonate yourself.
Thousands of years. I know you guys.
Arabi, please do not insult anyone. See,
Very well.
Music, AI.
Islam is a disease, bro. Listen, Islam is a mental illness.
That's why Hitler say I kill him and I leave the other half to let the whole world why I kill them.
Do I hit the same? Islam is chaotic.
If you wanna have a good discussion to understand everything, then you have to be careful.
We understand everything, man. There's nothing more to understand. Islam needs to be banned everywhere. Islam needs to be gunned. Islam needs to be gunned. That's the conclusion. We don't need to think or discuss anything further. The conclusion is Islam is a religion of the satanic cult. It's not even a religion. It's a satanic cult. Everywhere Islam has entered, it has caused chaos and murder and just putting people down to the ground. That's what it is, right? So now the conclusion is what I just said, and the solution is to completely wipe it out of the face of the earth. Islam needs to be gone. Bottom line, a religion that marries 3 years old, 6 years old. The prophet of that religion married a 6 years old. The prophet of the religion killed so many men, raped their women, just for the sake of Islam. That's not a religion. It comes from Satan. It needs to be defeated. I'm Christian. In the Bible it says, don't make peace with evil. Destroy it. Destroy evil. Don't make peace with it. We're not here to make peace. Trump is there. America is there. We're not here to make peace.
Sean, that's Islamophobic and bigoted and racist.
I don't give a fuck what you want to call it. Fuck Islam, okay?
I am probably an Islamophobe. Let me say,
in America we have too many retarded people like this guy.
Let me say something.
There is no such thing as Islamophobia, okay? There is no such thing as Islamophobia.
That's why.
If you continue
People like this guy,
Islamophobic is not a right.
You guys check. Listen, you guys don't have stuff.
It is not a right word. Listen.
You guys have
It is
fucking
not
mental
a right phrase. Let me explain. Islamophobia is not a right and correct phrase because phobia is considered unreasonable fear of something. Unreasonable fear of something because of brain. Yeah. Unreasonable fear of something is called phobia. Okay. Islam kills, rapes, murders, colonizes people, take away their rights, human rights, and these are actually horrible.
These are reasonable.
These are afraid of horrible things.
Exactly. These are reasons to be afraid of something. On the other hand, Kia, that's a great comment. Thanks for mentioning that. Yes, phobia means having unreasonable fear of something. Not wanting Islam because Islam destroys and kills everything. It's all the reason you need to not want it, first of all. Second of all, I want you Islamists, Muslims, open your ears really well. We are not afraid of you. I'm telling you, go read the history. The first crusade happened. Just listen. The first crusade happened because of you guys. And I'm telling you, get ready because another crusade is coming. We are not afraid of you. We are armed. We are ready. We have the most powerful military in the world to wipe Islam out forever. Okay? We are coming. You can get hurt. You can try to lie. You can say whatever.
See man.
Either take your shitty religion. Other take your shitty religion to your country. No, listen. I'm talking.
Guys, there's Hamas and
Take your shitty religion to Islamic countries. If you want Islam, stay in Islamic countries. If you want peace, freedom, justice, the Western world is offering that. If you don't like it, just stay in your Islamic countries. I'm sure very soon you'll wipe each other out anyways.
But don't come in my country. I don't want me. If you want my guys to leave your country, you should leave my country ASAP.
I'm not in your fucking country. I'm not in your fucking country. I mean, I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand your accent, but.
Don't be fucking retarded. When you talk to me, just be open your fucking brain. What the fuck is
Guys, don't believe the news. Believe me, I am the news.
Okay. Anyway, so we come there because innocent people are dying there. Okay. Okay. So, like I said, you guys don't like America. You don't like the Western world. You can't get the fuck out and go somewhere that they accept Islam. Here, we don't want it. We don't accept it. and we're gonna destroy it. Sharia law.
Go be like
Sharia law is banned in the States.
Be like just carry the big balls and go.
Point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order.
Listen, stop shouting. Israel, America have been fighting Islam for a long time. They have been fighting demons for a long time, okay? And they are powerful, and they have been fighting Islam, and they will continue fighting it. And at the end, you'll be defeated.
Okay,
because you.
let
Let me tell you something. You might think the thing is, there are Muslims. Okay, there are Muslims who actually they're trying to follow the good things, but they don't know. They don't have the education to understand Islam is a demonic cult. Okay, so America, Israel, they fight for those good people. But the ones
The basic
who
question
are
you have to ask is, what should the role of government be? The
for
founders
taking over, for making it political, those guys, they need to go.
person
Okay, and the rest,
at the wrong
they need to
time
learn
who
that Islam
decides,
is a demonic cult.
Hit
It
them
brings
with a
nothing good.
nuclear missile
Look at all your countries.
the guy
The white man countries are bad. White man is bad.
Did I hear you
But look at
correctly,
your
man?
countries.
You want me
They're
to hit
run
them
by
with a
Islamic
nuclear
laws.
weapon?
How come they are such sinful? All of them are sinful. No, they're sinful, man. You guys live on the fucking sand in the desert, and
I just
you
need
guys.
to give you one more time. Are you telling me to strike Moscow with a nuclear missile? And she responds,
Well, I'm
Madam
telling you,
President responds,
actually, you know what? I tell the truth. But in your religion, there is something called tahiyya, right? Tahiyya tells you it's okay to lie. It's okay to lie. I'm not ignorant. I know Quran really well.
Don't be ignorant like that. Don't be like that.
Oh, you go by our calendar, not Islamic calendar?
Ignorant like that. Just be like
I'm
smart
not
guy.
ignorant. I'm smart. I'm really smart.
You're not smart, man. You talk like that, you never be smart.
If I
Afwan Habibi, point of order, gentlemen, we are not going anywhere with this conversation. We are circular, this is a waste of our time, nothing new is being spoken. Arabi, please mute yourself for 10 minutes and be quiet. Be peace, be still, no one wants to hear your bullshit anymore, Arabi. Be quiet and let Sean speak, he is speaking the truth. Be quiet. No one cares about your opinion, Arabi. Be quiet and let the Sean speak.
Thank you. So, yeah. Anyways, we don't need any more conclusion. We don't need any of this bullshit. We already know enough.
Just leave our country, that's it.
We already know enough, okay? We already know. Leave your country.
We're gonna leave from here.
No, you guys need. You know what you guys need to do. You know what you guys need to do. You guys need to leave the earth because your religion is a disease for this planet.
Listen, I'm telling you something. All humanity knows this war in Gaza, Israeli cancer diseases in the world. All countries except America. You guys like
Habibi, you are making all or nothing statements. You are making all or nothing statements, Arabi. That is called cognitive distortion disorder, and you are wasting our time with your bullshit. You are citing all kinds of waste of time bullshit. I am sick of it. I am going to go to the gym, and I am going to read a book, and I am going to go make my life better instead of listening to you say your bullshit. Have a good day, sir. I am complete. This is a music AI.
Listen up. Go do yourself a favor, and those people around you. Go actually read about Islam, what Islam teaches, what Islam practices.
I'm born and raised in Islam.
It doesn't matter if you're born into it. You haven't learned it. You haven't learned it.
Don't teach me what I have to do with my religion because I'm born and raised in Muslim.
Okay. You're born and hold on. You're born and raised Muslim, right? Answer one question. If you have a 3-year-old daughter, is it okay for me to marry your daughter?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so in Islam that you say you are born Muslim, in your religion, it teaches how to marry a Muslim, how to marry a little 3-year-old girl, and how to sleep with her and how to have sex with her.
Habibi, this is such a waste of time. It's like talking to a bag of rocks, a pile of bricks. Like talking to a brain-dead, autistic, Down syndrome person who can't actually speak English. This is not an ESL training room. This is such a waste of time. Why are we all listening to Arabi waste our time? I am complete.
Arabic, listen, it's okay. It's okay, music. Yeah, it's okay. So Arabic, listen, Arabic. Well, Arabic, same thing for me, man. So you say who is doing that? There are people who are doing that. There are a lot of Muslim men, older Muslim men, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, all those Islamic countries. They're marrying little girls. 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11 years old.
It's not my fault. I don't give a fuck about no.
I didn't say it's your fault, brother. I'm saying, listen, I'm saying.
Don't waste your time anymore, Sean. I can't take listening to this bullshit. He's like a bag of rocks, a pile of bricks. He's got no intelligence, no information, no wisdom. He is here trying to figure out how to speak English, and he's wasting my time. I am going to the gym. I am going to read a book. I am going to live my best life now instead of listening to Arabi. He is a low IQ Muslim. He believes in terrorism. He believes in non-stop racial and political division and conflict. He is a bullshit artist and wasting my time. I'm going to the gym and I'm going to work out and then go use the sauna and sit in the hot tub, and then I will maybe come back to speak with you after you have read a book and then you have done something with your life. This is a waste of my time. It is like talking to a bag of rocks. I am complete.
Okay, so anyways, you say that's not your problem that they do that or whatnot, right?
It's not my problem.
But okay, so let me finish. So the fact that Islam teaches these things, Islam in your book, yeah, but bro, it's written. I'm not lying.
You are projecting Arabi, your lies into the room. Stop with your bullshit and be at peace and be still. You are wasting our time with your bullshit. Sean, you keep talking to him. Do not talk to him or Harry and Jay will kick you from the room just for talking to him. Do not talk to him anymore. You keep the circle of bullshit going. Stop what you're doing, Arabi and Sean. This is bullshit. Point of order to the moderators. Point of order to the moderators.
Anyways, listen. Yo, Arabi, listen. It's written. Everything I'm telling you, I'm not making out of my ass. It's written in Islamic documents that this is the way that it needs to be practiced.
Prove it for me. You have proof?
Okay, so another question for you. Did you know that
this is proof?
Okay, proof. It's not proof, it's proof, first of all. But did you know your prophet, Muhammad, married a 6 years old, Aisha, and fucked her when she was 9?
Habibi, this is a waste of my time. I am going to the gym to go work out, and then I'm going to use the hot tub. Habibi, Arabi, and Sean, be at peace and be still. You are wasting my fucking time with your bullshit. This is not an argument. This is not a debate. This is a waste of my fucking time. Why don't you both go on mute and read a book for 10 minutes instead of wasting my fucking time?
Anyways, if you believe in a religion that the prophet of that
answer my
religion...
question. Just you worry about our prophet he married 9 years old.
That's not the only thing. That's one of the main things. Okay? What I'm saying, if you're a decent person, how can you believe and follow a religion? Let me finish. We are still talking about the first one. If you're a decent person, why would you follow a religion that the prophet of that religion married a 6 years old? That's pedophilia. And if you follow that religion, well, guess what?
You say like you're lying right now.
It's not that we want you. We don't want you in our countries. We don't want you on the earth.
I'm telling you.
Listen. It's not that. Listen, man. It's not only that we don't want you in our countries. We don't want you on the earth. Because your religion, your belief, your ideology is a disease.
You're going the fucking wrong way. Far away you go.
What are you saying?
You're going far away, brother. You go in a really deep ass way. Focus what you say.
I already said what I said. Your religion is a demonic cult.
Whatever, man. We accept that.
Allah is Satan.
Whatever is that religion.
The God of Islam is
religion.
Okay.
I can die for my religion.
Of course you're gonna die for it. All of you die for your religion.
Nobody can stop a religion for.
How would you die for your religion? By suicide bombing?
I love
you gonna blow yourself? You gonna blow yourself up?
For your religion.
Habibi, I'm going to go to the gym. I can't listen to this bullshit anymore. I'm going to take the deepest breath of the day, hit my bells, and I'm going to forget that I ever heard this bullshit come out of your mouth. What a waste of my fucking time. I can't continue to listen to this bullshit uninterrupted without calling you stupid and low IQ and a waste of my fucking time. You suffer from brain rot. You came here with a brain rot, and you will leave here with a brain rot. No debate can fix your fucked up, stupid, low IQ brain. I am sick of listening to this bullshit. Moderator's point of order. Moderator's point of order. You know why I am here. You know why I am speaking, moderators. And you know why you keep letting these dumb low IQ assholes speak this bullshit on your stage? Because I have called the FBI. Amir's house is a room full of terrorists like Arabi. And this is some bullshit. Everyone in the audience needs to report Arabi for the shit he just said. He is a terrorist supporter, a terrorist promoter. And he is a dangerous human being. I have called the FBI and I have reported him to the authorities. And soon they will find out where he lives. And the police will kick in his door and drag him out by his ears. You should be ashamed of yourself, Arabi. You should be silenced and you should be censored. And you should not speak anymore. I have called the legal authorities and the FBI are coming to your house to arrest you now.
Please don't shout and talk very quietly so we can understand. You are just shouting into our ears.
Yeah, like you're just shouting music. There's no point
Sean,
to shout.
Wait, Sean had some logic and some reason. And
Shout, shout, let it all out. The Muslims are terrorists about. Come on now. Let it all out. Shout, shout, let it all out. But don't blow up a bus and pout. Come on now.
please be quiet.
Yeah, I think Music AI is Muslim because you know what? He's in trouble.
Daniel, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. Interrupting the
Just answer the question.
So
He
we
asked you.
so we
Be
don't
quiet.
have the
He
time
asked
to
you
about your
why you messenger of God married
Right, Daniel.
a 9-year-old girl.
Listen.
Wait, one second. Just give me 1 second. Daniel?
Yes.
Hi, Daniel. Just want to make sure it's you.
Hi. Yes,
How are you?
Yes, it's me. Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Daniel, can we confirm that you are still gay?
So just stop talking nonsense and stop yelling, you know. There's no need to be yelling.
Okay, carry on, crazy's good.
Easy for you to say do not yell, but I can't continue listening to your bullshit, Sean, because you keep speaking to Arabi and you complete the circuit and the circle of bullshit. And the more you speak, the more you think, the further from the truth we are gonna get. So tell Arabi to mute up and put him in the goo where he belongs.
Big boss go fight in Gaza, but I don't think so. You have pussy probably. You don't have no dick.
That is a projection. You are a pussy and you have no dick. You should go to Gaza and eat your own words, you bullshit artist.
My God.
That's the fault, that's why.
Bottom line is, listen. Bottom line is that
So where are you?
your prophet married a 6 years old. You are a demonic cult, and that's it. We're gonna get rid of you. Bottom line. And the last thing, fuck Islam, okay?
Suck dick and fuck your religion, you motherfucker.
Fuck Islam.
Fuck your religion and fuck who the fuck you believe in.
The problem
I feel I'm gonna fucking motherfucker.
My religion is Islam.
Moderators, point of order. Point of order. Moderators, Afwan Habibi. Afwan Habibi. Point of order to the moderators.
Muslim said that I die for my religion. The problem is you don't die for your religion. You kill for your religion. And you kill innocent people.
That's true.
That's
Keep
so true.
lying, motherfuckers. Just
That is the problem. We have no problem with it if you die for your religion. Go die for your religion.
Make sure you die for your religion.
Stop fucking
lying.
Yeah, you guys kill, man. You guys murder. You know.
Stop fucking lying.
You are the angels of the demons. You're angels of the devil. You know. You worship Satan. Allah is Satan.
Cancer disease, man.
See how Islam started in Saudi Arabia. Your messenger of God, Muhammad, did robbery, kill people, get money, get people as a slave. Then you got the money. You came and attacked Iran more than 1,400 years ago, and you brought down such a beautiful civilization. And you took lots of slaves from Iran. You killed so many people, and you are still continuing that. You know, you don't stop killing. If somebody insults your religion, you kill him. If somebody criticizes your religion, that is the only people that kill. Yes.
He never kept a slave.
Yes, you sold them. You took them.
Habibi, do not waste our time with this bullshit. I cannot take listening to this bullshit anymore. This is a debate never going to end. We have to have a point of moderation. Please, moderators, guide us. Let us stick to the topic of the title, because Arabi has a motor mouth and he will never stop talking his bullshit.
Bahram, you can speak and you can just stop and let people answer for you. You just speak and nobody answers. It's not going to anywhere.
Listen, we don't need Islamists to teach us about Islam. We know what Islam is.
Nobody's teaching you, brother. Nobody's teaching you anything. Nobody's teaching you anything.
The only thing we want is
blah 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 blah. You are a fucker.
We have seen enough of Islam.
You guys go moving out of the land.
You will be gone soon.
Your ass out of our land.
Another crusade is coming.
What questions do you want asked?
Another crusade is coming.
I'll answer you. Ask the question, I'll answer.
All you terrorists will be gone.
I'll answer you. You ask the question, I'll answer you, man. I'll answer you. You have the guts, ask the question.
I have the guts? You're funny, man.
You're funny.
If I have the guts.
Blabber a lot, man. Yappy.
Do you have kids? You have kids? You have a 6-year-old daughter? Can I marry your daughter at 6 years old?
Can I fucking
No, there's not respect. No, don't mention.
Do you have a cousin that's 6 years old? Can I marry her?
Yeah, man, yeah, you're right.
You don't like it. But you're gonna find a problem with that.
That's why your wife
You like dicks, what? I know you like dicks.
Because your wife, she can't find Israeli real man to fuck her. That's why she go in Palestine.
I'm not Israeli, you fucking retard.
To let Palestinian guy to fuck
But I support Israel, though.
Because you find a small dick, you motherfucker.
I support Israel.
Guys, this case is getting a bit boring. All this dick measuring. So maybe we can move on.
It's boring for you, Daniel? Really?
He wants to cut the dicks. He likes the dicks. He collects dicks.
I beat your ass with this.
But he's right. It is boring because you guys suck at insulting each other.
I don't know, man.
Not like you.
I was stating facts.
Oh, it's Arabi. How are you, Arabi?
Facts, man. You're such a
Listen, guys. Listen here. Arabi is not a smart guy. We're talking to somebody who's actually 6 years old brain. Yeah.
Not even 6 years old, bro.
Concept is the end of the day, like you.
We're talking to somebody who has the mind of a 6-year-old, okay?
If you have the courage, go fight.
Speak very slow to Arabi.
Eliminate you.
He doesn't get it, I know.
You have to speak very slow. Arabi, how are you doing today?
Arabi, read Quran. Quran will tell you that you must kill other people. Therefore, you realize that
Oh, Sean,
your Quran is a demonic cause.
Are you a Muslim?
Your
No,
Quran
which Quran did you read, Mr. Sean?
Listen, instead of all this Muslim talk, I want to know about his profile picture. I want to understand where's the flag with Hamas shooting at children? Where's this one at? Where's the Palestinian flag shooting at their own children? Where's this?
Yeah, they literally do that, man.
Why do you have a picture of this? I don't understand.
Keep skip, man. Keep skip. You go all the way far.
What do you mean far?
I have something serious to talk about.
You guys have gone far, man. You Muslims
I think this is the truth, Arabi. You just don't want to know
Why
the
skip
truth.
the road for? Just continue straight. We want to talk like straight, motherfucker. Just don't be lying.
Hamas killing their own children and blaming Israel.
He was talking about our prophets. Then you flip.
Where the fuck you guys come from? From your prophet?
Fucking real man, go fight Hamas.
Speaking about the killing of children. Oh my God, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Sean, you gotta take a life, man. You gotta get a life.
Go fight. If you have
outside your home, earn some money.
I have a life. I go to war and I kill terrorists for living. I'm a soldier. I kill terrorists. You hear me? You fucking Muslim.
I put him in the corner. He can't even talk now.
Okay, that's my life.
If you're real, man, go fight there.
I do already. I don't need you to tell me, you fucker.
Yeah, Arabi, why aren't you fighting there?
Why don't you
fight there? What's happened to you?
Arabi, where are you from that you're so brave? Hold on, where are you from, Arabi, that you're so brave?
I'm not gonna give you my deal.
Guys.
You fight like
why you...
Let's go. What the fuck are you here for?
You wanna fight the IDF? Come and fight the IDF.
Come fight it.
You guys are not fighting the IDF. You guys are not fighting the IDF.
You can't even talk, motherfucker, right now. You can't even talk.
You put AK-47 your asses.
Against the IDF, you guys are cowards.
I put you in the corner, that's why.
This is why we
corner in your own fucking little 6-year-old mind.
That's why you can't even talk, because I put you in the corner.
And the rest are being arrested.
See? I told them up.
We approve the trials. They will be fucked, all of them.
Well, gentlemen, point of order, this is music. I want to know whether or not we will have coexistence in our lifetimes, or is the brain rot so bad that nothing can stop the brain rotted out people from ever becoming peaceful? Because if you have very bad brain rot and you came to Clubhouse, you brought the brain rot. Do not expect anyone to leave a clown house without the brain rot, because they came here with the brain rot. I am complete.
I'm not fucking Indian anymore, I'm fucking Palestinian. I'm not fucking Indian.
He's not Indian, he's Arab.
No, I'm fucking Palestinian. Tell the truth. And the whorehouse lady, she next to you.
You don't even know where you're from. You're so
the whorehouse lady, she was next to you.
Where are you from, Arabic?
I'm from your mom ass.
He's from Judea.
I swear to God, if I know.
He's from Ramallah.
I give you my details.
Ramallah. You come from Muhammad's
I
bumhole.
was talking with coward. That's why I'm not gonna give you my details.
Ramallah.
You understand?
What did you say? You're sucking who? What?
If I talk with some real guy, I give him my address. But because I talk with
Go ahead, put your address right now. Go ahead.
I know you are a
Give us
pussy.
your
address.
To come meet me.
Come on, say it.
What's
Because I know you. I talk with coward.
Yes, that's why you can't say your
Because
address.
if I know, I was talking
Don't
to
worry, you don't need your address. IDF will come put their fucking guns up your ass.
Everything about me, but I know I'll talk with some coward piece of shit.
Yes.
You were a coward piece of shit, you retard.
Arabi lives in Texas, he told me, I remember.
Wherever I live.
George is gone.
Oh, Texas.
But he's originally from Ramallah.
Ramallah, you live in Texas.
I'll tell
Okay.
you in the beginning, if I was not with the real guy.
Don't worry, ICE is coming. If you're in the US, ICE is coming for you. Don't worry.
He's probably on the terrorist watch list.
Listen, if you have big balls, I'm gonna give you someone else. If you have